start with you today, Bozza. Hello, Muddy.
Good morning to you, Maddie. Good morning to Jules, to Mitch, and to all our listeners, wherever they may be, along here on the East Coast. Up in Gold Coast, Brisbane, and here in Sydney. Started to rain here a bit in Sydney, so just take it easy on the road. Remember, you know, when you brake, you got to give yourself a little bit more room, and don't drive so close to up the back of somebody because they can slam the brakes on. It's not worth it.
There you go. That's how you start. I didn't know you were going that way. Traffic and transport advice with Mark Bosnich.
Why not? Well, yeah, so we've got to warn everyone, all our brothers and sisters out there, make sure everything's all okay.
Okay, first things first, before we get into the nitty-gritty stuff, I'm going to give you some breathing space because you're limbering up. So first things first, a little bit of lighthearted. Just a little bit.
All right.
We've had a theme this morning running through the morning show. If you can't split them, sometimes the debate about who's best rests with a dead heat.
Right.
Black Caviar and Winks. They couldn't split them, put them both into the Australian
And bias
races.
comes into it too, if you know the person or whatever, and this, that, and the other. Yeah, it's completely understandable.
So today is the day that you're allowed to park it right here on the fence and say, sometimes I can't work out whether Ronaldo, Messi, put it in a football frame.
Oh, there's so many in football. But let's take it way back. The original one was really Pele and then Maradona. So, and it was very, very difficult because Maradona, when he started, you could say he did make the move to Europe. Way back when Pele was playing, he stayed with Santos in Brazil. So a lot of people say we didn't really go to Europe, but people from Brazil didn't really go to Europe back then, you know, and Maradona came generations later. Brazil had that fabulous team that won 3 World Cups, including Pele. Maradona, won it with Argentina, most famously in 1986, obviously, when he scored that unbelievable second goal against England. We won't talk about the first goal. And there's always the argument as well, but you can have that the same for Pele as well. The pitches and the tackles, they weren't as protected as the players are now. But then there's other ones to put into as well. The late Johan Cruyff, he was absolutely amazing. I mean, the list will go on. I'm sure our listeners will come back and tell us about a whole lot. And I always remember, to be honest, one of the biggest debates when I was growing up here in Australia was when State of Origin was on.
Yeah.
Brett Kenny and Wally Lewis, who should play. In the end, and we'll talk about this, I was listening, obviously, to the Tom Trbojevic argument. To fit them both in, obviously, Brett Kenny went to centres for the Australian team. Although in 1982, in the tour to England, Peter Sterling and Brett Kenny were the halves, if you remember. Mm-hmm. Although Steve Mortimer and Wally Lewis went there originally as number ones, but the other two then sort of took the places. So that was always a huge debate. I always remember that. But like I said, the selector's done the right thing, in my opinion. That's the Tom Trbojevic thing as well. I really don't think it... I think positions... please correct me because I'm not a rugby league expert, but positions in modern-day football, too, are variable. Yes, you'll have somebody who's an out-and-out, they'll say striker number 9 or whatever, but some of the best attacks that you have is from places where people don't expect you to come from because everything is so organised. And that goes from an attacking perspective as well. Because, there's a lot of managers, Carlo Ancelotti's a great one. He thinks that modern managers tell players what to do with the ball in the final third too much, and it becomes too robotic. Whereas is the other argument, people will say, like, so-and-so said to the coach, what shall I do when I get it? And he was like, well, this is why I've got you here. That's up to you. I can't tell you to check here, check there, cut in on your left, go back on your right, and so forth. So that's another question I'd like to ask. Has football in general, but even if you're talking about other sports, have they become a little bit too, in terms of robotic? And does that make it easier for defences to suss people out? Whereas when you've got people who in the last third of any pitch, whether it be a rugby league pitch, whether it be a union pitch, whether it be a soccer pitch or whatever, do things off the cuff, you can't prepare for that. Because, you're going to turn around and say, we want to show him over to the left, show him to the left. What if he starts cutting in on the right? So that's another good question to have. Is there a point for coaches to say, okay, coaches are so prepared now, strength and conditioning coaches, analytics, this, that, and the other. Is it gone too far? And because it's gone too far, has it made games in general, not all games, but some games a little bit too predictable?
Okay, let's get into the details here. Now, you need to declare, obviously, your allegiance here and who pays some bills here, but the big news in the world of football for Australia is that in coming days, and this has been reported already in the Australian, that in coming days, the Nine Network is expected to announce that it has secured the exclusive broadcast rights. You are a Cheshire cat at the moment. The exclusive broadcast rights for the English Premier League for Stan. So here are the details as reported by the Australian. Nine has reached a deal with current rights holder Optus Sport to take over the deal. It's worth $100 million a year until 2028. So that would see the 2025-26 competition starting in a couple of months, shown exclusively on Stan Sport, which is Nine's subscription streaming service. This does a couple of things. Puts it straight into your world, which we'll talk about, but also takes it out of the streaming world for Optus, which takes them out of being a major player. I don't expect you to comment on that, but let's talk about the fact that it may land where you work and what it means for you.
Do you really want to see somebody go absolutely faint in the studio? Like I said, I must claim my allegiance. I work for Stan Channel 9. Okay, so there'll be nobody happier in the whole of Australia if this occurs. I've heard the rumours like everyone else has, and all I can say that I don't really know. I really don't know. But if anyone could sense or be in this room and sense the excitement and the absolute pleasure, if that did occur, they would probably say, like somebody said to me the other day, if you were talking to you, so Boz was talking to Boz, would you tell you? I'd go, no. All I can say is this: if it is announced and people have trouble crossing the Harbour Bridge that morning when it's announced because it's closed down because I hear somebody's up the top of the Harbour Bridge and probably is about to unveil some type of political flag. He's not. It's me. And I'm going to unveil a Premier League flag. So just ring in, wherever it be here or wherever it is, just ring in and say, it's Boz. Obviously, Channel 9 and Stan have got the Premier League. We'll talk him down. Don't worry about it.
Okay, just a word of advice for your old mate here. Don't stop traffic, okay? It's a traffic stopping thing for you. We get it.
I think I've been very cool and very calm. But if we don't have a break yet, I think I'm going to explode.
Okay, so look, here's the nitty-gritty, folks. This is what it boils down to. Like I say, there's the business aspect of this. You'll remember it was back in 2016, Optus Sport comes into the market, pays a mozza, somewhere close to $65 million, which takes away Premier League from Foxtel. Now, you've had that agreement as well. So that's where Premier League has been. And as of this season, all being equal from the reports that we know, as of this upcoming season, Premier League will now live on Nine and Stan
We don't know that
Sport.
for certain yet,
Well,
Matthew.
that's what I'm saying. We're hoping and, we're waiting to see. But that's the report. So step away from me if you can. And the excitement for you is real, and so it should be, mate.
Of course it should be.
So it should be.
Over the moon.
Yeah, it's fantastic for you and the guys that you work with and the team that you'll assemble.
And not only that, for the station that I work for.
Yeah.
We Channel 9 and Stan are the biggest sporting station in the whole of Australia. And it could be argued Channel 9, going back to World Series cricket days, always has been. And it'll be absolutely massive. But the biggest thing, I think, it will be massive for the fans because it is, in terms of popularity, we can sit here and argue that, to be honest, that which is the better quality league. And it's up there. It is up there. I think it's number one because I think it's the toughest league. Other people will turn around and point stats at other leagues and so forth, but it's definitely the most entertaining and most popular sporting competition, not just football, sporting competition on the planet. And there'll be, like I said, we would be absolutely delighted, and delighted for the fans as well here in Australia, because obviously with the fact that Channel 9 and Stan, there may be a possibility that there may be a game on Channel 9 too. So that'll be absolutely fantastic. But anything, like I said to you, until everything is signed, sealed and delivered, and until you get when you're driving in your car and you hear that the Harbour Bridge is being closed, I'm not taking anything for granted.
well, listen, I've seen and been a part of deals that can all of a sudden change at the last minute.
So from your experience as well, I think people need to know you've got wonderful experience in the TV world.
Well, you got to
especially
remember
here in Australia. So and hence my caution. If any of those who are listening thinking, I truly don't.
Yeah,
but I've heard rumours. I have heard rumours that this is not the first time it's been in the newspaper.
Yeah.
And like somebody explained to me the other day, if you were talking to you, would you tell you? And I went, no.
Yeah. You've got to remember here that, okay, so what it does is it takes Optus out of that world, okay? And they've had their crack, and it's probably fair to say that it would have worked for them in some ways but they've decided to move on from that. And you've got to remember that there's another player here, a former player, but that player has changed. KO Sports, now owned by DAZN, and they have very deep pockets, very, very deep pockets, and they have a desire to own sporting rights around the world. Premier League's up there with the absolute peak that you can get. So whilst this deal is being negotiated, if it already hasn't, and I would suggest that lawyers are probably right now sitting in the room going through fine details.
I love lawyers.
You got to love lawyers. That don't count out somebody else knocking on the door.
Well, you've got that experience. Like I said to you, I'm just going off, like I said, what I've read and what I've heard. That's all. All I can say is, like I said, so far as my and my colleagues at Channel 9 and Stan, I would say fingers crossed, because it's, there is also, and this is another point when we're talking about the State of Origin. The State of Origin ratings the other day were absolutely phenomenal. 5.3 million people reach. That's not including the pub scene. Can you imagine if you added them all around the country? That goes the same for the Premier League. Any Saturday night especially, you just go around Sydney, go to a pub in Sydney. I went once with Robbie Farrell. We went once because he's a massive Liverpool fan, to a Liverpool-Man United game, yeah? He came once to the Man United pub, and I went once to the Liverpool pub. Big mistake, because Liverpool won that night, and I barely got out alive. But there were literally, seriously, I would say in that, because it was a massive pub, I would say it was close to 1,000 people. Now, yes, that's in Sydney, the most populated city in the whole of Australia, but you got to talk about the whole of Australia. You got to think about how many people. It's like a cult.
Pubs and clubs.
It really is. It's absolutely massive. So, fingers crossed. I'm getting so excited. I don't know what I'm going to do.
All right. Matt on the text line says, boys, there was something in my feed that DAZN and Foxtel have launched an EPL bid. So, yeah, look, nothing's done until it's done.
Yeah.
But it is reflective, and we talk about a lot on my program, obviously reflective of the landscape changing there. I mean, Stan Sport, big players. According to Nine CEO Matt Stanton, they're also having a look at Formula One rights. Further down the table at the moment as well. So it's all about getting as much as you can in to the one area that you've got for sale, which is at 9 at Stan Sport. I've never seen you like this.
Speaking about lawyers, you are like a lawyer. You're just looking at me waiting for... By the way, Matt Stanton's a big Liverpool fan, just let you know.
Is that right? No, there's no part of me that expects you to walk in and go, Matty, we've done the deal.
I would tell you. You know I would.
You wouldn't be able to help yourself.
I couldn't. I'd be like George Costanza on that episode of Seinfeld. Remember when Jerry was saying to him, "What are you holding, George? What are you holding?"
Welcome back. Gloves off with Bozza on this Tuesday morning.
And it's a wonderful Tuesday morning, isn't it?
Well, hey.
Why? Look at you, still fishing. You're unbelievable.
Spring in his step.
Anyway, some news. Manchester United have been tipped to rival Arsenal for Aston Villa striker Ollie Watkins this summer. Ollie Watkins, again, coming back to what I said to you about, when Marcus Rashford was brought in on loan from Man United, Ollie Watkins started not to play as much as he did, and apparently wasn't very happy. So, I'm coming back to what we talk about, the foreign verts situation. So there's been rumblings that he might look to leave, and he won't have no shortage of takers. He's been absolutely outstanding for Aston Villa. So the England international is a long-term target for the Gunners. They expect to be available for around £40 million. There's another one coming back to what you said as well about the dressing room dynamic.
FIFA Club World Cup. So yes. Atletico Madrid, the first of their heavyweights to be eliminated.
Eliminated, correct. Yeah, look, and there's been a mixed reaction from around the world of football. Henry Winter from the Telegraph in England wrote a really good article saying, there have been some fabulous crowds. I mean, Atletico Madrid, funny enough, playing against Paris in their first game, 80,000 people. Opening game of the tournament, there was 60,000. There have been some other games. I think it was Chelsea played against, let's just have a quick look. I think it was Chelsea versus LA Galaxy, and they played at Mercedes Stadium in Atlanta, which holds 80,000. There was only 25, so it looked a little bit sort of like Accor Stadium sometimes. Like when there's, when you're such a big stadium, although it's a decent crowd, but it doesn't look that way type of thing. But Henry Winter made a really good point. It's not so much going to be now. It's not going to so much be, he thinks, at the start of the season. But the big thing he's worried about is the fatigue of really great players coming to next season's World Cup. And the last thing that you want, although in our sport, we have certain salary caps, but I wouldn't call them anywhere near like as stringent as the AFL model or the NRL model over here. Our biggest salary cap, if you like, metaphorically, is the more successful you are, you play more games. Hence why people want to get bigger squads. So he's worried about, will there be player fatigue by that time next year for the World Cup, which this is where FIFA, UEFA, everyone, all the big governing bodies around the world have got to tread a very fine line. Yes, it's a wonderful product, football, and everyone wants to get, but you don't want to go too overboard because you don't want to sort of fatigue the players to a point where the product is not as good as it can be. So this is where you've got to find a balance. And also, obviously, the players' health as well. We're seeing so many major injuries to major players because of the amount of games that they'll be playing. And this comes down to the management and workloads and to make sure that people know exactly what they're doing. So, like Ivan Cleary resting those 5 players from Penrith, I thought that was fabulous. And they ended up winning as well. And this is where you've got to trust your squad. It's not just about the team, it's about the squad. You've got to trust your squad.
Botafogo's a pretty interesting story. Relegated 5 years ago from the top flight in Brazil, and now inside the top 16 clubs in the world.
This is my point. This is why I'm after how long have I been back in the country since 2008? I'm still on my knees pleading, begging with the powers that be in our sport here, football, to do that. Please, because that's how you get those brilliant stories, and it keeps everything open. If I just said to you, Matty, that's it. You're here. This is what you're earning. You can't earn no more. You can't go anywhere else. It can be self-defeating after a while. But if I turn around and say to you, if you do really well, this is where you can go to. This is what you can do. This is what you can achieve. It gives you that motivation. And that's why I'm begging them, and still begging them, because every girl, every boy, regardless of where they're born in Australia, maybe if they're born in Darwin, they should, through their local team, they shouldn't have to travel if they don't want to. If they want to, that's up to them. Through their local team, say Darwin Nunes, Darwin FC from Northern Territory. Yeah. If they all of a sudden the Crocs got a big backer, all right, and they said, and turned around and said, I want to take us all the way to the A-League. They should have that opportunity. You can't. I know we get influenced by other sports because they're so popular. Understandable. But we should also maintain, when I say we, I mean football, maintain your own identity. Say, okay, that's how you do it because there are specific reasons, but this is how we do it. I'm telling you now, once other sports, and they've seen it with that FA Cup here, when other sports see that, and then remember back in the 80s, there used to be the Amco Cup as well for rugby league. Remember? Every Wednesday
nights.
Remember? Yeah, I mean, that was great, right?
Yeah, awesome.
Watch, other sports will start thinking to themselves, you know what, mate, they've got to, this makes it so exciting because then you've got jeopardy at the top to get into the top 8, say in your sport. You got jeopardy on the bottom as well. So all of a sudden, people are like, you know what? And not only that, it spurs interest in the whole game. So if you know that you could get promoted to the A-League next season, I'll be like, I'm going to watch all these A-League games. I said, because we could be playing here next season.
Adam says, sorry, been out of the car for a while. Did Bozza get Roy Keane on the blower? Work in progress. Work in progress. Take more of your calls after this.
I tell you what, with the British Lions tour come, I might do.
Oh.
Yeah, British and Irish Lions. Well, like somebody said to me the other day, he was an Irishman. 15 Irishmen are picked in that squad. It should be the Irish and British Lions, and I tend to agree with him.
Over the wicket, at him, he's bowled it! For Henley Holmes, how do you solve a problem like Australia's top order against quality pace? It remains an open question at the start of this new World Test cycle, where Pat Cummins' team are trying to set up for the next 2 years. Yesterday, it was a familiar adversary in Shamar Joseph, the hero of the Gabba last year, who got the party started for the West Indies with a brilliant display that deserved more than a forfeit. It was a performance that opened up Australia, the match and maybe the series. If the hosts can bowl that well over the next few weeks, there will be no pushover. But where there are justifiable doubts about the configuration of the visitors' top 6, there are no such concerns with the big quicks who went to work last night. Taking 4 wickets in 20 overs, the Windies resumed today, still 123 behind the 180 that Australia posted, which leaves honours even as we prepare to go again. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to my left, up behind the bowler's arm at the Malcolm Marshall end, Bryce McGain, former Aussie spinner, Bharat Sundaresan, journo extraordinaire. Gentlemen, another blustery day, sun's peeking through the clouds. Yesterday, the pitch was perfect. The fast bowling was sensational. We loved it.
Absolutely. It was really exciting Test cricket. I wasn't quite sure what to expect with the look of the wicket, and it had some woolly patches and some bare patches. And I just wasn't sure. But what we saw was some lively swing bowling that made the difference. It wasn't the wicket that blew things apart. It made it challenging for batting, but because the ball was swinging and it was at a pace all above 142s, and that was a real challenge for Australia.
Morning, Bryce, Colo, and you hit the nail on the head. It was swing bowling. I mean, so often in the last few years, whenever there's been a collapse, it's had to do, or the narrative has been, the pitch turned too much, or the pitch seemed too much, there was too much grass left in there.
Yep.
When was the last time we saw the kind of exhibition of swing bowling we saw yesterday from both teams? I mean, even someone like Josh Hazlewood, who's not known to swing the ball too much, I mean, he was getting it to hoop around. Mitchell Starc, obviously the master of the swinging ball. But that spell from Shamar Joseph just set the tone for this series. It was fiery. There's something about a West Indian fast bowler running or charging down at the Kensington Oval, the gold chains jangling, and with that kind of intensity. It was pace like fire, and Jayden Seales played his role as well. And, we obviously will do an...
I'm so sorry to say that the RFX mic's just come through, and I have no idea it's come through like that, a bit like yesterday. So apologies if you're listening and heard that burst come through. We'll just work out what's going on here and turn it all the way down so that it doesn't happen again. Please continue, Baz.
That took me by.
That was a jolt.
and I think so. We will come, and there'll be a post-mortem of Australia's batting issues, which is not just a current one. We were talking about it at Lord's 10 days ago. We were talking about it through the Indian summer as well.
Yeah.
But yesterday was just all about fast bowling, and it was different to the kind of fast bowling that we grew up on. When you talk about Test cricket in the Barbados, it wasn't pace and bounce and batters being bounced out. There was, I think, one bouncer bowled by the West Indians to Pat Cummins just after the tea break. It was just beautiful swing bowling, class bowling. And the batting techniques in Test cricket these days just don't seem to be good enough.
No, they challenged a length. It was particularly Seales, and he's become the leader of the attack, and the strike weapon is Shamar Joseph, of course, with his 4 wickets. And But the length that they bowl with Bale height, and he bowled probably one of the best balls we've seen in a decade, really, as Bo Webster, the victim, if you like, a leg cutter that just flicked off Bale. It was absolutely superb. So it has been a real challenge for those Australian batters. How do we solve that problem?
Yeah, and this is the thing. I mean, Whitey, I thought, spoke quite nicely about this with you guys on the new ball last night after play. There's a degree of nerves there, and I've been sort of pondering this when it relates to Cameron Green. What do you think when you hear the word Australian Test number 3? You think best player? Because that's the way we're hardwired as kids, right?
Yeah.
Your best player bats 3. And that's not just a Don Bradman story. It's a Bradman story that runs through the rest of the 20th century and into the 21st century as well. And Labuschagne, until very recently, was the number 1 player in the world, and he was the mainstay at number 3. So Green's performing a role that is typically reserved for your best player, and whether he should or shouldn't still be seen as a work in progress, he is, owing to his age profile. So, and I think that contributes to the unease that we saw yesterday. The expectations for him right now are far more dramatic than they have been at any other stage in his Test career.
Yep, and I think Marnus Labuschagne held that position for so long, and it's become an issue for Australia and Test cricket for the last 2 years, or 18 months in particular. After that 100 in Manchester, Marnus just was inconsistent. There were scores in Melbourne, scores in Christchurch, but he just was so inconsistent, and you saw what it did to the rest of the batting lineup. Unless Steve Smith had one of those days or Travis Head got away, Australia have suffered a few collapses, and I think it goes back to that number 3 position you speak about, Adam. It's so crucial, and like we saw yesterday and even at Lord's, Cam Green naturally a nervous starter, but then you add number 3 to it because you're walking out, especially if a wicket has fallen early, which in these conditions it seems to happen quite a bit. The ball swinging, the bowling team is fired up, and you just can't afford to just poke at a couple of deliveries. Like, probably you can get away with it at times at number 6, but not at number 3. It's more about temperament than technique at times.
Yeah, you're right. Everything you've said is spot on. He was really trying to get the jittery nerves out. Like, he was literally hopping on the spot to try and just relax himself, and it certainly is, and we know it. Cricket is a lot played between the ears, and I think at the moment, at times, it can look like it's overwhelming for a player like a Cameron Green, who has the expectation on himself as much as the Australian public have on him. But I think it's a mental deficiency. It's not a capability. It's not a batting skill. Although, put it all together, it's part of your batting skills, is your mental approach to being able to control those things and not do involuntary movements like shove your hands at the ball and balloon it out to gully, which we have seen a bit. Yeah, it was a combination yesterday of that going on, that in parallel. Gosh, they bowled well. I mean, that's as good as I reckon I've seen the West Indies bowl in a Test match in a long time. Yeah. A very, very long time. They came out yesterday morning ready to play on a pitch that was a little bit old school Barbados. I mean, I'm not saying it was I'm not saying this is Michael Holding to Jeff Boycott stuff, but it was pacey. It got quicker through the day, which contributed to the Australian seamers having a great old time for 20 overs there at the end of play. So there were other factors in this as well. So the Australian batting, let's move to the Windies bowling. I mentioned it in my intro. If they can be as competitive and as up and about as that for 3 weeks, here, a pitch that's playing its role, Jamaica, in all probability, will do plenty with the pink ball. I'm not quite sure how next week will play it in Grenada, but nevertheless, it could be a far more competitive, punchy series with the fast bowlers than we might have anticipated, with so much chat before we got here about how it might be 2 spinners and it might be slow. Nothing like that yesterday, Bryce. No, the selection proved that. And the way that the West Indies went about it was most impressive. The bowling was spot on. You've said that. Before the game, a new captain for the West Indies said, I just want them to play with passion. And that's a look back to the legends who were up in the stand yesterday. 50 years of legendary World Cup victory in 1975, and they were up there, although they're a little prickly, and we'll get Andrew Mason to share that particular story when he jumps on. They're feeling a bit unloved. But that said, they went out there with some real pride to represent the West Indies and be part of this team in a new phase. And all he wanted also, deliver your best. And boy, did they deliver. If that's their best, they're going to be very competitive. But the resilience to be able to do that time and time again and back up, that hasn't been shown in the past. Maybe it's a complete new era.
I just want to build on that point, the idea of investing in Test cricket, because we do, and I'm as guilty of this as anyone, of doomsay a bit about where West Indies cricket, the direction of travel with domestic T20 franchise cricket, the way it compromises their ability to put their best players on the pitch. But, you know, what was Jaden Seals' 5 wickets yesterday, hooping it around corners? What's he been doing for the last 2 winters? Playing county cricket. Like, there are a group of West Indian cricketers who want this, who aren't necessarily predisposed to the T20 circuit in quite the same way as the guys that came through 10 years ago. It's not as simple as saying they aren't committed to Test cricket. There are players in this team, Baz, and you know this well, and Seals is a good example of that, who are doing the yards.
Yeah, and Craig Brathwaite playing his 99th Test match in an era where West Indies, nobody talks of them as a Test team except when they win at Headingley or when they win at Brisbane. Nobody else cares about what West Indies are doing. He's managed to, he'll play 100 tests next week. And Jaden Seals, like you said, at 22, though, the rapid improvement in his bowling, to the fact that he's been able to, get or they dropped Keema Roach for someone like Jaden Seals at 22. And the fact that he's leading the attack the way he is. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't get the white ball riches. So he does play CPL, but he's not known for his T20 skills. But he still focuses on this. And when you see someone like him improve all the time, those are really promising signs. Well, they have 14 test matches in this cycle. And look, I'm slightly biased with Darren Sammy. We go back a long way. But he is someone who lives in reality. He's not a dreamer. And I think that's very important for this West Indian team, this young West Indian team. He'll keep them grounded regardless of what happened yesterday. And like he said, he wants to finish in the top 5. Just because one day their bowlers bowl well, he's not thinking WTC final 2027. And I think that's so important. But the other side of it is, and going to your point, Adam, of how close the series could be, the batters have to fire. Yeah. And that is why it becomes difficult being a West Indian bowler, Bryce. You'd speak to Jason Holder that how often can you do this with the batters not supporting you? If your batters are just going to put 150, 170 on the board, you can't just keep doing it over and over again, because the opposition at some point is going to get away, and then you'll get found out.
We have the seats being set up in front of the pavilion here for the official photographs for the two teams. It's always a nice moment early in a series, and the pitch is being rolled. I would call it a blustery morning. I don't think, in fact, we've had a moment of stillness since we arrived in Barbados last week. It has been blowing a gale, so that'll be a factor today. Warm, not hot, I'd say. Not blisteringly hot anyway. It was quite humid this morning. So the Australian quicks, when they're out there this morning, they'll have no excuses. And as ever, they will back themselves. Boy, they bowled well last night. Those first 3 overs from Cummins were unplayable. After Stark finds a couple of outside edges, and Hazelwood late in the day hitting some stumps. That's exactly what they were after. A big response after not being able to bowl South Africa out the second time at Lords on a far more docile surface a couple of weeks ago.
I think this is the angriest I've seen this Australian bowling attack in a long time. Mitchell Stark was not just intense and fiery, he was angry. In the first over, when he beat John Campbell with the ball outside off stump, he charged down and he said a couple of words to him. And he did that to Brandon King. I think maybe there was some criticism about them after their inability to bowl South Africa out when they had runs to defend, runs that they had thanks to Mitchell Stark with the bat. But this is the most fired up I've seen this Australian bowling attack. So look out, West Indies. And I mean, we spoke about West Indies bowling having to bail out their batters. These guys have been bailing out this batting lineup quite often in recent months.
Well, when you've got an attack that is that good, that's the balance of your team, isn't it? And I know we sort of look at within a cricket team, we look at the bowlers and the batters, and that often happens. That can often cause some angst amongst teams as well. But as an overall, Australia have got the answers. If something doesn't quite work, then someone will pick up the slack. If it's not quite happening for some players, and some of those new players we spoke about in Green and Constas at the top of the list, then you can rely on a Travis Head to go out there and play a ball from the top of off stump and carve it away, and he just plays so uniquely that for bowlers that are honing in on a particular area, he's scoring off and aggressively scoring off the best ball from the opposition bowlers. So he was pretty superb yesterday in tough batting conditions, but he found a way with his 59, and it was pretty good.
Bryce, Baz, we'll take a beat here at Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados. A reminder, the score is 4 for 57. The Windies at stumps last night. Brandon King on debut, still there on 23. He's joined late in the day by Roston Chase, who is on 1. They trail by 123. Our coverage is for Australia Made by Local and for Henley Homes. On the other side of the break, you'll hear from Adam White, and for company, he'll have Andrew Mason.
West Indies versus Australia, thanks to Australia Made, buy local, and also for Henley Homes. Adam White with you, along with Andrew Mason. And Andrew, as we look out over the field at the moment, we're 12 minutes away from the opening ball on day 2, but we've got the official photography session where the West Indies are filing down the stairs to sit on white plastic seats and have a photo in front of the Garfield Sobers Pavilion.
Yeah, well, it's going to be...
Welcome, by the way.
Hello, welcome. Nice to see you after that wonderful dinner last night, Eastern Caribbean time. Yes, it's going to be an important hour, in my view, the first hour, with lots of rest. One would imagine that a Stark and a Hazelwood would start on a pitch that we're not quite sure what's happening, because this has been the trend at Kensington Oval for some time now. In the halcyon days, you knew you would come and get a good hard pitch. It got a little bit quicker on the second day, and fast bowlers revelled. There's no question about that. Nowadays, you're not quite sure what has happened. But the first hour is going to be of great importance, in my view, here. The West Indies in a spot of bother at 57 for loss of 4. Their captain is there. Let's speak about him a little bit. Not all that comfortable in relation to the short ball. And I'm going to make this point now. It's a controversial one. People don't like me to say it, but I'm going to say to you that if we do not improve in relation to handling fast bowling going forward, West Indies cricket will not get better. Now, what do I mean by that? There was a time when you had Richards, Cali Turan, Richie Richardson, Lloyd, hooking and pulling. Nowadays, our modern-day batsmen do not do that. And I remember Wagner bowling to the West Indies side the last time they were in New Zealand, a medium pacer. All he did was bowl short, and the batsmen had challenges. So when you look at the fact that there are fast bowlers in every country now, I mean, look at Bangladesh. They've got fast bowlers. So that is a challenge for the West Indies, and it's going to be interesting to see how the captain plays, because he's not that comfortable to fast bowling, and sometimes he can bat, in that area of a leg stump. So as I said, the first hour is going to be of great importance.
So just going back to last night, I take on board what you say, but I thought it was very important and impressive to a point that Roston Chase, while he only had to face 10 balls, having put a night watchman out there and that failed, he got to stumps. And he didn't expose hope either to a little period before stumps.
No,
so
he didn't.
We come into today, and I'm interested in a minute of how you think it will play out, because the way they sit at the moment, 4 for 57, so they're still, 123 behind Australia's first innings. But if they do bat with freedom and the all-rounders come out and play a positive brand of cricket, they could get a lead.
I agree with that, and hope.
They can't survive. They've got to try and score.
I would think so as well. Play positive cricket. In fact, the captain said that at the press conference he had a couple of days ago. So, yes, you're right. I mean, Roston Chase is a good player. There's no question about that. 500s at this level in his 50th Test match. And he's got Brandon King, who's back. And Brandon King
was looking good.
Play some sumptuous drives to the offside. He's a touch player.
Yeah, he was good.
He was very good. So if they can start and just get things going for the West Indies, if you've got someone, of course, like a Shea Hope, who is arguably the best batsman they've got. He hasn't played Test cricket for just about under 4 years, but there's no question about his ability. Look at his runs in white ball cricket. So we're looking forward to seeing him. He actually played one game for Barbados in the recently held competition at the regional level against Trinidad. Well, it was a grassy pitch and Barbados lost in a day and a half. People came to Kensington Oval to see him, but he is going to be an important cog in their wheel.
It was really important that for the series that the West Indies had a good day one, and they did.
Yeah.
But it's even more important now, having had a good day one. Yeah. You have a good day two.
I agree with
then that sets up the series, let alone this Test match.
And I suspect that more will come to Kensington Oval today. I mean,
let's hope so.
Yeah, I suspect that. In fact, there's a tradition in the Caribbean where people tend to come to cricket a bit late. So we're how many minutes away from the start? Maybe about 7 minutes away from the start. You look in the Grenadinian stand, just a few spectators there. The Australians are here. Yeah. I'm sure they partied all last night. So you're going to find that people start to file in just about now. I expect the crowd to be a bit better on the second day.
Andrew, it's great to have you part of our team,
Yep.
and we'll hear you right throughout the course of the day on SEN Test Cricket. It is for Henley Holmes. It is for Australia Made. We're going to take a break from Barbados, and on the other side, the first ball on day 2.
SEN Test Cricket for Australia made by a local. Adam Collins with you, Bryce McGain with me as we wait for the second day to begin here at Kensington Oval in Bridgetown. Australia picked up 4 wickets in 20 overs last night. The Windies 4 for 57. The debutant Brandon King still there on 23. He's got the captain Roston Chase for company. He's skippering the Windies for the first time in his 50th Test match on his home ground. So a big day for him. That was after Australia were knocked over for 180 yesterday, thanks to 5 wickets from Jayden Seales and 4 for Shamar Joseph on a surface that gave plenty and a ball that did plenty as well. It's going to be Josh Hazlewood to start from the Joel Garner end. There's actually an Australian flag over the top of Joel Garner's name at the moment, with a lot of tour group fans in right now. But
is that a little bit of sacrilege up there, potentially?
No, I'm not sure if you're allowed to do that,
no.
But not the Joel Garner end. But anyway, that's fine. And it'll be facing the first ball of this second day. Roston Chase, the captain. Made 1 run from 10 balls last night. They'll start with 3 slips in a gully. Khawaja, Webster, Inglis and Green respectively. As umpire Menon calls them to action. Just being held here until the clock strikes 10. They didn't used to do this. Used to see plenty of days start a minute or 2 early and so on. But now with the TV requirements now, they'll hold them until the last moment. So 10 o'clock now local time. Here is Hazlewood. First ball of the second day at Barbados. Into Chase over the wicket. Bowls here. Chase leaves alone on length. Good carry through to the gloves of Alex Carey.
I wonder if this pitch will just quicken up a little bit today. Generally, when there is... And it wasn't a lot of seam movement. It was more swing in the air and the ball was moving in that manner. Certainly some balls did move off the surface, but by and large it played pretty well. I wonder if it'll just quicken up a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it'd be good if it did. It was quick enough. It had plenty in it yesterday. It seemed to get quicker the deeper we got into the day. Yeah. Didn't see any of the CricViz analytics, but they're usually quite good with that, saying what a pitch is doing compared to other times. Hazlewood on the approach. Bowls here. Chase wraps him on the gloves. A ball that reared up towards his thigh pad. He just kept it down to Constance, who's fielding around the corner. It's a bit slow to move there. It just seemed a bit statuesque as the ball came and he just punched it away with his gloves as that ball seamed back into him. But didn't quite look to be moving, just playing it from the crease on a ball that was up above belly button height, if you like. It didn't necessarily stand up too steeply. He just made it look awkward by not moving early enough. Got a wicket last night, Hazlewood. The night watchman Warricane bowls here and he beats Chase with a gem. That's the type of delivery that Hazlewood's made an art form of, on the angle, in towards the off stump, standing up off the seam and beating everything. That time he went for the fuller delivery with one that was back of a length. And the footwork here is... Hasn't missed. He wanted to go forward. Watching it back, it's the wobble seam. That's missed the blade by less than a centimetre and just gone over the top of the off stump. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Terrific start. Has a habit of starting really well, Hazlewood. 1 for 13 his figures last night. Up here, bowls to Chase. Short ball again, or back of a length, and awkwardly played down into the onside. I wonder whether they might be tempted into a short leg here, Bryce. Yeah, and just with a little flick of the finger, Josh Hazlewood just circled the finger, and everyone knew what that meant. Right on cue. I want the man in there. So Sam Constance, who fielded short leg last night, of interest that it wasn't Travis Head, that Sam Constance to the quicks now will field under the lid. I think we might have to call it a different name, Colo. It's not necessarily a short leg. Deep short leg? Yeah, well, it's a deeper one. So it's 2 pitches over. So they're expecting it'll carry on a bouncier surface. They're trying to bring him up, like up you go, and he's a little reluctant. He's not unusual to, in the past, seeing short legs shaking hands with a batter. But yeah, right on the cut stuff. Must be 8 metres away. Yeah. 2 left in Hazlewood's over. Sun beating down at Kensington Oval. Delivers here close to the stumps. Chase leaves on length above the off stump. Good start this. So Australia looking to get up and about early on and offset the first innings misfire, all out 180 yesterday. I thought King batted well late yesterday, Colo. And it must have been difficult for him, Bryce,
having dropped 3 catches on Test debut on his opening day.
In the gully, yeah.
To walk out early trouble, 2 for not many, and get through to stumps looking, as you say, pretty strong, especially through cover. Hazelwood completes the first over of day 2, and Chase is hit on the inside edge. It goes down towards the rope. Constance appealing for leg before, no one else that interested. Seeing whether it was leg by, so umpire Menon gives it as run. So it was a thick... Oh, no, my apologies. It's still yet to be determined because the DRS counter is at 9.87, and Cummins is talking to Carey and co. Hazelwood wasn't that up for it, but Cummins is going. Interesting for IMAR, for Trusted Tradies Insurance Call 13 IMAR. The appeal was most strident from Constance at short leg, not quite so much from Hazelwood, the bowler.
Yep. Was it... Are they looking at pad first, then bat to get the French cut?
Must have been.
The French cut has occurred. That's been a result, but maybe it's flicked a pad on the way through. Pat Cummins in consultation and went for it.
So first replay, Bryce, talk us through it.
Ooh, smashed it. Just straight out French cut.
He smashed it, yeah. So it's that'll be... Unless he hit the pad on the way through. Now, bearing in mind, it's hit the edge, but the only way is, has it flicked the front pad? Oh, it has. It's flicked the front pad. So he has smashed it, but it's the tiniest spike. This is going to be very, very close because it's touched the front pad before cannoning into the bat.
It's a
grazing blow on the way through. Now, in terms of impact, is more than 50% of the ball in line with off stump? It was given not out on the ground. That'll be the major question. Looks touch and go.
He's gone.
So first replay, looking better and better for Australia as they go through the frame by frame.
What a review.
That's where the spike is. The ball looks in line. He's gone here, Chase, unless something dramatic has happened. That is a brilliant bit of captaincy from Pat Cummins to go with the close in fielders.
Now, he has probably the best view at mid-on for it.
Waiting for the projection. Nitin Menon standing still and confirming it is not out. Decision upheld.
No,
the Australian fielders are... Hang on. The Australian fielders are saying to...
No. How could
So Richard Kettleborough is saying...
Decision's been made, let's go, boys. But there was... the faintest of spikes.
Are we missing something? It's difficult when you don't have the tools. We haven't got the toys. They do at CV. But that looked...
No, there was a breath on the pad.
There was a little spike on the pad, a kiss of the pad. All the Australians saw it. They saw what we're seeing, right? They're seeing the big screen. We're seeing our monitor.
Yep.
They're like, you little beauty, we've got him here. What a review. And they never went to ball tracking, which would suggest that the third umpire, Adrian Holdstock...
Missed it.
He's missed it. Either missed the spike or, alternatively, he believes the spikes come from somewhere else. Which from time to time you see...
Noise spike.
Occasionally you see that. Bat on pad or spike, if you didn't think the images married up. Okay, so Cummins, second over of the day, leaving alone outside the off stump. Just going to go to... I'm going to write a message to our colleagues in Melbourne who are watching the telly.
We lost a review there.
Let's see again. So the Ultra Edge... what else could it be? That first noise, I don't really see...
I was trying to check that the bat in relation to the back pad, he was a little late on it, hence the French cut. It brushed the front pad with the faintest whisper. And then the French cut occurred. Anyhow, Australia have moved on. 3 slips, 2 gullies.
So here's Cummins bowling. Here well behind it is Chase, who did get the single from the previous over. There will be a couple of runs taken here. So that's the other thing to note here. Chase was credited with a run off the bat. So, I guess it is by definition because hit the bat on the way through, so that's fine. But anyway, confusion reigns. 4 for Chase. They throw it by 120 at 4 for 60. I keep coming back to what we're seeing in front of us, which is exactly the same thing as what the third umpire is seeing too. And we're seeing it replayed on telly over and over, so they must be confused as well. Is it an optical illusion? The front on angle. Bowling here is Cummins outside the line of the off stump. Chase leaves alone. Was it one of those where we're seeing front on something that presents it a conclusion that isn't there. You occasionally see that where bat and pad are close together, where the side-on angle is better. But we didn't even... Would I be right to say? I don't think we saw the side-on. Here we go. We're watching it again. The first... Before it gets to the bat, it looks like the first spike. Anyway, we move on.
We've probably left our listeners with more questions than answers.
Yeah,
we're not
and I'm sorry about that.
Answers, but
I wish we could tell you more, but we're just going on what we're seeing in front of us. Here's Cummins bowling here. Short leg drops. Dropped by Constance. Chase straight into his hand, straight out. So the captain has a life on 4, moves to 5, 4 for 61. It went quick, they always do. That deepest short leg position. Constance to his right, straight through his mitts. We'll see a replay here. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Bryce McGain.
Yeah. Just look to flick it off his pads, went in the air to Constance. He's got his right foot just in front of square on the crease. The ball went to his right. His hands moved. Got a good piece of it. Just couldn't hold it on, and he's jarred a finger. He's got a bit of tape on a middle finger on that right hand too.
So Cummins in the game, bowls here, leg side delivery, and he doesn't sneak it past Carey. He tries to throw it back with his glove and does pretty well there. Saves at least one run, maybe a couple. And he still had the run out in mind as well. Constance ran up to the stump. So hearing there on the effects mic, the catch at short leg back through television that went through Constance's hands. They had time for the catch. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Busy over. Busy start. 10 minutes into play. 4 runs added, all via chase. A leg before shout that we're still confused about. Dropped catch. Cummins to King on 23, yet to add to his overnight tally. Bowls here and chase. Bat and pad close together. Squeezes it out to Whitey off. End of the over, 4 for 61. Trailing by 119 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts. SEN Test Cricket for Australia made by a local. I've had a chance to check in with the press box. Consensus down there, Adrian Holstock's missed that.
Yep.
He's missed the initial spike. And I hate to get back on an old hobby horse, Bryce, but I will, just briefly. Specialist TV umpires.
Well,
I mean, I think we talked about this in Sri Lanka, didn't we? We talk about it in every series that we do. They are terrific umpires.
They're decision makers in a game.
Yeah.
They're not technical experts.
Here's Hazelwood bowling to chase, delivers here, in behind it defensively. And I feel for the elite panel umpires when they're put in situations like that. Because, I mean, yes, it feels like on the face of it there's been an error made, unless we've, again, missed something. That's the caveat. But if you had an audio engineer in there working with them and you had more protection almost around the third umpire, and it was being done by those who do it 365 days a year, they could do it in a bunker in Dubai for all I care.
Yes.
The same handful of people doing it for every test match. Here's Hazelwood, in and bowls and leaving his chase. That's a bit fuller. It's still outside the off stump. But it seems to be that
he just missed it.
That is a conversation that we've been having for years, and it gets no traction at ICC level. I suppose it's partly a manpower thing, because they're able to send 3 umpires over for a series and they rotate one out to rest them. 2 on, 1 off, kind of thing, which is what we got in this series. But still, that is odd. Hazelwood approaching and bowling, and chase hit on the pad, but no appeal. It's going down the leg side. Constance collects it at short leg. So, yeah, it sounds like, again, we're just going back on what the press box are telling me from downstairs, that the third umpire said that there was the spike for the inside edge, which of course there was. No one's disputing that. Then it hit the other pad, but it was the very, very faint front pad spike that you and I both saw. Like, oh, hello, look at that.
And on the graph, it showed it on the far right hand side as that the sound wave comes through. I'm just trying to explain this for those just listening. It was on the far right-hand side, so he's missed it, and it was only...
Hazelwood to Chase, defends to cover off the back foot, gets one. There's a bit of a gap there. Well played and well run. So Chase moves to 6. They trail by 118 at 4 for 62.
Relief for Chase, getting off strike. He's faced a lot of the deliveries. Finally, some respite at the non-striker's end. Over to King now. But, yeah, oh, well, we'll let it go. He's missed it. So same field, no change. Short leg still in play. The kid's in there. 3 slips in a gully.
Corden waiting. Short leg 2. Hazelwood bowls and King's leaving alone. Another good channel for him to be in. I just sort of feel like, I know this is a boring, repetitive conversation, but it's one that we need to kind of keep advancing, because it puts these outstanding officials into a precarious situation on a regular basis, where they're asked to be doing a different job to the one they've got to the top of the tree in.
That's exactly it. Well summarised. That is exactly it.
No one's bagging.
They're on-field umpires.
That's their job.
What they do.
They're the best in the world.
Yep.
You may love or loathe them. They're the best in what they do in the world. Hazelwood finishes here, and going back and defending is King. He's stayed on 23 throughout the morning so far. Chase is on 6. They trail by 118, the Windies. 4 for 62 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Morning 2. A beautiful one at that in Barbados. Cummins away from us. Malcolm Marshall end. Bowls to Chase on 6. Goes back and defends. And Cummins tries to kick it up the way that Curtly Ambrose used to do, but he ended up having to run to cover and collect it because he didn't quite get the flick up right.
Oops.
Do you try and do that, Bryce? Try and flick it up with your boot in the follow through?
No, because I don't want to do that. Look like a goose having to fetch it at cover.
There are some bowlers who are just so good at it. I think Pat's usually pretty good at the flick up, but he's good at most things, isn't he?
Clearly, a lot of the English guys are good at it. I've seen Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy does it. Yeah,
just for fun. Like, it's second nature. They're not even thinking about it.
Used to love watching them play their football games before Test matches, which I think it goes in cycles with the England team. Occasionally they're allowed to do it, and then they're banned because someone gets injured. Bairstow got injured. They stopped it. There was a famous broken leg in 2009 when they stopped it, but Broad and co were like, no.
Broken leg?
Oh, wait, Sharon Joe Denley. There was a broken leg in a pre-game, one-day game.
Oh.
Yeah, which was suboptimal. But then Bairstow did an ankle, missed a Test match, and but then the Players' Union, in other words, Stuart Broad, said, no, we want our football game. And they got it back again. 3 slips a gully, almost a second gully with Lyon as well. Bowling here, short, Cummins. Short leg's not far away. Chase keeps it down, though. Constance creeping closer. He's already had one dropped chance off the captain in there this morning in a busy first quarter of an hour of play.
Yep. They've worked the 2-card trick. Yeah, they've worked it to Chase a bit. One short ball and then the fuller ball where he doesn't commit onto the front foot. So Hazelwood did it earlier. That brought in the reviewed LBW. We've covered that. What has Cummins got here?
Bowls here over the wicket and pushed through point where Lyon isn't. So Lyon's gone behind point into more a catching position for Chase. So there's a single on offer for the Windies captain, who's 7. 4 for 63, trail by 117. Pace up in the mid-130s for Cummins, which is pretty standard for him these days, Bryce. We don't often see Cummins in the 140s like we used to earlier in his career. Hasn't at all detracted from what he's capable of.
Oh, no. No, and I think the maturity of the fast bowler knows that you don't need to bowl at 100% all the time. Bowling at 80, 85%, and then being able to go up for different deliveries is premium.
Cummins to King, delivers here, short ball, gets his gloves dropped beneath it and sways out the way, limboing out the way. Well played. Stays on 23. So King got off to a rapid start last night with a couple of beautiful cover drives, but taking his time this morning. resetting on debut.
I think he's looked the most comfortable because his reactions have been in time with what the bowling is. Chase is still looking to get used to the pace in some respects. But he looks comfortable, and as you said, the cover drives, that's foot movement against fast bowling. That means you're getting your weight transferred forward. That is quality batting. So he's looked the pick of the bunch.
5 catches behind the wicket, a short leg 2. Cummins bowls to King, leg stump line squeezed out. Was on target, gets one to wide mid-on where Stark will do the fielding, but well bowled. King's first run of the day, he's 24, 4 for 64.
And again on that one, even though it was a defensive shot, he needed to turn just to the onside, he'd committed on the front foot, so he's got himself some timing, and his body movements are right on schedule with what Cummins is delivering and Hazelwood. So good signs for King on debut. He's a bit of a butterfingers though.
Cummins has got the man round the corner now as well for Chase, who plays it comfortably out to cover. He'll get one and retain the strike. Travis Head does the flick up with his foot, the one that Cummins couldn't do earlier in the over. 3 from it, 4 for 65, trailing by 115. Chase 8, King 24 on the tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by Local. Just picked up a screenshot off social media which just reinforces what we were saying before about the leg before that wasn't. Hazelwood here, wide of the off stump. Chase leaves alone. So if you just joined our broadcast, it was in the first over of play. Hazelwood to Chase, leg before shout that wasn't given. And yes, seeing here yet further confirmation via social media that the ball did hit the pad first. It kissed it on the way through. There was a spike on the right-hand side of the audio graph. And Adrian Holstock has unfortunately missed that one, and it's meant that Chase has survived as we welcome Bharat Sundaresan as well. Morning, Baz.
Morning, Carlo. Can't believe he didn't give that out.
Yeah, well, it's not a good one. 115 behind. The captain's still there, facing Hazelwood, and he gets it fine of Constance at short leg down to long leg for a single. He's 9, 4 for 66.
The other way of looking at it is, now I think both teams are level. A lot of commentary from the West Indians yesterday that Travis Head was out with the catch behind the wicket, which was ruled to be not out by Adrian Holstock. So
1-all.
1-all. Cricket, the great leveler, Bryce McGinn.
I mean, I thought that was out as well, for what it's worth.
I can see where the doubt is in that decision. If it flicked a blade of grass before it went, it's not out. So
Hazelwood, third ball of the over. Nice straight drive from King. Straight of the man at mid-off at least. Travis Head collects 5 metres inside the rope. I learnt the hard way yesterday that you can't declare a nice drive to go for 4 here because the outfield is very, very slow. 4 for 68, West Indies.
Good grass-growing weather here in Barbados.
In fairness, he didn't time the pants off that. That was bat spun around in his hand when contact was made.
What I liked is the positive foot movement, though, Colo. That's what he's showing, that he's got a commitment against fast bowling. I've got time and I can get on the front foot and look to drive. Didn't quite time it, but the intentions are good by King.
He's 26. Hazelwood to him, close to the stumps. King plays it into the turf, out to wideish mid-on from the crease from his hip.
No, I think that's, again, one of the reasons why he was brought into the side, because of the way he bats. And yes, I mean, there's been a lot of talk of him coming into Test cricket after having played a lot of white ball cricket, but he has played 79 first-class matches, which is not for nothing.
It's not like he's never seen a red ball.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He gets it. And look, Australia have had the philosophy that white ball runs are cricket runs.
Here's Hazelwood. Arrives and bowls and edges, and it's dropped. It was a relay effort in the end. Carey went to his right in front of Khawaja. He didn't hold on to it. It went back in the direction of Khawaja, who lunged forward but couldn't quite get to the contest. Drop catch, Alex Carey. King get to life on 26. Hazelwood, the unlucky bowler. We see it again here on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. It was a tempter, well wide of the off stump. Carey got both hands to it. Khawaja did get a finger to it, off balance on the bobble, but it was not to be. So 2 dropped catches this morning. One from Carey, who put one down at Lord's a couple of weeks ago, and one from Sam Constas. 4 for 68, last ball of the over. Hazelwood doing a lot right. Bowls here and pushing out towards extra cover is King. We'll get your thoughts on that after the break. Trailing by 112, the Windies are 4 for 68. King 26, Chase 9 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local. Bryce, talk us through that drop catch from your perspective.
It was a real wide delivery, went hard at it. It was a difficult catch because it was above his shoulder and he went with...
Cummins to chase, bowls here off the back foot, punching. Lots of room to work with line set behind point. They get a couple. He's 11, 4 for 70.
So he went with the 2 hands and it got big. It got big, so his hands had to keep going up and up. They went above the shoulder. And it was just an awkward one. It just didn't stick. Hit hard into his right-hand glove and just burst its way out. And then Khawaja on the crumb, he fumbled it.
Cummins has got the 3 slips in the gully. Up away from us. Bowls to chase on 11. Leg stump line through Constas. Just to his right. Constas in the lid chases after it. They had a couple. 13 for the skipper. 4 for 72. They trail by 108.
Tell you what, Josh Hazelwood is not a happy boy this morning. Just looking at him at the end of that over. Yeah, he wanted to tear into someone. He couldn't, so he just took it down on his baggy green as he walked back to fine leg.
What did he do to it?
He's just scrubbing it like he's...
Crushing it. Squeezing a lemon.
Absolutely. Oh, the conch shell is here. Yeah, we didn't hear the conch shell yesterday.
It was just before play that came out for a bit, then it was gone. But, yeah, for so long, a massive part of watching cricket in this part of the world. So 4 runs to start the over. 2 twos. Bowls to chase again, leaving alone in the channel.
Yeah, and just on that catch, you can see it almost hit him, not quite on the wrist, but the bottom of his palm. And you're not going to control anything when the ball hits there. It had to be a rebound kind of effort, but Usman Khawaja, obviously not his fault. His hands were up in the air because he was getting in position for...
It was coming to his eye height as Carey moved in front of him. That's right.
So...
And when the ball... And wicket keepers are always trying to take the ball under their eyes, in front of their eyes, and, you know, they're moving their feet to get their head in line. That's fundamentally what they're doing. As soon as that ball gets away and up higher, it's outside the eye line and going above the eye line as well because of the rising edge. So there's something going on here, Colo.
They've got the rings out. The ball isn't doing as it should, and they're going to change it. Richard Kettleborough. Interesting, just by the way, last thing I'll say on the leg before earlier, that Kettleborough was very quick to tell them to get on with the game. I think that intimates to me that Kettleborough knew it was a mistake. Because he was watching the same footage on the big screen. Of course, he can't contribute to Holdstock's deliberations, but he's like, boys, decision mate, get on with it. Kind of saying to the guys, I understand why you're angry, but...
It's pretty good leadership. For the game. And to be fair, Australia, who were getting frustrated, just went, okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right.
Yeah.
Someone who's umpired in 92 test matches, that's just experience for you. Just with that ball change, did you notice Colo, Roston Chase walked up to Richard Kettleborough. He wasn't happy with the ball being changed. Not sure what that was about. He was shaking his head and pointing at the ball. I don't know whether it was a case of yesterday, maybe the West Indies wanted the ball to be changed. I don't know why they would have wanted that.
I can't recall anything like that, but my mate missed it. But, So
the 2 central umpires are on their way back out. They have a new Dukes, or not a new Dukes, but like we saw it at the Oval all those years ago. They have a Dukes.
Now, the reason I giggled was Richard Kettleborough walking in with the ball. Constas said, "Give me the ball," and he said, "No, I'm not giving it to you."
Yeah, there's a reason why he's one of the more popular people on the circuit, Richard Kettleborough. Great sense of humour. He goes back to where he started. 3 balls left in the over. So the Cricket Ground DJ can give it a spell here. So the 2 drop catches this morning. One was Constas at short leg. And then the thick edge through to Carey that was put down. And Khawaja wasn't able to quite get down to it on the deflection. So Carey's put down a couple in the last couple of weeks, Baz, after having a terrific run where he barely dropped a catch for 2 years.
And the one at Lord's was a shocker, wasn't it? That was...
Yeah, it wasn't.
Still can't get around how he dropped it.
So here's Cummins to chase. Bowles here, plays to short leg with a ball that comes back off the seam. Well bowled and well played.
And finally, Constas does get his hand on this new ball. That ball went straight to him on the bounce. Look, it's not been very convincing from the West Indies this morning, but they'll take this. The fact that they've survived nearly half an hour without losing a wicket.
That's all they need to do. Deny it. Australia lost their last 6 wickets in 12 overs.
Yeah.
12 overs.
It's shocking.
Like, and there's a flurry by Pat Cummins, so the runs sort of were there. Cummins belting his way to 28 off 18, but 12 overs for 6 wickets.
2 left here, Cummins bowls. Defending from the crease is Chase. I don't mind that, the Australians. I don't want him coming forward or going back.
Sometimes in Test cricket, you just got to bat time and bat to the milestone of, OK, we've got half an hour. That's your glove punch. It's not your strike rate or your run rate. Sometimes it's just being able to absorb what the opposition are throwing at you. And obviously Australia throw some pretty challenging bowling, but it's rewarding those little things, the partnership build. That's so critical and often underestimated as we analyse individual batsmen. But the partnership work at required times is critical.
Cummins to finish the over here and going back in defence is Chase. He stays on 13. They don't mind that at all. He stays on 13. Kings 26, 15 runs in the first half an hour of play. Our coverage is for Australia Made by Local, and after the break, Adam White will replace me.
Well, there's quite a distraction in the commentary box. A delivery of pastries has got Adam White.
Just come in at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Hazelwood starts a new over. It's a bouncer. And this is... The timing of this couldn't be worse. Andrew Mason's just brought in a whole box of bakery treats from a local bakery. What's the bakery called?
Crumbs.
Crumbs Bakery. I'll give you the tip after I've finished with it. There won't be too many crumbs left.
I mean, this is more than just a feast.
Oh, my gosh. And I've already had a buffet breakfast this morning. The character I'm going to have to show to push through.
Well, you've also had a swim. You went to the surf this morning.
Wow.
I saw you going down with your towel and your boardies.
Ooh.
Anyway,
Good.
back to the cricket.
Sight for sore eyes.
That's exactly right. Hazelwood bowls, driving very firmly up to mid-off. No run there from King.
I'm sure our listeners want to know more. So, can you describe the boadies that Whitey had on? What was he wearing?
No, he looked the business. Are you
questioning my athletic?
No, I just want him to paint a picture. I just want him to paint a picture.
They weren't as bright as yours, so a bit more modest.
Right.
They were very modest. But, no, he looked the picture. So I don't know how long the swim went for or how far or what happened. How was it, Whitey? How was the water?
It was well, I'll tell you after this ball, because Hazelwood is on his way from the Joel Garner end. Bowling. King is out. He did not offer a shot. And the off stump goes back. And King goes back to the pavilion. And Brandon King looks back at the replay on the big screen to try and work out why it was he chose not to offer. It smashes into the off stump. Josh Hazlewood raises his right arm into the sky. For the first time on day 2, Australia has a wicket.
Well, there's a good leave, there's a bad leave, and then there's that one. I don't know whether you call it a terrible leave, or I think it was more a ridiculous leave, because yes, it was a good piece of bowling, got the length right, but there was only one way that that ball was heading, and that was the top of his off stump, and it's bent back off stump. So Brandon King has hit a few pretty shots, but not really looked convincing as a test batter. Should have been out in the previous over when Alex Carey dropped a catch, but Hazlewood, after what has been a frustrating morning, finally gets his man as Shea Hope makes his comeback to Test cricket.
So 15 runs in half an hour. It was slow going, but importantly, the West Indies had got through that first half hour before that strike from Josh Hazlewood, his second wicket. And Hope comes to the crease as one of the best white ball players in the world, let alone the West Indies. But it is a bit of a different situation for him in red ball cricket, as Bharat Sundaresan mentioned.
Popular reception as he walked out onto the ground. Mm-hmm. I think the West Indies supporters who are here are excited that he's back in the Test team.
Local Bajan support as well. Spoke to him a couple of days before his debut, but just on that, look at how do you leave a ball of that length, Bryce McGann?
Yeah, complete error. Got frozen. No, that's hit 3/4 the way up off stump.
So we're looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, just trying to work out why it was that King did what he did, because it didn't jag back appreciably. It sort of came back a little bit in the air.
Yep.
But it wasn't one of those ones where you go, oh, gee, that one really did a lot. It wasn't one of those.
A real misjudgment.
So on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, the West Indies 5 for 72 as Hope faces his first ball, and he's rushed in defence, covering his stumps, defending back to Hazlewood, who fields on his follow-through.
A couple of balls have kept low today, and also a couple went under Uzi's bat yesterday. I'm just trying to build a defence for Brandon King here, Bryce. Will I get anywhere?
No, that length you're not leaving.
Yeah. It's like he didn't pick it up or something.
Yeah.
There seemed to be some sort of, even the way that he reacted, I think, you know, any batsman gets shocked when they leave a ball and it hits the stumps, but it was like, oh, what did I do? What happened there? Hope again, rushing, just dabbing into the offside and taking a single. Just pushing away into the cover region and gets himself off the mark off just his second ball. The West Indies 5 for 73, so resuming today at 4 for 57 with King on 23, Chase on 1. King losing his wicket in this over. So the two Bharat senior West Indians together in the middle order.
Yeah, it'll have to come down to these two. Both have been in and out of Test cricket over the years. There's the times, maybe 6 years ago, when it looked like these two could form the fulcrum of this middle order. Hasn't to be.
Hazlewood a bit closer to the stumps, and then that one kind of just shapes away a little bit, and Chase leaves outside the off stump. This time, successful leave. Over bowled, a successful one there for Josh Hazlewood, 2 for 19 off 11 overs. The West Indies 5 for 73. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. We've got a change in the bowling. And Mitchell Starc coming into the attack for the first time today. Bryce and I are lucky enough, Bharat, to be staying at the Divi South Winds Beach Resort, which is about a 20-minute drive from the ground. And I was going to go into the pool. That was the idea. 6:30 in the morning, because it's so hot early in the morning. But the pool was closed.
Oh.
I was too early. So that's
time.
why I ventured down to the beach, the most spectacular beach as part of the resort. It's like you see on TV or those travel shows. Like, it's actually as good as what it looks like on TV.
At times when he are wandering on the beach here or walk into the water, it feels like there's a Netflix crew right behind you.
Yeah, that's right.
You feel like you're part of a documentary.
That was the look that Whitey had when he was walking down the beach. Exactly that. Getaway White.
Mitchell Stark around the wicket straight away, and that one just evades Constas at bat pad. Hope steering into the onside and taking a single. 2 for 36. So I was a bit flat that the pool was closed. I'm more a poolman than in fact, I'm not really a poolman or a beachman. But everyone kept talking about how warm the water is here in the Caribbean, and it actually is.
Oh, it's sensational.
It was quite almost make-believe. You know, going to the water, and it was warm, and it was 6:30 in the morning.
Was the crew waiting for him when he walked out of the water, though, Bryce?
The crew,
the classic beach moment.
I think there was a few sort of that were just strolling the beach thinking they'd spotted a whale.
A lot of whale watching on the east coast of Australia at the moment as they migrate north.
2 slips and 2 gullies. Stark around the wicket, bowling here to Chase. And Chase is hit on the body pad. Finger was a bit unusual. They've got runs and they're not going to get 4. Great work down in the deep there by Hazelwood to keep it in the field of play. We'll have to wait for the umpire here. I reckon it might have come off the glove. Yeah.
He's shaking his hand.
3 runs there coming to Chase. He moves to 16, 5 for 75. We'll need to see the Chemist Warehouse replay to work out exactly what it came off, because it didn't feel like it was high enough to hit a glove.
Yeah. Good effort by Hazelwood to get down and perform a somersault. Keep the ball away from the foam-covered rope. Nice tumble turn up to his feet. Quite athletic for the big man.
Just third umpire's having a look at the replay for Chemist Warehouse to make sure that it was kept in play. It was. Stark again bowls. That's a quick ball, and Hope did well to keep that one out. He was rushed in defence. The one thing I want to say about the Divi South Winds Beach Resort is that they said, oh, look, in the morning, if you go for a walk, just be careful of the monkeys. And I thought they were joking. I've only ever seen monkeys in the zoo.
Oh.
Take the kids to see the monkeys. And I got absolutely petrified when I'm just walking to where we have breakfast and a monkey just scurried across the path.
Lots of them here.
And there's lots of them. They're called green monkeys.
How big are they?
Big enough.
Yeah, big enough. Decently sized monkeys.
Ones you'd see in the zoo. Stark again, wider on the crease. Oh, that's a beautiful drive from Hope. Through the covers for 4. That is what this man can do. Easily the best shot so far today. He did not bother running.
One of the best cover drivers in world cricket. You know, there's always that debate. Is it Kohli? Is it Babar Azam? Now that Kohli is retired, I can safely say Hope is in the mix. Just so that I don't get buried in India. I wouldn't have said this 6 months ago.
Yeah.
How good was that shot, Bryce?
Yeah, he set up a vertical bat, hands on his back hip.
Stark again, past the umpire. What's the response? It's full. Driven brilliantly by Hope. Back down the ground for 4 more. That was hit so hard. Just missing the stumps at the non-striker's end. Consecutive boundaries to Hope. He quickly moves to 10 from just 6 balls.
Good opportunity to warm up the conch as well. That's tooting away in the background. You can hear it. That is all timing. That's just a forward punch. That's a wrist snap. As I said, the load up, he's got the bat vertical, hands on his back thigh, and it's just a snap of the wrist. The bat didn't follow through one bit, but the ball rocketed off.
Stark again bowling. Hope edging. A bit lucky there. It's gone to point, but it was an edge. Almost a leading edge. And that was an eventful over, it's fair to say. A good one for the West Indies. Hope 10, Chase 16. The West Indies 5 for 85. 5 for 85, the West Indies SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. One of our great partners on SEN Test Cricket, Henley Holmes. Josh Hazlewood starts a new over. Now it's time for Austin Chase to drive through the covers. More runs here. Marnus Labuschagne's out on the field at the moment, and he's going to prevent the boundary, but not 3 runs to Chase. All of a sudden, the West Indies explode to life. 5 for 88, Chase up to 19.
Yeah, big applause from the rest of the Australian team for Marnus Labuschagne. This is something they will miss on the field now that he isn't part of the playing 11. Putting in the big dive, but there seem to be a few more Bajan fans, a few more West Indian fans around Kensington Oval today.
It's a great observation, Brad. I was thinking exactly the same.
So they're all up off their seats and cheering along. A lot of school kids as well today. It's free if you're under 16.
Hazlewood again, a bit closer to the stumps, and the ball shapes away, and it's left by Hope.
Of course, our coverage is going out all across the Caribbean, Whitey. So if you are listening to us, we have one of the best ever, one of your own, Andrew Mason, as part of our roster, but also if you're listening to it anywhere in Barbados and you're under the age of 16, it's free. So just come along, or ask your parents to bring you along.
Exactly. There's a lot of school children here today, I've noticed. 5 for 88, Hazlewood again approaches, bowling to Hope, who's getting positive again, getting onto the front foot and driving up to mid-off and taking the single on the shot. Head coming around from mid-off. He stopped the ball going past him but couldn't prevent the single. Hope 11, Chase 19, 5 for 89. SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by local.
Just the way he started so far, Whitey, looks like Shea Hope probably has been given the role. He's been brought back from obscurity. Like I said, only 4 first-class games between November 2021 and now in June 2025. So it looks like he's been given the license to just go play the way he has been playing in white ball cricket. He's been short a ball so far.
Hazlewood again bowls. This time Chase squared up in defence, but trying to come forward. And that back leg sort of almost in reflex action swiveled around, which made it look like he was very sort of front on playing that forward defensive shot. The weather very similar to yesterday. It is quite hot, isn't it? And early in the day, Travis Head spoke about that yesterday, about the heat. Notice that Nathan Lyon is the one that's off the field at the moment. That's why Marnus Labuschagne is there. But Lyon, I don't know whether he's changing his footwear or something, but he's actually on the sidelines at the moment warming up. We might see him shortly. Hazlewood bowls. Jumping is Chase, dropping it at his feet.
Hey, there's been some bounce on this pitch, so Nathan Lyon will back himself in. Wasn't a lot of turn, though. We did only see a bit of Roston Chase yesterday, where it's not the biggest turner of the ball. So Nathan Lyon will definitely have a role to play, especially if Shea Hope is going to continue in this vein of taking on the Australians. And it also feels like since the time Hope's walked out, Chase has started playing a lot more positively as well. Could it be a bit of a counter-attack?
I want Chase to make runs just so I can say Chase is on the case.
Oh, love that.
Hazlewood bowls a bit quicker. Kind of rushed Chase in defence there, but he leaves outside the off stump. All good. 5 for 89. The West Indies at the end of the over. SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900 with Henley Holmes, as I mentioned before, one of the great supporters of SEN Test Cricket over a number of years, and one of the reasons why we're able to be here for this Test series in the Caribbean. Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan with you, with the West Indies 5 for 89, Chase on 19, Hope 11, so 1 wicket has fallen so far in the first 45 minutes of play, and we've had now 32 runs. You've seen something, Barat. You're looking at down there.
Just a long chat between the Brains Trust, Pat Cummins, and Travis Head, who is vice-captain in Steve Smith's absence. Just walking up to Mitchell Starc, who's now played over the wicket to Shea Hope.
Lyon back on the field, Labuschagne back on the bench. Starc over the wicket, bowling, and a late decision from Hope to leave. He was sort of shaping up with the backlift to go with the big pull shot. It wasn't that short, and then at the last moment decided to just abort mission.
Yeah, he was thinking something there. He wanted to kind of go at the ball, but I think wisely decided not to. Just 2 slips and a gully now. Khawaja, Webster, and then Cam Green in that familiar gully position for Mitchell Starc.
Starc again, past the umpire, bowling in defensive mode is Hope, pushing firmly up to Head.
So, like I mentioned, I interviewed Shea Hope a couple of days before this test, Whitey, and he spoke about how much test cricket means to him. And the other important aspect of that conversation, I thought, was just what his return to test cricket could mean to players of the next generation, who he spoke about being distracted by white ball cricket or distracted away from test cricket. So when someone like Shea Hope, who is white ball captain now, both formats, puts a meaningful effort into coming back into test cricket, it's a good sign for the rest.
Starc close to the stumps, and that's going to be 4, chopping through the cordon. It went along the ground, and Hope was just a bit late on that. He tried the big flourishing drive again, and it got into him a lot quicker than he thought, and it's almost accidentally hitting the bat, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It was almost, looking at the replay, QN down to... Just shows how late he was on that. He'll get the boundary, though. He'll take it. He's up to 15, 5 for 93, and had Mitchell Starc laughing.
Yeah. He was really... He found it very amusing, Mitchell Starc. It's a very odd thing to see, really.
Yeah.
Ball hitting the QN and just flying through the slip cordon for 4.
5 for 93. Starc 3 boundaries off his over and a half here of a new spell. This time it's a defensive stroke from Hope. It comes back to Starc, who rolls it past Hope to the keeper, Carey. Alex Carey's been in the well, not in the news, but in the action this morning, dropping a catch that he really should have pouched behind the stumps.
Interesting chat from down the boundary. The 4th umpire, Greg Brathwaite, has chat with Manas and Sean Abbott. And I wonder what that's about. They were looking at an iPad and laughing about something just a couple of minutes ago.
But it kind of did look a bit serious, the conversation, didn't it? There weren't too many smiles about. Starc again bowling. Hope leaves. That's the Marnus Labuschagne sort of leave, where it's almost like a lightsaber in his hand rather than a cricket bat, sort of swiping at the air as he went across the right-hander.
Well, the iPad is still open, so it's not about the iPad. So, I do remember a couple of years ago when Matt Renshaw was brought back into the side in Sydney against South Africa, and then remember he contracted COVID and he was left on the sidelines by himself with an iPad just to play games, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like taking a child to a restaurant and you see the kids on the iPad just to shut them up.
Yep, that's what it looked like.
2 slips in a gully. Starc on the approach again. Past the umpire, bowls to Hope. Again late on that. He's able to keep it out, defending away on the offside, and that is the end of the over. So fast bowling for Mitchell Starc. That one was at 143 kilometres an hour on day 2 here in Barbados. 5 for 93. So we are having another change in the bowling attack, but it's not Nathan Lyon. It's going to be Pat Cummins who is going to have a go from the Joel Garner end. Replacing Josh Hazlewood, who's bowled 50 minutes unchanged.
Marnus Labuschagne back on the field. Travis Head has just gone off. As you just said, Adam White. And just a bit of a chat between the two as they walked off. So whatever the fourth umpire was letting Marnus know, it looks like he's putting his shin pads on.
Yes, so that means, that's why I mentioned about Nathan Lyon. I don't think he's too far away from having a bowl. He went off before, he's back on feeling in his normal position at backward point.
And also we spoke about a lot of Bajan fans around this ground. I say a lot of them with earphones in or earpods in. So if you're listening to us, a good morning to you.
On SEN Stadium.
Yep.
Pat Cummins approaches, bowls to Chase. That's a short one, and Chase jumped. Tried to get his bat out of the way in a defensive mode. But straight away, Cummins into his work.
Yeah, there have been a few balls that have flown off this pitch from, especially when the bowling's been from the Joel Garner end. I don't know if his name has anything to do with it, but there were a couple from Shamar Joseph, and this one, really did get big on Roston Chase.
I think he kind of was surprised, first ball of a new spell, but probably wasn't expecting the bouncer first up. The deficit just 87 now. Cummins again bowling, Chase leaving. That's wide of the off stump. Through to Carey, who flicks the ball to Inglis, who then underarm throws it to Nathan Lyon, who has a look at it, polishes the ball before he'll throw it on to Marnus Labuschagne on the field at mid-off.
Going back to the school kids around Kensington Oval, some lovely colours.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
There's the orange uniform, there's the maroon uniform, there's kids in blue, in pink.
Bright pink, that really stands out, doesn't it?
Light pink as well. Oh, those look like the school uniforms I used to wear in India. So they're everywhere, the kids today.
Adding to the atmosphere. Cummins again bowls. Chase again leaves. Bit of carry on from some of the Australians, but that was a good leave. But considering there's been a bad leave this morning, they're entitled to sort of, get a little bit excited, the Australians. The only wicket to fall, Brandon King, who decided to leave a ball from Josh Hazlewood that smashed into the off stump.
West Indies, you still think, despite having lost that wicket of King, will not mind the fact that nearing the end of the first hour, if they've just lost one wicket. So just the way things went yesterday.
Cummins again bowls, and again Chase leaves. This is what Pat Cummins does. He just bowls in that channel and just tests the patience.
Many periods of play yesterday where it felt like this was Test cricket on steroids. And fast forward, wickets falling throughout the day, 14 of them, and Nathan Lyon, I think, might even end up bowling the next over. Whitey,
so Stark only bowled 2. It would be a quick change, wouldn't it? I mean, I would have thought maybe Stark could have gone back to the end that Cummins is bowling from and had a go, because he's definitely been going quickly, Stark. Cummins here bowling to Chase, and again leaves. So that oohs and ahs, we talked about this yesterday. That's Sam Constas, who he gets very much involved in the whole thing.
I mean, that's just him off the field as well. Now he's practicing his bowling action. He's, takes one to know one. Can't shut up, that kid. And I obviously appreciate that. I relate with that, Adam White. Not being able to shut up.
That's why you're on the radio.
Correct.
5 to 93. Oh, that's a good one from Cummins. That certainly beats the outside edge. Just that little bit closer on the similar line. Just similar length, just short of a good length. And he was compelled to play, and he missed. And it went through to the keeper. 5 to 93 at the end of the over. SEN Test Cricket for Australia made by local. And we are going to see Nathan Lyon for the first time in this Test series. He had a disappointing Test match at Lords in the World Test Championship final. I mean, the problem with Nathan is we all have such lofty expectations and standards on him. The wickets just didn't come for him at Lords. He's going to get a great opportunity on a wicket that I think might do a bit for him. And he'll be bowling to Hope. Bat pad, leg slip and a slip. All the players around the batsman. First ball is stroked nicely there by Hope up to long on. So again, you've got that sort of in-out field for Lyon, a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg and a deep mid-on. And then, as I mentioned, those three crowding the bat, 4 if you include the wicket keeper as well. I'm just having a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay. A little bit of turn straight up.
Beautiful drop on that ball. That's Nathan Lyon in great rhythm.
Flicking firmly from the stumps, but using the turn here, Chase, out into the man in the deep at square leg for another single. So consecutive ones to start the new spell. Chase 20, Hope 16. 5 for 95. The Chemist Warehouse replays throughout the Test series. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
Just get a feeling leg slip might come into play very soon.
Lyon again in the sunshine, bowling. Back goes Hope and defends away on the onside.
Just the way these two play against spin, Hope in particular. He does use his feet quite a bit in white ball cricket, so I'm surprised if he just jumps at him, but if he gets one, just bounce with that overspin.
Lyon close to the stumps again, a bit slower that one. Back goes Hope defending. What I'd like to see, considering we know that Hope likes to get on with the game, bring mid on up. I'm sure Bruce McGain would like to see that.
Yeah, I think, but like having seen a lot of Nathan Lyon in Test cricket, he likes to start.
I know that. I know he does.
But his first over in particular, I think it's more about him than the batter.
Hope bowls here. He is crushing that into the covers, but can't beat cover.
And
no run.
I think it's just what Nathan is comfortable with. So it's not even about who the batter is.
I understand that, but Hope, you can see he's only just new into the crease. He wants to go after it. Well, let's tempt him. Line around the wicket, bowls to Hope. He does drive again, but Labuschagne again in that cover position does the fielding. And there is no run, and that will be drinks. So we're through an hour of play on day 2 here of the first test for the Sir Frank Worrell Trophy, and it is the West Indies 5 for 95. Roston Chase on 20, so Hope on 16. Just the 1 wicket to fall in the first hour, that of Brandon King. So in the first hour, they have scored 38 runs, the West Indies, for the loss of 1 wicket. We'll take a break here. SEN Test Cricket for Australia made by local, the Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, the West Indies, 5 for 95.
Bowling here. Short leg dropped by Constance. Chase straight into his hand, straight out. Here's Hazelwood. Arrives and bowls it, edges, and it's dropped. It was a relay effort in the end. Carey went to his right in front of Kawasha. He didn't hold on to it.
Hazelwood is on his way from the Joel Garner end. Bowling. King is out. He did not offer a shot. And the off stump goes back. Stark again wider on the crease. Oh, that's a beautiful drive from Hope. Through the covers for 4. Stark again past the umpire. What's the response? It's full. Driven brilliantly by Hope. Back down the ground
for 4 more. Some wonderful shots by Shea Hope, but of course the important wicket as well of Brandon King, who never really suggested permanence. He looked very shaky, eventually leaving a ball and was bowled for 26 the first hour, and then 95 for 5. Let me remind you that the West Indies started the morning at 57 for 4. So it's been rather quiet for them. Their captain is still there, Cummins, has picked up 1 for 18, and Roston Chase is on 20 from 49 balls. And the action continues as we've got a situation where the West Indies are hoping that these two can certainly bat for quite a long time. On the other hand, the Australians are hoping to pick up some more wickets. Rice is with me. Your impressions of the first hour?
Well, it's had some action. Hope's come out there with some spectacular batting. He's gone bang, bang. We know he can do that. He's probably West Indies' best bat, if I can put it that way. I'm open to your feedback, Andrew. Certainly from a white ball perspective. But he really did strike a couple of back-to-back boundaries, as we heard in those highlights there against Stark, and he's looking good. King was okay. I liked the way that he was moving his feet, but then he, with a cluttered mind, he let a ball go 3/4 into the off stump. But a little bit of resilience from the West Indies. 5 for 95.
It's a situation where they've got to keep fighting. There's no question about that. Australia making 180, to which they've replied 95 for 5. So just about ready to start, as Cummins from the northern end comes in to bowl to the West Indies captain, who's on the back foot to a ball which is pitched in the off stump, stares it square in the offside down to backward point for, looks as if the fielder coming across to make the stop. Their line, and there's no run. How's the pitch played so far?
I think it's been pretty consistent.
Pretty okay?
Yeah, I really do think it's not been the contributor to so many wickets falling in the game. I don't think. It hasn't really been nipping around like mad and players looking completely lost. There's been some good bowling, of course.
Cummins turns just about now, operating from the northern end of the Jogan end, comes in to bowl to Roston Chase, who's got 20 into this delivery. He's along the ball to go outside the off stump. So a little bit of swing taken by the keeper.
Yeah. How is the pitch played? You watch cricket here all the time. Is this typical of what we've seen in recent years?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think so. A little bit of uncertainty, 1 or 2 balls keeping a bit low, but generally it's played pretty okay. I thought yesterday the bowlers were pretty good, very aggressive, the West Indies fast bowlers, and yesterday we had a spell from the Australians that was absolutely brilliant as well. So Cummins, the captain, starts his run again, comes in to bowl to Chase, and Chase is getting a delivery which is cutting into him. That ball before was outside the off stump, but the in swing at the inside edge found. The ball goes down towards long leg for Stark to come forward to collect the batsman of time for 1. With that single, Chase goes to 21. Hope is on 16, and the West Indies are 5 for 96.
Great to be getting some messages from back home in Australia. Nick, he's listening on the app on the way home from work. Cold but clear night in Geelong.
Hello, Nick. What time is it in Australia now? Can you tell me?
Yeah.
Take a look. Take a look.
Yeah, so 3.
Here's Cummins on his way to bowl to Shea Hope into this delivery. He's covering up to a good delivery, having to hurry that stroke. It was 1 pitch in the off stump, guides it with a bit of suspicion down towards gully line, comes across to his left to pick it up, and there's no run.
Just after 1 a.m. Eastern
1 a.m. Okay.
Standard Time in Australia.
Okay.
Those listening over in WA, a couple of hours behind that, but it and our South Australian listeners in Adelaide, half an hour difference from that time.
What part of Australia are you from?
Melbourne.
Oh, you're Melbourne, man.
So, yeah, Melbourne.
Right.
So it is fresh, not far from Geelong. Nick, I feel your pain, although right now I'm feeling the warmth.
Here's Cummins. His bowls a ball which is bang on target, bit of bounce, and there is a Hope on the back foot. There's this view that he's not comfortable facing short ball and that was banged in, and he played it up towards a bit off the bowler, came across to pick it up. So 96 runs on the board. They've lost 5 wickets, and of course people tune in. Let me tell you that the man to go, King, was bowled by Hazelwood. His contribution was 26, and he started the day on 23. The captain has been quiet, has been vigilant, has been very patient. Chases 21 from 52 balls. Here's Cummins Last ball of over number 33. He's in, and to this delivery, good bang on target again on the off stump, and right in the ball off the chest is chased down towards the gully area. That ends the over. 96 for 5 is the latest score at Kensington. All right, so just about ready for Nathan Lyon, champion off spinner, one who served Australian cricket with distinction. There's no question about that. As he comes in from the southern end to bowl to the West Indies captain to this delivery. He's forward, ball that's given some air, stretching out. Ball goes down towards that wicket area. And that was very well bowled, given lots of air. He's got a slip and a leg slip. There's also forward short leg, so he's attacking.
Yeah.
He comes in again to bowl to Roston Chase, who plays spin well, and he's on the back foot and just working the ball away into the onside. Thought about a run, but decided against it. Travis Head moved across to his right to pick it up, and there's no run. So 5 for 96 is a score.
Replacing the divot in there at mid-wicket.
Yeah, indeed. So here we go. As Lyon again comes in to bowl to Roston Chase. And to this one, he's off the back foot. And just past it down towards the third man. He'll go for 4. He's a lucky man. Off the back foot. And the ball came from the edge to feel it slip. Couldn't catch it. Went behind it. That's gone for 4. And what a way to bring up the 100. With some luck for Roston Chase.
Well, the outside edge came. It was a ball pitched way outside off stump. And late to move as Khawaja. Of course, Steve Smith would normally be in that position. He's not playing in this test with his bunged up little pinky. And he moved late on that Khawaja. So it went quickly.
It did.
But the anticipation generally for those sort of shots just wasn't there.
Lyon is in bowls. He's forward and drives well. Lovely shot out towards that extra cover area. We'll get one. We'll come back for the second. Get into the pitch of the ball. Lovely drive. It wasn't a full-blooded cover drive. And got a second run there, Roston Chase. He's got 500 at this level, goes to 27.
Well, Lyon wouldn't be disappointed with that shot. He would be happy to see him driving, opening the face and putting that through the cover region. He was able to play it with a pretty straight bat. The short cover is quite the way around.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a bit of a gap there between that cover and mid-off, so he took advantage.
Here's the delivery, which is bang on target again. Of course, Lyon is good. One pitch on that off stump, turning into Chase. Followed him, cramped him as well. Gets it down towards the wicket. There's no run. So one to come in over number 33. Chase is on 27. Hope has got 15. Lyon comes in and bowls to Chase, and Chase is forward. More pitch in the off stump. The ball comes to the bottom bat. Goes up the onside of the pitch for the ball to come across to pick it up. That ends the over. 102 for 5 is the latest score at Kensington. So Stark, 9 overs, 1 made and 2 for 51. Hazelwood, 12 overs, 1 made and 2 for 23. Cummins, who continues from the northern end, 11 overs, 3 made and 1 for 19. As he comes in to bowl to Shehu, who's got 16, he's in and bowls to him. And he's getting a good delivery, bang on target again. Now that off stump comes forward and plays the ball up towards that mid-off area. There's no run for him. Score is kept on 5 for 102. And the decent crowd when you consider that certainly many people felt that you'd come to Kensington Oval, just a couple of spectators. No, the Australians are here as they look to the Greenwich Lane stand. I'd maybe suggest about 500-600 people there. Of course, the Royal Weeks and Walcott stand is the most popular stand. as he comes up again. Cummins, he's in bowls, which is outside the off stump, and Hope allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. What do you make of Kensington as a ground?
Oh, it's superb. Absolutely superb. Well, it's one of the dreams you see around the world, and it's a real pleasure to be here and seeing it in person.
Mm-hmm.
No shortage of solar panels, I've noticed.
That's
There's plenty of sun here in Barbados, but there is not a spare centimetre on every one of the stands that is generating electricity. They must be generating the whole Barbados
I would think so
grid here.
Here's Cummins again to bowl to Hope into this delivery. Short, and he swats at that. What was he doing there? That was a get-out shot. A big goal. Well, in Barbadian parlance, we say a good old cow swipe was short of a length, banged in, and the ball fizzed by to be taken by the keeper. Look at that.
Now, Shy Hope's a diminutive size, for those that haven't seen a lot of him, a dynamic player and played exquisite drives early in his innings. But he does stay leg side of the ball. So he tried to play a pull shot there. The ball's outside off stump.
Right.
And it's outside his eye line. Mm-hmm. That's high risk. It really is against Pat Cummins, against any bowler, really. So changing the short leg now, that goes out. And this is the proactive captaincy. We see it a lot with Pat Cummins. Mm-hmm. Seeing that, okay, Shy Hope's looking to play his shots. How about we just have a square legging play for a miss-hit pull shot? Yeah. He's staying leg side and trying to drag it to the onside.
Well, he's in now and bowls to Hope into this delivery. Hope is along the ball to go outside the off to be taken by the keeper.
Good decision.
How do you rate Cummins as a captain?
It's been a unique situation because he's a bowling captain.
Yes.
I think he's done a really good job strategically. It's a collaborative effect. The Australian team is data-driven, so they know where players are vulnerable in terms of opposition, so they will play accordingly. But that was just a little instinct to go, okay, he's playing his shot. I need a square leg just for the miss-hit.
Well, he comes in again, bowls to Hope. Hope is beaten outside the off stump with a beauty. That squared him up. Well bowled indeed.
Oh, yeah.
What a delivery.
What a cracker that was. Again, that tight to the off stump, straighten, beat the leg. Out goes the square leg with a little wave of the finger by Cummins as he just walks back to his mark, sends him out to deep backward square. So 2 out now for a short pitch delivery. 3 slips and a gully still in play. Line very much backward at point. So the plan has been set here. He's got options. Pat Cummins.
But he's in again to bowl to Hope, who's got 16, and Hope gets a short ball, decides to pull out of the shot. No, that was too obvious, the plan there. And Hope allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. He's got 16, chases 27, and started the morning at 57 for 4. The West Indies 102 for 5, which is the latest score at Kensington. All right, so 102 for 5. Of course, that's how we say it in the Caribbean. Of course, in Australia, it's 5 for 102. Are you enjoying your stay in Barbados so far at the Divi South Winds there?
Yeah, you bet I am. It's
wonderful buffet breakfast, I understand you had this morning.
Yeah, well, Whitey went for that one. I missed it, actually. I slept so soundly last night for the first time I've been here, rather than waking up at the 4 a.m. The time zone, as the people listening
How has
at home
it affected you?
Yeah, I'm completely opposite. So I think I've settled now. So I'm feeling good today. Feeling really fresh, thanks, Andrew.
Here's Land, comes in, bowls to Chase. Chases forward, one pitch on the middle stump, just turns it into the onside, down towards the mid-wicket. There's no run.
We want for nothing at the Divi South Wing. It's beautiful. Lovely pool area. Bit of mini golf. I'll take on Adam White on the mini golf hopefully tonight. He's up for a bit of pickleball as well.
Here's Land in bowls to Chase. He's on the back foot to one of the off. Some places up the pitch. There's no run. Of course, you got the St. Lawrence Gap. And you had a little walk down there the other day.
We did a bit of exploring, just getting our bearings, if you like. And in the evening. There's some pumping tunes and some active locations.
Here's the delivery, given lots of air by Lyon. Coming onto the front foot and driving smoothly is chased down towards long on for a single to go to 28. The West Indies 5 for 103. So we certainly had a lovely dinner last night at the Cliff, and we had a chance to go through St. Lawrence. I took you there, prepping you for Friday night.
Yes.
We're going to take you to Oystins, and that's going to be fun in Oystins, not far from your hotel. Here's Lyon again as he comes in to bowl to Hope, and Hope is forward. Good delivery. That's one in the middle stump, plays up the pitch. The bowler comes forward. He's got a couple of feelers like vultures looking to punch and pray. There's a slip. There's also a leg slip and a forward short leg. So they're attacking Hope here. And Lyon walks, so it's now breaks into a gentle run. He's in and bowls. The ball which is on the line and then off stump, trusting his judgment to go back. That was given a bit of air. And he just plays the ball up the offside. The bowler comes across to pick it up. There's no run.
Yeah, very watchful as Hope. Lions with the attacking fielders, he's bowling quite defensively. He's not flighting it up. He's really honing in.
He's in bowls to Hope. Hope is on the back foot. The ball spins across him. The ball hits the pad going down the leg side. No need to appeal for that. The over comes to an end. 103 for 5. The latest score at Kensington. All right, so no doubt Cummins will continue, the captain, and Bryce reckons he's done a wonderful job. Now, of course, he's in the November of his career now, and the question I've got for you, who you think will possibly take over? I'm sure our listeners back in Australia will be keen to hear what you've got to say about that. Here's a ball pitched on the off side as he continues, bowling to Chaser's growing in confidence. That period this morning, of course, when he started, he looked a little jittery, but he settled quite nicely now, and prods the pitch rather gently. 103 for 5. Your choice of captain after Cummins.
Well, I think he's got a few more years yet.
You think so?
I do, and look, they'll emerge. There's been certainly conversation about Nathan McSweeney, and he's captained Australia A as well. Just finds himself out of the touring party here. Although some people are suggesting that he could be a better option batting at 3 in this new phase.
Here's a ball which is on the line of the off stump, banged in, but Chase is now getting the measure of things. Normally sometimes can be a bit edgy with those short deliveries, and he came right across the stumps and played the ball firmly up the pitch. So there's no run. So he's the guy you think
he's been highly regarded and has captained Australia A for a couple of seasons, really, a couple of years, and that tier below. And look, the Australian group are really investing in that level below, and looking to develop them, not only their cricket and the skill and all that, but their leadership as well.
After this delivery, any other options? Here is Cummins. He's in again to bowl to Chase, and Chase is getting the ball in the legs, so works it into the onside. We'll get one. We'll look for a second here. We'll come back for 2, and we'll get it confident in the end. Good aggressive running.
Yeah, good.
As Stark had to come across from that long leg out towards backward square. The return came in, but Chase always had 2 comfortably, and with that he goes to 30, and the West Indies 105 for a loss of 5. Chase 30 from 64 balls.
Other comments from back home have certainly been around the leadership of Josh Inglis. So he's an option as well, but finding his way freshly into the team.
Permanently
but look,
side.
Pat's going to do it for a number of years, and he's really thriving as skipper.
Certainly fit enough. He's in them balls short, and there's Roston Chase just allowing the ball to go by outside the off stump, just swaying outside the line, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. In terms of the West Indies, they'll be keen not to lose another wicket before the break at lunch. On the other hand, Australia looking to get another scalp or 2. Chase is 30. Hope is 16. People getting the ball all the time. Let me remind you that at the start of the second day's play, we started promptly 10 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time. It was 57 for 4. It's now gone to 5 for 102. And Cummins is in again. He's in and bowls, and Chase gets the wide ball outside the off stump. No need to play at that. The West Indies captain. His captain 30 is 100 and 5 for a loss of 5. The only casualty was Brandon King, the Jamaican. He was ball playing no shot. It was a serious error in judgment, and he was gone for 26. He started there on 23. That's the only wicket to have fallen. And Chase has gone to 30 from 66 balls. Hope back in the West Indies side after not playing for just under 4 years. He's got 16 with 1 or 2 sumptuous drives. Very attractive player to watch. Here's Cummins in, and this delivery is on the line of the middle stump. And with the bat as broad as Bridgetown, the West Indies captain plays the ball up towards that mid-off area to end the over. At the end of it, he's kept on 30. Hope has got 16. 105 for 5 is the latest score at Kensington.
SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local. Adam Collins back in with Bryce McGain. Nathan Lyon away from us. Malcolm Marshall in. Bowls here to Hope on 16. Straight back over his head. 1 bounce 4. Really trying to put some pressure back onto the Australians here. They only trail by 71. Useful partnership building. Purpose there.
37 leading partnership of the innings. So it has been fruitful. Was really watchful was Hope, and then straight away he's probably decided, I can't just sit there and try and defend. There's 2 short legs.
Line goes again as the sun comes out off the back foot, working at the deep back foot point. Gets himself a further single. So up to 20, Chase 30, 5 for 109. 12 fours in the innings, 4 of them via the blade of Shai Hope.
Important boundary as well for Shai Hope. He just felt in the previous over from Nathan Lyon that he was getting stuck in the crease. And Lyon was setting him up. He was kind of just strangling him.
So line up again. Bowls to Chase. Gets forward and presses it out to Whitish mid-off. No single.
So it's a shot not without risk. There is a long on in play. Nathan Lyon 101 in outfields. Got an attacking field, 2 short legs and a slip. He's bowling quite defensively. But has the protection. The catches in the outfield equally as important.
Lyon sends it down, and this time it's over the top, inside out from the captain. Chase for 6. That is a glorious stroke, hitting against the spin, making room for himself to access the offside and plonking it into the stand beneath us. That is some shot.
That's an extraordinary shot. The attacking line by Nathan Lyon, and he's kind of impressed, Nathan Lyon, because he's at the top of his mark. He looked at the replay and then just showed how the shot was played against the spin over the infield, 6 over wide mid-off. Oh, extraordinary.
He smoked that. I think the Bajans around the Kensington Oval are on their feet.
5 for 116. Chase facing up here, the line going back in defence. What an important partnership this could be for the Windies. If they get them to lunch, well, they'll be within striking distance of a first innings lead, 64 behind. Nathan Lyon, change of angle. He'll operate around the wicket now. Slip, short leg slip in position. Roston Chase got the chance earlier. Got lucky earlier as well with a leg before. Making the most of it. Last ball of an expensive over. Delivers here. Chase back and works it. Deep square leg, the fielder. 12 from it. He retains the strike. The captain 37. Hope's 21. Trailing by 63. The Windies are 5 for 117 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. ...60 runs in the session so far. Our coverage for Henley Holmes. 1 wicket. That was Brandon King, castled by Hazelwood for 26. At that stage, 5 for 72 and teetering. Well, 5 for 117 and having a crack. It feels like a different test at the moment, Bryce McGain.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the partnership. positive. Bowling's been steady, solid, good. There's been some cracking deliveries in there, so they've had to withstand some good challenges. They're looking to hop into Nathan Lyon.
Here's Stark, leading wicket taker for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. Over the wicket, bowls to Chase on 37, off the hip, straight to forward square leg where Constance does the fielding, no run.
In a way, the arrival of Shai Hope to the crease is just given this West Indian innings some momentum. He hit those boundaries to start off, back to back, driving through the covers, driving straight down the ground. And that really seems to have given Roston Chase at the other end the confidence to start playing a bit freely as well. You see that sensational 6 in the previous over. Best illustration of that. And it's freed them up.
Such an interesting test career, Shai Hope. It's Chase facing here on 37. Stark to him, goes back right. It's the bounce. Just get big on him. Stickers of the blade out to extra cover. So 2 centuries and an average of 25 in now 39 matches. But those 2 centuries were twin tons at Leeds in 2017 in one of the great come-from-behind test wins ever, where the Windies on the final day was set the better part of 350. And Hope, having made 147 in the first innings, got 118 not in the second. So, I mean, I guess what I'm saying here is that at his best, he is a clearly a capable player, and we've seen that in one-day cricket where he's been right towards the top of the ICC rankings.
Didn't the crowd love him when he came out?
17 one-day international hundreds. Chase here pushing to wideish mid-off, no run. That's 17 tons, an average of 49, and over 5,500 one-day runs. So, I mean, Hope as an idea, as a concept,
that's excellent.
Is a real asset for the new coach in Darren Sammy, but it's how they now deploy him. Maybe as a keeper bat, this could be the right place after waiting 10 years to use him yet, Baz.
Yeah, in the 4 first-class matches he's played between November 2021 and now, he's kept wickets. He kept wickets for Yorkshire in the 2 games he played in 2023, kept wickets for Barbados earlier this year in the 1 game he's played.
Chase 37, Stark up from the 3W stand. Bowles here, goes back and rides the bounce to extra cover, or cover point rather again, and they wanted the single, but they won't take on Lyon. 2 to come.
And just the romance of that Leeds run chase as well in 2017. I remember Craig Brathwaite made 100 as well. It was felt as the resurgence not just of West Indies cricket, but of Barbados cricket, or cricket in Barbados. And his test average peaked at 35. Within a year, he couldn't play fast bowling. He's averaged in 4 years after that, dropped to 25. He was dropped a couple of times. And then he just said, you know what, I'm going to focus on my T20 cricket because I'm good at 50-over cricket, but the other 2 formats aren't working out. And now he is their T20I captain and playing in the IPL.
His last Test 50 was back in 2019. Stark to Chase, who leaves alone in the channel. I mean, he really did drop off as a Test cricketer, didn't he? After those twin centuries, there was more success through 2017 and the early part of 18, but after that, it's a pretty sorry tale, and lost his spot in 2021 and recalled here nearly 4 years later.
It's great to get the historical background on that, but I think now there's just a resurgence, and sometimes it just takes someone to believe in you, and now he's got a coach that said, no, you're coming in. What you bring is value. You can keep bat at 6. You can be dynamic. That's what you need in the modern game. Be you. And he walked out there with that type of purpose. It was excellent, and he's building a great partnership.
Stark finishes his 10th over, and driving square is Chase. Work to do for Nathan Lyon. They'll add a couple. They'll think about 3 here as well, but they think better of it on this slow outfield. Lyon got there a bit quicker than they thought. So at the end of the over, it's 5 for 119. Chase, the captain, 39. Hope, 21. They trail by 61. That's all on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test Cricket for our great friends at Henley Homes who support taking SEN Test Cricket around the world. 0433 98 11 16 to write in to us. And as I say it, Baz, famous last words, our text screen turned off as I queued it up.
Not before I probably read the cutest text message we've ever received. This Darren in Geelong was having a cheese and tomato sandwich with a cold glass of milk. Do you have a cat next to you, Darren? That just and a fireplace on.
Love it, Daz. Daz in Geelong. Around the wicket here. Line bowls to Shy Hope. 2 catches on the leg side. That's the off-stump line. They pushed out the deep point where there's a sweeper. Hope's 22. This partnership up to 48 useful runs in a low-scoring game so far. 5 for 120. I wonder if he's a cat fan with a glass of milk there.
Yeah, he has to. Cool. Maybe sharing it with the cat.
Yeah.
There you go.
Not sure who the Cats have got this week. Text machine's back. The line bowls here, and Chase goes back and bisects the 2 catches on the leg side. A short leg and a leg slip out the deep backward square for a single. Chase into the 40s, 5 for 121.
And Beck from King Lake. How are you, Beck? Enjoying the cricket commentary while relaxing on the couch, enjoying the fire.
Oh.
Beautiful. Is it?
What time is it? What have you got on the? What time is it on the eastern seaboard? See on the bottom right-hand corner.
Right. Eastern seaboard is 1:34 a.m.
1:34 a.m. Okay, this is the right time of night, so be listening to Test cricket. Line in round the wicket, wide of the crease, going back in defence. Remember, many times the kid, Baz, I'm sure it was the same for you, listening to cricket from the Caribbean or from England or South Africa this time of night. The proverbial transistor radio under the pillow kind of thing. Trying to hide it from your parents. I know that's what Whitey's kids do these days. Going back here is line, or to the Hope is to line rather, and it's out to square leg where Inglis will field no run.
We obviously didn't have a radio culture in India, so we didn't have access to radio, but yeah, just I was allowed to. If West Indies were playing, you know, I was allowed to stay up.
I've got great memories of the South Africa series in 1994 when Australia returned for the first time in a long time for obvious reasons. Line bowls here round the corner. It's fine to the man at leg slip. It'll run away for a boundary. So Shy Hope went across his stumps to play that stroke. Had to get it fine of Travis Head, has done so. Moves to 26, 5 for 125 as that partnership goes beyond 50. You hear the applause from the Bajan fans who are willing their side, willing the West Indies side to parity here.
And Nathan Lyon yelled catch, but it went nowhere close to Travis Head. It's kind of unique position for him. We've rarely seen him at leg slip, so Sam Constas has taken over at short leg. Head went to ground, and just a couple of expensive overs from Nathan Lyon.
Lyon bouncing away from us. Completes the over to Hope here. He gets forward, lunging and pressing to Cummins. End of the over. Text in your memories of listening to cricket in the middle of the night. 0433 98 11 16. The Windies are at 5 for 125. Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Quick pit stop for the batters. Got 24 minutes until the lunch break. Only 1 wicket this morning. Brandon King bowled by Hazelwood for 26. They had a couple of chances to get Chase. Should have been legged before in the first over of play today, if not for a third umpire. How would we describe that? A third umpire thing, let's just say that. And then a couple of drop catches as well. One behind the wicket and one at short leg. Yeah, my memory from 94, coming back to the previous over, was that Australia were playing obviously deep into the night, series being beamed back. And my parents didn't realise that I was getting up at, in the middle of the night to put on the television that my brother and I had put in our room.
Oh, nice, sweet.
But I'd watch the cricket, and then they were replaying so at the lunch break, or it might have been the tea break, they were replaying Laurence Olivier's The World at War documentaries, which it's brilliant television. Chase facing Stark over the wicket, goes back and plays to cover point, no run. So I was taking in the cricket whilst learning about the Second World War at the same time in the middle of the night.
Well, two of your great interests, Adam Collins.
Perhaps not as much the second, but young influential kid and all that,
correct,
right?
Yeah.
But there are Ashes moments that happened at stupid o'clock Australian time, which, or indeed World Cup '99, the underarm moment, which when writing Glenn Maxwell's book last year. He told a similar story of sneaking through the corridor silently to get into the TV room to watch the pointy end of the 99 World Cup as a little kid. Very relatable. 0433 98 11 16. Stark bowls here, well wide of the off stump. Chase shoulders arms.
A lot of texts coming through, but so because there was no radio being back into India, my memories are, and you know how much West Indies meant to me, and the whole country seemed to know even when I was a child. One is just listening to, whether it was Courtney Brown or Junior Murray or later on Ridley Jacobs, just the soundtrack to my late nights watching West Indies cricket was keep bowling there, Hoopsie, keep bowling, Hoopsie, keep bowling, Hoopsie, because Carl Hooper would bowl over after over after over after Ambrose and Courtney Walsh were done. So I still use the same thing with the dogs. Keep walking, keep walking.
Stark up the chase on 40, and he drives off the outside part of the bat. It reaches line at backward point, rolls to that position.
Lots of messages coming from Adelaide. Jack, thanks for your kind words, but he had a nap during the footy. Obviously, Port beating Carlton. So, as someone who's been in the Port rooms recently, I'm getting a lot of positive messages about that. So, Jack says now full of energy to watch and listen to us.
Great. Hello, Jack.
And another one from Adelaide. Cold, fresh Adelaide morning. Oh, Sean's working.
That's early.
It's very early, Sean. Be taking care of yourself and keeping yourself warm.
Stark halfway through his 11th over. He's got 2 for 53. Bowls here to the captain. Chase down the leg side. Doesn't get any blade on it. Carey takes it diving to his left.
This is just before our time, Adam, but can't see who it is from. But it's an English number. So growing up in Mildura and listening to the 89 Ashes series, Steve Waugh peeling off tons and Tubby Taylor announcing himself.
Not quite before my time. My dad would tape.
Oh, yeah.
My dad would record stuff that had happened overnight, and I would put it on. Right. Well, I don't know how adept I was at age 5. Clearly, I was, pretty into it.
Yeah, of course, I'm not surprised.
So I remember seeing some of that as it was turned around by my dad, who was fostering an interest in the game, of course. Chase facing Stark bowls here, goes back 93. They were doing an hour highlights package as well, which was the thing that most people were catching up with.
What am I saying? 1989. I mean, yes, there was the Ashes, but something else happened in 1989, which I've heard many stories about, and you and I have spent a lot of time revisiting those memories.
Yeah, the greatest game of footy ever played.
The greatest game of footy ever played.
The great shootout.
Hawthorn, but yeah, so many great memories. Oh, this is someone much younger than us, Adam. Okay. Someone was in year 9 in 2019 for the Ashes test. So
great to have you with us. Finishing here, squaring him up is Stark. Chase gets it down to backward point for 1. They get through for a single. There'll be a change in commentary. Whitey taking over from me. As we saw, I think Merv Hughes on the screen. He played in that 89 Ashes.
He did.
Of course. 5 for 126. They trail by 54. Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. The West Indies 5 for 125, and they've had a win here because Nathan Lyon is out of the attack. No wicket for 27, apart from one outside edge that went past the slip. Really, he didn't look overly threatening, Bharat Sundaresan.
I mean, the West Indians would claim that they got the better of him.
Yeah,
and Bo
definitely.
Webster's come in now.
Webster bowling his mediums. 2 slips and a gully, and the first one's a little gentle loosener outside off stump.
And that in itself, they would think is a small win. The fact that they've got Australia to use their 5th bowler.
And I like the way, Bharat, they went about it too. They were respectful and defensive, but they did still play a few aggressive shots to sort of make a bit of a statement.
How about that 6 from Chase?
Yes.
That felt like a statement, didn't it, from the captain?
Absolutely. Webster bowls again, that little shape away outside off stump, and it's left alone by Chase. I went and sat in the Greenwich and Haynes stand.
With the kids?
With the kids. Went and had a look at all the different coloured uniforms and all the smiles on their faces. And it was a really nice atmosphere in there, to be honest. A lot of parents with their kids as well as school groups. Because, of course, as you said, it's free for kids under 16. They're desperate for autographs, I know that much, especially the kids in the orange. Oh, that's a wide one, and it was chased there by Hope. It was that wide he couldn't get his bat to it as he tried to play the cover drive. And he has the captain coming down to have a chat to him. But that was quite noticeable how much that ball did swing, even though it was very wide. Look at the orange.
Oh, it's a no ball. It's a no ball. So thankfully, for Webster's sake, the ball didn't catch the edge.
See the orange there? They were the most enthusiastic batch of kids trying to get autographs on their 4 and 6 signs. Webster bowls again, still that shape away, and Chase it is that leaves. No, it's Hope. So we've got an issue here. We had on the scoreboard it had Hope on strike, and then on the TV it had Chase on strike. But it is
Chase on strike.
It is Chase on strike.
Yeah, those are kids in orange. I can see leaning forward as Nathan Lyon just on the boundary having a chat with his spin partner.
Yep. Hope again bowls. Chase leaves. So 41 for Chase. Hope 26. The only man out today, King. So when King was dismissed, it was 5 for 72 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. And these two have moved it to 127. So it's a 55-run stand. And when we were on last, we were talking about the two senior players in this team in the middle order. This is such a big partnership for them.
This is it. Yep.
And they're still there. That one hooping away. It's like he's bowling with a half-tape tennis ball at the moment, Bo Webster. He's been left again.
Yeah, just that he's landing on a virtual 7th or 8th stump. So it's almost leaving the pitch by the time it reaches.
That's right.
So they're listening to us everywhere, Whitey. Obviously all around Australia and the Caribbean. But Mark is in Vancouver, Canada. So he's just waking up. So enjoying his breakfast while listening to us. Whereas Alf is in Thailand, 26 degrees at night, can't sleep, no aircon. Sorry about that, Alf.
Webster here bowls, driving firmly Chase up to mid-off. Cummins doing the fielding, and that is the end of Webster's first over. Just a no ball coming from it. It is the West Indies, 5 for 127. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. The West Indies, 5 for 127. And we've got 15 minutes to go until lunch. Gee, if they could get to lunch, only 5 down the West Indies. We'll have something to talk about. Mitchell Starc, 2 for 54. And he comes. He bowls, and it's left by Hope outside off stump.
I mean, it's more than a cliche. I think it's a fact. The way to win test matches is to win sessions and rack them up. And yesterday, safe to say that the West Indies won the first session. The second session probably was...
I think they won that session.
They won that as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they did break the partnership. And
okay, yeah, maybe neutral.
Yeah, I think the last session, because of the 4 wickets, I would still give it to the West Indies.
I would too.
Yeah.
Because one of those 4 wickets to fall was the night watchman.
Yeah, true. And this one so far, with 13 minutes to go, is all West Indies.
Starc again past the umpire bowls, driving firmly again, Hope up to mid-off. And I think even if they were to lose 1 wicket here, the West Indies before lunch, they'd still probably claim the session. I reckon they wouldn't say it publicly, but they said, well, if we lose 2 wickets in the first session and still get 75 on the board and sort of really eat into this target that Australia's set in the first innings, they'd probably privately take it. But if it was 1 down only, with still Chase and Hope there.
And they are getting overs into these Australian fast bowlers as well.
They are, yep. And we've talked about how hot it is here in Barbados. 5 for 127. Stark on the approach again. Bowls to Hope. Working away off his pads nicely through mid-wicket. He's got one. He'll probably come back for two. He will. Pat Cummins, rather than trying to cut it off, he just sort of escorted it out 3/4 of the way to the rope, knowing that they're probably going to come back for two, and he's trying to conserve a little bit of energy. So a double there to get Hope up to 28. 5 for 129.
All class, isn't he, Shea? Just the way he even got on top of that ball, all wristy through mid-wicket. Just got a couple of runs, but it's a beautiful batter to watch. And they're listening to us actually all around the world. Singapore. Biarritz in France. I hope I got that right. John's there. David in Singapore.
Stark again. Bright sunshine. Hope leaves with the angle across.
Koblenz in Germany.
This is amazing, isn't it?
This is amazing. So, Germany, Singapore, Thailand, Canada, France.
And, of course, 8 radio stations here in the West Indies as well. So that counts as 8 different countries?
Of course, yes. And, if you're listening to us, Sir Richie Richardson, send me a message.
Really?
Richie's.
Oh, I love Richie Richardson.
Oh, what a guy. Do you know
I tried to play the pull shot like Richie Richardson.
Do you know that he gets called for these golf tournaments, and that's the only time he brings his Richie Richardson hat out and wins all of them?
See, his backswing might get in the way of the hat. Stark again bowls. Hope gets a bounce there, and he gets underneath that one, and it actually gets to Carey on the bounce.
That's interesting, because the carry so far to Carey has been really good, and even yesterday the couple have, I wouldn't say kept low. This is all right, but it just died after it passed the batter.
I thought for a moment it might have been like a slow ball bouncer, but looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, so on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse, it definitely came out like a normal Mitchell Stark delivery. Last ball of the over. Stark bowls, Hope leaves. Score remains 5 for 129 with Chase on 41, Hope on 28. The West Indies 5 for 129 SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. Bo Webster again on the way, running away from us, bowling, and again leaving Chase. So clearly the West Indies here, they just want to get to lunch.
Yeah, and especially you can see what Bo Webster's trying to do. He's trying to just tempt Chase into chasing something wide outside his off them. He did do that on one occasion in the last over. So 2 slips and a wideish gully, Cam Green. So there's not really much happening with this ball at the moment.
No, but it is swinging for Webster. So you're right, but there is just something in it, which is interesting, that Webster is able to do that. That's a thick outside edge drive, which is going to get runs, and it is going to be brilliantly fielded down on the boundary by the old man, Nathan Lyon, had to dive full stretch in front of the player dugouts to be able to keep that ball in play, and they come back for 2. So initially it was the edge. It wasn't supposed to go there. It was never a catch into the gully. But Nathan Lyon had to make up 30 metres. And with his left hand, he actually... Oh, he did, yeah. He got it, and then the momentum, he got into the rope. He was able to throw it away just in time. That was very expertly done. 49 the deficit. Chase 7 away from a half century. Webster bowls to him. That one coming back in to the right-hander, and he just manoeuvres it into the onside to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Someone saying g'day from New Delhi. So my former homeland, whatever, motherland. So g'day to you. Must be what? It's 9:30 p.m. in India. I hope you're good. If you had your dinner, or it's New Delhi, you're waiting for your dinner.
Webster ambles in, bowls, the shape away again as Chase leaves. So I was thinking about this before when you and Colo were talking about watching TV, watching the cricket late at night or listening on the radio. What is the perfect time for a test match, hours-wise, as a fan, if you're watching it on television? Because I kind of used to like the India sort of 3:30 type operation, it's still finishing at 10:30. But there is something about watching cricket after midnight or listening to cricket after midnight that you're sort of getting this zone.
And cricket is the only sport you can say that about.
Yeah, that's right. Webster bowls again, driving, no timing in the shot, and it won't beat mid-on, no run.
I mean, it's like our old friend Darren from Geelong who messaged about having a cold glass of milk. I don't think you can do that watching soccer or footy because it's the intense sport. So even if it is late at night,
it depends. If it's a big M or like a flavoured milk, you'll have that at any time of the day.
That's true. Cold glass of milk generally, I can picture it, visualize it.
You know, I shouldn't know whether I should admit to doing this, but I might. Colo will be up for this. Webster bowls, last ball of the over. Got a bit wider on the crease to try and break the angle back in. But Chase knew what was up and he let it go through. End of the over. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. The West Indies 5 for 131. Five for 131. It might be 5 for 311 at some point, but it's 5 for 131 at the moment. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Mitchell Stark to continue. We've got 10 minutes. In fact, we've got less than that. 5 minutes now until the luncheon break. Stark past the umpire, bowls, driving firmly is Hope up to mid-off. So for Belgravia Apparel, providing high-quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations around the country, the leading wicket taker, well, there's two. Hazelwood and Stark have got 2 each. Hazelwood, the wicket taker today. Brandon King out for 26. So what I would do, Colo's listening to this, I would get a 2-litre Big M container, bottle. You would just take the top, just drink a little bit straight out of the bottle, and then pack it with ice, the rest of it, and then shake it. Defending the next ball is Hope away on the offside, so you just get this incredibly chilled flavoured milk by putting just some ice in the top. You shake it like you know, the cocktails, and you shake it. So you got 2-litre bottle of strawberry milk or vanilla malt or whatever, chocolate, and then you just put some ice in the top, just make it a bit colder.
Spoken like a true teetotaler.
And I drink all 2 litres of it.
Yeah, spoken like a true teetotaler, Adam White. I saw your reactions when the waitress last night looked at you for your drink orders.
Yeah, that's right. It's pretty boring. They say, can I have a Coca-Cola, please?
You looked outraged that she looked at you for a glass of wine.
Stark bowls, and again, across to the right-hander, and he leaves.
Apparently, it's a Geelong thing, downing a cold glass of milk with some bickies late at night. That's what you leave out for Father Christmas, a glass of milk and some cookies or some biscuits. You got Julian listening to us from Geelong. Oh, he's been hit. There's a lot from Geelong that have texted in over the last couple of days. Oh, Beirut, Lebanon. Wow. This is going everywhere. Yeah. Hope you're fine. Hope you're safe. Hope you're doing well. 5 for 131 here. Mitchell Stark bowls, digging out of it, Hope, and actually getting runs. You'll get 4. He sort of squeezed it out. Will it reach? Well, actually won't reach. So I've done a Colo and I've called it 4 when it hasn't got there. That was racing along the turf and then just slowed up about 15 metres short of the boundary line. But again, it was one of those ones where it was very full, but he actually played it quite well and almost opened the face. It wasn't an edge to get it through the gully region. The white ball to the score. A white ball cricket shot, isn't it? Just guiding the Yorker. So used to doing that these days, especially towards the end. The Yorker no longer is just a defensive delivery.
Deficit 47, 5 for 133. We've got someone just meandering past the side screen. He's just realised what he's doing, and he's crouching away behind the fence. 2 balls left in the over. Stark past the umpire, bowls, and Hope leaves. You can have a stylish leave. That's a stylish leave, the way he did that. Not extravagant, but at the same point, just a little bit of a flourish, but just very much in control of his actions. Not rushed.
Yeah. Everything about Shea Hope, though, is stylish. Stevie just has caught up on 2 very classical West Indian cricket fans who've just been shouting out their opinions to every Australian on the ground.
It's like being at the footy, watching a lot of that. Stark again on the approach. Hope pushes into point, this time off the front foot. Fielding done by Inglis, and that is the end of the over. So we'll have 1 more to go before lunch. If you've just joined our coverage or you're just hanging on and you may have drifted off to sleep and woken back up again, the West Indies resume today at 4 for 57 with King on 23, Chase on 1. They've now got to 5 for 133. King out for 26, but Chase, he was only on 1. He's now on 43. Hope is on 30. We've got 1 over to go, and no sort of tricks or anything like that. Webster's going to continue. They're not going to have an over of Travis Head or back to Nathan Lyon.
Just speaking to a couple of the Aussie batters from yesterday, apparently Justin Greaves was one of the more challenging bowlers to face. He obviously operates at that medium pace.
By Webster. Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? Maybe that's Webster's role in this one as he starts with a good ball outside off stump that's left.
Yeah, he's struggled with his line so far, just controlling this movement that he is getting. But yeah, Justin Greaves bowled at a similar pace to what Webster's operating at in early 120s.
SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local and for Henley Holmes. We've got up on our screen at the moment
the president of the Cricket West Indies.
That's who it is.
Dr. Kishore Shallow.
What a name that is. Kishore Shallow. Pushing into the offside here is Chase, just getting probably 1. He thought about a second, but Hope wasn't keen. So Chase had to stay at the non-striker's end. So he's up to 45, the captain. 44 with Hope back on strike on 30.
Yeah, got into a cab the other day. And you'll hear it generally only from a West Indian in the 50s or 60s, at least 60s or 70s. This expression, he said, "Where are you from?" I said, "Australia." "Are we going to put some licks in you Aussies?" And that's exactly, I'm sure, what those 2 fans were shouting from the stands.
Webster bowling to Hope, who plays inside the line intentionally. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there as he came forward. He knows that Webster's shaping the ball away. He just doesn't want to take the edge on the way through.
And if you're wondering what that means, listening to us around the world, whether you're in Beirut or in Tasmania, Shearwater, or Shearwater, Tasmania, licks in this part of the world is, we're going to give it to you. We're going to bash you around. We're going to hit you around.
With words, not actions? Or
No, in the cricket.
Yeah.
In the West Indians, they're going to put some licks in you. Give them licks. You'll hear them say.
Webster again, a bit wider on the crease, driving. That was a thick outside edge that splashes out on the offside to deep backward points. They get a single. So the man at point is back, which is interesting before lunch. The last couple of balls before lunch, but 1 more to the total. Hope to 31, Chase 44, 5 for 135. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
I guess just in those last 2 drives from both these batters, you can see why it's not the easiest to face someone bowling at this pace on this pitch.
Oh, that one did come back in, but Chase equal to the challenge, just closed the face on the bat and pushed it into the onside. There's been a lot of talk about what the pitch looks like and what it plays like. It does look from here like an SCG pitch because it has that motley type of look to it, and it's very much a colour that you would see at the SCG.
Yeah. I think it's the patchy nature of
that's
those patches all around.
That's exactly, and that was what was worrying the Australians yesterday when the ball did hit those thatchy patches. Because just not an even coverage. Webster outside off stump, way outside off stump. It's left by Chase, and the West Indies do get to lunch, one down. What a session from the home team. Resuming at 4 for 57, the West Indies. They've got to lunch at 5 for 135, so they've added 78 runs in the session for the loss of just one wicket. That wicket, Brandon King, who was out, bowled Hazelwood shouldering arms for 26, crashing into the off stump. But from that moment, when the score was 5 for 72, the West Indies getting to 5 for 135 with Chase, the captain, on 44 and Hope on 31. The wicket taker, as I mentioned, was that of Josh Hazelwood. So I'll just go through the bowling figures. Stark 2 for 58, Hazelwood 2 for 23 off 12 overs, so the economy was good as well. Cummins 1 for 21, Nathan Lyon 5 overs for 27, Bo Webster 3 overs for 5. A comment, Bharat, before we head back to the studios?
Well, that's 3-1 West Indies so far. And when it comes to sessions in this test match, Darren Sammy on the balcony, very happy, waiting for the two unbeaten batters. Roston Chase in his first test as captain has put his hand up. West Indies were in a big spot of bother when he walked out to bat late last evening. And Shea Hope, on his return to test cricket, has really taken charge. And these two Bajans, who played a lot of cricket with each other, a lot of experience between them, have put West Indies in a pretty strong position here, with Justin Graves still to come and some batting to be expected from the lower order.
So the deficit just 45 at the moment, with the West Indies still with 5 wickets in hand. So we keep saying this, and Colin made the point before, when it's a low-scoring affair, it makes it, every moment feel that more heightened. But the next session and then the session after that, wow, we're in for some great cricket throughout the course of the next 4 hours. So that's where we leave you just for the moment. We're going to have the highlights of the first session. Matty Donnell back in the studios, and then we'll be back in around about 35 minutes from now with the West Indies to resume after lunch at 5 for 135. It's SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes.
innings. Here's Cummins bowling here. Short leg dropped by Constance. Chase straight into his hand, straight out. Here's Hazelwood. Arrives at bowls and edges, and it's dropped. It was a relay effort in the end. Carey went to his right in front of Kawasha. He didn't hold on to it.
Hazelwood is on his way from the Joel Garner end. Bowling. King is out. He did not offer a shot. And the off stump goes back. Stark again wider on the crease. Oh, that's a beautiful drive.
Going through this lunch break. If you want to get involved in the conversation at any stage, 0433 98 11 16 is the number to text through. There was an awful lot to talk about from that first session, and we'll go through a call of the card firstly with you before we get into the nitty-gritty of what happened in that first session of day 2, because there were a lot of talking points, and I suspect we will hear more about that as the day unfolds at Kensington Oval. So, going through the West Indies scorecard, firstly in response to Australia being bowled out yesterday for 180. Craig Brathwaite caught Bo Webster off the bowling of Mitchell Stark for 4 off 15 deliveries. It left the Windies at 1 for 10, 4.5 overs in. That became 2 for 16 when Stark struck again, removing both openers. This all happened late on day 1. John Campbell caught behind off the bowling again of Stark. Campbell dismissed for 7 off 22 deliveries. And then a bit of a partnership, but it was Cardi who was dismissed 3 for 52. Pat Cummins, the bowler, again caught behind, was Carty for 20 off 40. And then we'll get into what happened. Jamel Warrican as well, who was dismissed very late yesterday. The night watchman gone. Josh Hazelwood doing the damage there. A 2-ball duck there for the night watchman, Jamel Warrican. And then it was Roston Chase and Shea Hope who were left to pick up the pieces there for the Aussies. Or for the Windies, rather. Brandon King, the only wicket to fall in this opening session, left the ball, not offering a shot, and off stump was flat on the ground as a result. Hazelwood again picking up his second wicket of the innings. King was dismissed, 26 of 44 deliveries for him. And then it was Chase and Hope who began the rescue mission for the Windies. They were in a bit of trouble there at one stage, 5 for 72. They were at one point, but they've managed to claw it back now to 5 for 135. They've got 5 wickets in hand still and trailing the Aussies by just 45 runs at this stage. The bowling figures, Mitch Stark, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 58. Hazelwood, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 23. Pat Cummins, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 21. Nathan Lyon was hit out of the attack, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 27. And then Bo Webster taking charge towards the end of that session, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 5. The key talking point, I'm keen to get people's thoughts on this and how this can be avoided in the future. It happened very early, it happened in the first over of day 2. Roston Chase facing the bowling of Josh Hazelwood, who had a shocking time of it this morning, Hazelwood, and this was the start of it. So an LBW appeal, the umpire said not out on field. Sam Constance, who was in very close, was very keen on sending that decision upstairs, and Pat Cummins duly obliged. Now, it appeared on the replay that the ball had flicked the front pad prior to taking a huge inside edge off the bat there of Chase. And because it's hit the pad first, then that means that we can go to ball tracking and adjudicate as to whether the ball would have gone on to hit the stumps. It looked very, very close, certainly on the replays that we saw. However, it never went to ball tracking. A third umpire deemed that it was bat first. That was despite replays suggesting that there was a slight flick off the front pad and also RTS picking up a spike as the ball passed the front pad. So there were 2 pieces of evidence that suggested that the ball hit pad first. Despite that, the TV umpire said to the on-field umpire to stay with the original decision of not out, believing that there was an inside edge first. Now, based on what Adam Collins was saying with his correspondence to the press box, that was something that the TV umpire had just missed. It looked very clear, certainly from my perspective, and the guys in the commentary box as well said something similar, that it just looked like it was something that the TV umpire had missed. Now, it's not something that happens very often at this level, that we get decisions reviewed and there's pieces of evidence that are just missed, but certainly that was the case here. And that wasn't the end of the frustrations for Josh Hazelwood, because he produced 2 opportunities later in the innings, both put down Chase was dropped in the following over off Sam Constance at short leg. And then King was put down as well a couple of overs later. It was Carey who initially got hands to the ball, parried it up, and Usman Khawaja might have got a fingertip to it trying to collect the rebound catch, but he wasn't able to do so successfully. So Josh Hazlewood ended up saying, all right, I'll do it myself here. And it charged through Brandon King, hitting the stumps, King not offering a shot. And it's as well as the old saying goes, there's only two types of leaves in this game, good ones and bad ones. And that definitely wasn't a good one there from Brandon King on debut, dismissed for 26 off 44 deliveries. But he did well to survive the latter stages of last night and got a life this morning as well when he was put down. But we lasted a couple more overs beyond that before he was dismissed by Hazlewood. But that was the only wicket for the Aussies in the opening session. They were at times they bowled very well and as we've said, created a number of opportunities. But a couple of drops and perhaps a little bit of bad luck with the DRS as well, with the TV umpire missing the ball hitting pad first. As I say, I suspect that's one that it won't be the last that we hear on that one. There'll surely be some form of clarification that we expect later in the day, because everybody who's seen that one in the commentary box all saw it the same way, that it was pad first. And so there may be that we get some form of explanation. We'll wait and see on that one. But there's still a massive challenge for the Aussies with a lead of just 45 runs at this stage. The Windies still have 5 wickets in hand and a couple of batters at the crease. Roston Chase and Shea Hope were starting to take the attack to the Aussie bowlers, particularly to Nathan Lyon, as we said, who had that very brief spell. Was counted for 27 off his 5 overs, including a 6 down the ground as well. So real challenge for the Aussies in this middle session here on day 2 as they look to try and fight their way back into the first test of this Frank Worrell series. Some of the other news going around in the world of sport. I get through this very quickly. So round 16 of the AFL season's taken place only a few hours ago. Port Adelaide have produced a statement 50-point win over the Blues at Adelaide Oval. The Power kicked the first 8 goals of the match. And it wasn't until the 25th minute of the second term that Carlton actually managed to kick a goal. But from there it was pretty well goal for goal. The Power had done the damage in the first half and were able to coast home in the end to win by 50 points, as I said. So that was a big win for them. The final score in that one, by the way, Port Adelaide winning. The scores won't load for me. Come on. There we are. 16-14, 110 the Power. Carlton 8-12, 60. The goal scorers, Mitch Georgiades finished with 5 goals, so he's continuing on his good form of late. Connor Rozee and Zach Butters each collected 30 disposals for the Power, and the defeat obviously mounts further pressure on Carlton and the coach Michael Voss, who are coming off that big defeat to North Melbourne last weekend as well. This won't do their chances of sneaking into the top 8 any good at all. Round 16 action continues on Friday night. Sydney hosting the Western Bulldogs. This is a big match for both sides. The Dogs looking to try and claw their way back towards the top 4. The Swans trying to keep their finals hopes alive. Both sides have made 2 changes. For the Swans, Jake Lloyd and Ollie Florent have been recalled in place of Joel Amati and Riley Bice. And for the Bulldogs, they've brought back Jason Johannesson and Riley Sanders. Adam Treloar misses out with that calf strain, and Josh Dolan has been omitted. Big game for the captain as well, Marcus Bontempelli, his 250th game. So the Dogs will be hoping to salute their skipper with a win. And you'll be able to listen to the full match live on SEN and on the SEN app. So this is the place to be if you want to listen to the footy on Friday night. In the NRL, round 17 action kick-started overnight. The Panthers had to come from behind to defeat the Bulldogs in a low-scoring match, winning 8-6. The Bulldogs held the lead at half-time thanks to a converted try by Jacob Preston. Nathan Cleary returned serve for the Panthers with a converted try of his own in the 53rd minute. It was the last score of the match, the Panthers holding on to win by 2 points. The Seagulls and the West Tigers will continue round 17 action on Friday night as well. Looking forward to that game. And the cricket, the only other game taking place at the moment in the Test arena, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. It is stumps on day 2. Sri Lanka are currently 2 for 290 in response to Bangladesh's 247. Patam Nasanka is on 146 not out at this stage, and Parbath Jayasuriya on 5. They're the 2 not out men at the crease. Dinesh Chandimal was dismissed late in the day. He managed 93 off 153 deliveries. SEN Test Cricket's coverage of the Frank Worrell series. It is lunch on day 2, and it is the Windies who are 5 for 135 in reply to Australia's 180. The two not-out men at the crease of the moment. Ruston Chase on 44 and Shea Hope on 31. Stick around. Afterwards, we're going to hear an interview with Dwayne Russell and the general manager of Melbourne Storm, Frank Panisi. That's coming up right after this here on SEN Test Cricket. Don't go anywhere. SEN Test Cricket's coverage of the Frank Worrell Series. It is lunch on day 2 here at Kensington Oval, and it's the Windies who are 5 for 135, trailing Australia by just 45 runs. Matthew Donald with you, navigating our way through the luncheon break. It's Roston Chase on 44 not out and Shea Hope on 31 not out, who will be the two men at the crease for the Windies to kickstart the second session. A couple of texts that have come through, and please do contribute. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We've had people texting from all over the place and what they're doing over the first couple of days, and we really do appreciate the contributions that you make off the text machine. James in Hartley, UK. The best time and thing about being here is I don't have to wait until Boxing Day for the MCG test. 11 p.m. first ball with Christmas lunch-overs for lunch and dinner. Thank you for that there, James. Another one here. Don't have a name associated with this one, but greetings from under-10s training at Shepparton in Middlesex. Watching my son train in his Australia kit while I listen to the action from Barbados to try and block out this morning's football from Adelaide. Yeah, well, we mentioned that earlier. If you're a Carlton fan, wasn't a great evening at the footy, but a great if you're a Port Adelaide supporter, big win for them. Now, we talked a little bit earlier about the NRL, and it's a big week coming up for the Melbourne Storm. They did it the hard way last week in round 16, defeating the South Sydney Rabbitohs in Golden Point. So a very narrow win to them, and they've got an important match against the Sharks here on Sunday at Amy Park, so it's going to be an important game for them. And Frank Panisi, the general manager of Melbourne Storm, joined Dwayne Russell on Dwayne's World earlier today to talk about all of that and more. Let's have a bit of a listen to that chat.
I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain.
Always great to have your company for Dwayne's World. Thanks to all of you taking the time to send through text today on the 40 Winks Temper text. I'll read them all during the ad breaks and during the news. It's always a bit of a fun read, so thanks to all of you who take the time to send them through. They do get read, even though I don't read them all out on air. Always great to have a chat to Frank Panisi. The Melbourne Storm host the Cronulla Sharks on Sunday after last week's Golden Point thriller. It was a heart-stopper, and Frank Panisi, thanks to rjsanderson.com.au, personal and business tax experts, has been good enough to jump on the line. Welcome to you, Frank. Great to have you on.
Great to be on as always, Dwayne.
Has your heart rate dropped?
No, it certainly has. It was a heart stopper, and probably talking about my heart, I put my hand on my heart and said we're probably a bit lucky to win that. But the way we look at it is we've dropped 3 games away from home this year, close games that we just couldn't nail in the last few minutes. So it's actually good to win a close one, even though we didn't play particularly well. It was just good to come away with an away close win away from home.
So what were you writing? What do you think, or could have it changed? I suppose you left it up to Ryan Pappenhausen, but the decision-making process with your players in that last minute or so as to what to do in the right time and the right moment, you just have to trust them to get it right, I suppose, but you'd be second-guessing a few of them sometimes, would you?
Yeah, but it is. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, it's something, we call it scenario training, and all teams do it. You actually practice different scenarios. So the field goal, whether it's in Golden Point or it's in normal time and you need 1 point, we practice that a lot. We've got options. I mean, Ryan Pappenhausen is our go-to kicker, but we also got options with others as well. So it's certainly they practice it, and it's just great to see when they do practice it, they put it into action.
And it does, I mean, it's a massive win for you in a way because it's getting pretty tight at the top of the ladder, and it's a tough time of year, I suppose, for a lot of teams, given that winter's set in, and you need to be able to bank these wins to get yourself into a good position come the end of the year.
There's no doubt about that. I mean, we spoke after the game. Whilst we didn't play great at the end of the season, we won't remember how we played. We just remember whether we won or lost. And for this time of year, that is so true. It was important, as you said, Dwayne. We were 4th, and the Sharks were 5th, who we play this week, and they actually lost and we won. So we've opened up that gap of 6 points. We've gone to 3rd with the Warriors losing. So it was an important win. But more importantly, if we can back that up with a win against the Sharks, who are in that pack behind us, it'll just give us that bit of gap going into the last end of the season. We've got a tough run home. We don't have any more buys. We have 12 straight weeks into the final. So the more wins we get this time of year is certainly going to make our job a lot easier at the back end of the season.
Your crowds, you've got record crowds this year, and a Sunday afternoon at Amy Park's a pretty good slot for you. Do you like that slot? And correct me if I'm wrong, but are your crowds up above your reasonable figures from previous years?
they are. We had a phenomenal year last year, and we're at the moment hedging towards even breaking last year's record, which is fantastic. We're hoping for a crowd well and truly over 20,000, which I'm sure we will get. There's something about day football, especially at Amy Park. We've had a couple of day games here this year, and we've gone exceptionally well on the scoreboard. But the crowd has been great, and there's been great atmosphere. So 2 o'clock this Sunday at Amy Park will be another one. So another Sunday afternoon games. We haven't got too many left here at Amy Park at Sunday afternoon or afternoon games. So this is a great opportunity for people to get along and watch a game in sunshine and hopefully sunshine and hopefully no rain.
Am I hearing correctly that participation rates are pretty much up in Victoria as well?
It's been phenomenal the last few years. The game has grown at junior league, both for the boys and the girls especially. Out in their outer suburbs, the clubs are doing a fantastic job, and we're seeing that now coming through with our junior representative pathway program. The numbers are bigger, so we've got more players to select from, and from next year we're going to have a first time ever Melbourne Storm under 17s and under 19 girls teams playing in the New South Wales Rugby League competition, and
wow.
that'll just complement what we're doing with the boys. So, yeah, exciting times for the club and for the game of rugby league here in Melbourne.
Have you got an event on at Gosh's Paddock on Sunday as well in the lead into the game?
Yeah, there's always some pre-game entertainment. Our match day staff do a wonderful job. So if people get here early, they get to Gosh's. There'll be plenty of activities going on there, and of course the main event starting at 2 o'clock inside. So yeah, hopefully it's going to be a nice day and another big crowd, and more importantly, get a win at the end of the day.
And when do you go back to focusing on Origin? When do your players sort of flip their brains back to Origin?
Sunday night. The players come together on Monday, but all the coaches get together, both squads, on Sunday night. So it's basically leaving Amy Park and putting on your State of Origin hat. And for the Storm, it's next week. Next week we've got the Cowboys, and we'll be playing without our Origin players. It's the only time this year we don't get our Origin players, and we'll have quite a few in Origin 3. So it'll be a good test of our strength, depth, I should say, and it'll be a good opportunity for a couple of new players that probably haven't featured too much this year to get an opportunity next week against the Cowboys.
Frank, great to have you on. Congratulations on your attendance numbers and congratulations on the growth of the game in Victoria. Sounds like it's only going to get stronger and stronger for rugby league across Australia and especially in Victoria, given how good a job Melbourne Storm are doing. So well done to you.
Thanks, Wayne. Exciting times.
General Manager of Melbourne Storm, Frank Panisi, there with Dwayne Russell on Dwayne's World. It is lunch on day 2 of the Frank Worrell series, the first test. It is the West Indies who are 5 for 135, still trailing Australia by 180 runs. Roston Chase and Shea Hope will resume at the crease shortly after this. We're going to take a quick break and we'll go back to Kensington Oval right after this.
As here's Cummins bowling here. Short leg dropped by Constance. Chase straight into his hand, straight out. Here's Hazelwood. Arrives and bowls and edges and it's dropped. It was a relay effort in the end. Carey went to his right in front of Kawasha. He didn't hold on to it.
Hazelwood is on his way from the Joel Garner end. Bowling. King is out. He did not offer a shot. And the off stump goes back. Stark again, wider on the crease. Oh, that's a beautiful drive from Hope. Through the covers for 4. Stark again past the umpire. What's the response? It's full. Driven brilliantly by Hope. Back down the ground for 4 more.
As Lan again comes in to bowl to Ruston Chase into this one. He's off the back foot. Edges just past it down towards the third man. He'll go for 4. He's a lucky man.
Line sends it down, and this time it's over the top, inside out from the captain. Chase for 6. That is a good for the 6th wicket between the captain, Roston Chase, who's 44, and Shy Hope, who's 31. They came together when Brandon King was bowled by a Hazelwood beauty for 26, his 2nd wicket. That left them 5 for 72, but that aforementioned stand of 63 leaves them at 5 for 135 at the long break on day 2 here at the mighty Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados. Our coverage is for Henley Holmes and for Australia made by local. Adam Collins with you, Barrett Sundaresan and Bryce McGain with me. 78 runs in the session, 1 wicket. They went at 3 and over. Exactly what the Windies needed, a quiet couple of hours, only conceding or losing 1 wicket, Baz, and now the chance to make the best of what should be the best batting conditions as well. Only 45 runs in arrears.
Afternoon, Adam. Evening, night, good morning, wherever you're listening to us around the world. And it was a kind of quiet period that the West Indian batters needed to keep Australia quiet. What it has resulted in is it feels like Kensington Oval has found its voice. A lot more Bajan fans here today, a lot more West Indian fans here in attendance, and it's 2 local heroes, Roston Chase and Shai Hope, who have for now battered West Indies into a position from where they'll think they could not just end up with a first innings lead, but potentially with Justin Greaves still to come.
Yeah, who can score quickly.
Yeah.
And we've already seen the willingness for Shai Hope to play with real purpose too. He plonked line over his head. He took him inside out over cover for 6 as well. That was Chase. But still, these 2 together have got white ball pedigree too. This could speed up in favour of the West Indies. Of Australia can't regroup. They did create some chances in that first half an hour or so. There was a leg before that should have been, but wasn't. Learned a bit more about the technology side of things on that at lunch. Then a catch was put down behind the wicket by Alex Carey. One at short leg by Sam Constance, all in the space of about 20 minutes to start the day's play. But yet to create any meaningful chance in this partnership, which is worth 63, and both batters going through the gears nicely. Roston Chase has faced 101 balls for his 44. His 50th test match. His first as captain on his home ground. A ground that Andrew Mason knows well too. Hello, Andrew.
Hello. Yeah, I think the performance of Chase is a good one. He yesterday didn't seem to be all that capable in terms of facing up to the fast balls, but as the pitch got a little easier for batting, he certainly played some wonderful shots. It's been a good knock from him. He's got 44, and we've seen some beautiful drives from Shai Hope. He's that kind of attractive player, and as Barrett said, these 2 can bat for quite a long time. It was an interesting session. It was a session that was won by the West Indies. They lost just the solitary wicket of King, and they the session 2 is going to be of great importance. West Indies will want these 2 who are from Barbados to know these conditions well to bat for a long time.
So we're seeing, Baz, the umpires again go to the box of balls. So this happened once in the first hour of play, maybe just after the first hour of play actually, where they got 1 ball changed, and so it plays out a second time now. So 46 overs into this innings, and 2 balls already gone through.
Yeah, again, Roston Chase walked past the umpires and was curious to know what was wrong with the previous delivery or previous ball. And I don't see it that often, especially with the dukes that they use here. Yeah, it's an abrasive square, and there were a couple of balls at least that hit the boundary boards pretty hard. I'm not sure what damage or where the damage to the ball could have come from. So anyway, it's the 3rd ball that they've used already, Australia.
Bit of back and forth there between Shay Hope and Nathan Lyon. So I'm not quite sure what that was about, but Lyon and Hope were exchanging pleasantries, perhaps, maybe something more for about 15 seconds there before Lyon went off the backward point. It'll be Josh Hazlewood to restart the session in front of the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand, the Joel Garner end. As this afternoon gets warmer and warmer, I just spent 15 minutes over in the party stand seeing a couple of friends in that direction, a couple of listeners as well who are tuning in via SEN Stadium and syncing us up. It's a warm afternoon. So work to do for Australia here. Umpire Menon calls them to order. Here is Hazlewood in to start session 2 of day 2. Bowls and beats the edge of Hope. Straight away, back of a length. He might have pulled inside the line. The noise you heard were the spikes running across the surface. Just on that, there's been some back and forth about the audiograph, Baz. I'm interested in your perspective, being our resident badged umpire on SEM Test cricket, about where on the audiograph the spike needs to appear in order for an umpire to feel satisfied to rely on it as evidence. Now, I must admit, I didn't realise that it was as, would I say, vague as this, where it needs to be near the middle of the graph to be a spike, whereas this was on the edge. Hazlewood bowls and hit on the pad is Hope, no doubt about that, hitting him on the pad first. Out to the covers, no run, cramped up. So it looks for the naked eye as though, well, there's a spike as the ball glances the front pad before it hits the inside edge. But umpire Holdstock, the other consideration was where the spike sat on the audiograph.
Yeah.
Weird.
And it does matter. I think when I saw that replay, that was one concern for me, that yes, you could see the spike, but it's near the edge of that little rectangle, if that makes sense.
Kind of goes against the wider idea as Hazlewood arrives and bowls here, and defending straight is Hope out to mid-on, where any small murmur, and we've seen this, Baz, in test matches that we've called most memorably at Lahore in 2022 with Azhar Ali, where any murmur is sufficient for a third umpire to assess that there's been a spike. And yet, in this situation where it's, prima facie, it does look like it has kissed his pad. But if the graph doesn't look the way it's meant to look, then on that basis they can't overturn.
It's the interpretation of that word that means the most, right? Conclusive. Was it conclusive enough? The spike, that is.
Hazlewood in again, cloud cover, beats that genuine player miss from Hope, playing down the middle stump line. It stood up off the seam the way that Hazlewood does so beautifully, landing it in that shoebox.
And I think that's what it came down to, because you see the spike up here, and because they're all based on frames as well. Yeah, it's right at the edge, and then you can clearly see the ball hitting bat. So, and it's become trickier with time, with the technology when it comes to bat. When the bat is really close to the front pad in particular.
Yep. And that's the other thing. It conceivably could have been bat hitting front pad, I suppose, to be generous to Chase. Hazlewood bowls here and Hope defends. We saw at the MCG late last year where there was no spike and where Jayaswal was given out because the evidence to the third umpire front on was that the ball made a clear deviation, and that was sufficient to overrule the lack of spike. So there is grey area in all of these interpretations. So I continue to advance the case for specialist third umpires to help make it easier on these officials who often are put in very tough situations.
We spent, an hour in Lahore discussing this, you and I, Adam, and
what a day that was. Hazlewood towards us and towards Hope on 31. Bowls here. Hope plays nicely out the middle of the bat to Whitish mid-off. There'll be no run. Maiden to start the session on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. They continue to trail by 45 at 5 for 135. Chase 44, Hope 31. How did you see that, Andrew Mason, from your perspective? Because it was a big moment in the session with Chase still there a couple of hours later.
Yeah, it was a big moment. I think the Australians looked as if they thought he was out. In fact, they were genuinely surprised when the umpire didn't give it. In fact, I thought that there should be some more frames as well, because when I looked at it, it looked to me as if it actually hit the pad first. And it, to me, looked like one that could have been given. And the Australians, when there was the umpire said no, they looked around and said no, oh God, no. And particularly Cummins, and really I thought that should have been given.
The debate will rattle along. Patrick Cummins, who was the one who initiated that review.
You agree with that?
Yeah, felt that way to us anyway. Yep. Cummins has taken 1 for 21. He'll start the session away from us. Bowling here to that man Chase, who leaves alone. And we saw one of those before lunch where King left alone and lost his off stump. Well, we see here Chase getting away with it, only just a ball that didn't get up and bounced again before reaching Alex Carey. Wobble seam, seeing it again on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Yeah, his back leg didn't come across at all, so he wasn't covering the stump. So if it was even half an inch closer to off stump, the off stump was exposed, and you could see Roston Chase just held his pose for a few seconds just to see where he was in relation to the off stump. A bit too close for comfort.
Still got that short leg too, set quite deep. Cummins bowls here, and Chase leaves another ball that balloons over the off stump. That did take off from the surface, but back off the seam twice now for Cummins to start his spell. He's been very good, as ever.
Oh, yes. I mean, he's, like I said last evening, you rarely see those Australian pacers like so fired up.
Yep.
They look angry. Stark last evening. Hazelwood had every reason to be angry. The LBW shout and the drop catch as well.
And I think they also recognize these two can certainly be decisive. Regardless of 63 already. We want to get one of these out pretty soon.
Cummins has got the 3 slips gully. Bowls here. Chase has to play at that middle stump line, but he takes his bottom hand off the bat. Got a bit higher than he thought, hitting the splice, as Cummins does so often.
Just 3 balls into this spell, Adam. It really feels like this could be one of those grinchy Pat Cummins spells, doesn't it? When the opposition seem to be getting their upper hand, and he comes and breaks the game like he did at Lord's in the first innings, but couldn't do in the second innings in the run chase. So just has that feel about it, the spell, and the clouds are closing in as well.
Cummins turns at the top of his mark where all of the paint is for all of the bowlers' marks in the match. Passes through them, gets to the crease, delivers here. Chase leaves again on that line, jagging back off the seam. Cummins walks up to him with his hands on his head. He can't believe that he's letting the ball go on that line on the basis of length over the top of the middle stump, getting nearer and nearer to bang on target.
High-class fast bowling from a high-class bowler. Started with Hazelwood operating bowling to Hope from the far and beat him a couple of times. This is a very serious contest. There's no question about that. Must be a mathematician there. Chase, he left that. That was very close to the off stump.
Seeing a West Indian on our screen, our Chemist Warehouse screen, he was throwing his head back as we can't believe he's still watching the captain Chase on 44. Cummins to him, back of a length, rides the bounce down to Constance at short leg, no run.
Yeah, I expected that short ball, having pitched a couple of up, but Chase ride it quite nicely. I thought that was a pretty good effort on this part. They got into line and played it. There's a forward short leg waiting.
And if you are the opposition, you just have to somehow battle through this Pat Cummins spell.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm sure they sense it as well. He's done it so many times, Pat Cummins.
Interesting the length here.
Cummins' last ball, no runs in the session so far, and he keeps him honest. Full and straight and defended to mid-off. Chase 44, Hope 31. They still trail by 45 at 5 for 135 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. So it's going to be Josh Hazelwood, who's the equal leading wicket taker for Belgravia Apparel for Quality New Balance cricket team, where he's picked up a couple. Garner end into Hope, screws on, bowls here, drives and just sneaks it through. Had one man to beat, Josh Inglis at cover. They come back for 2. Travis Head does the fielding in front of the party stand, which I paid a visit to at lunch. 33 for Hope, 3 for 137 first runs of the second session. They were playing a game of cricket out there.
Really?
About 30 people involved. On the sandball, wasn't getting up. It was literally a sandpit. But yes, warm out there. They ran out of beer yesterday in the party stand.
I heard that.
And the advice I received from one enthusiast was that people are taking it a bit easier today owing to the overconsumption yesterday. So they're moderating themselves, I suppose. Here is Hazelwood bowling, and Hope going back and deflecting to backward point where Nathan Lyon will field. No run.
I also did hear that from someone else who was in the party stand that today they were also told, bring your own in an esky.
Really? BYO to the cricket?
BYO. And
this will be only the second ground in the world unless you bring beer in, the other being Lords.
No, BYO, not beer. BYO, Mount Gay rum.
Mount Gay rum. Bring your own rum.
The world's oldest rum since 1703.
There you go.
Wow.
And the distillery is just down the road.
Oh, yeah,
I can see it from here.
I'll take you there at tea.
Oh, wow.
Are you going to go, Barrett?
Here's Hazelwood towards us, towards Hope on 33 bowls. Here goes back, defends awkwardly the mid-wicket where Constance will field it. Yeah, I remember 10 years ago being at Dominica and they were, well, put it this way, they were bringing their own supplements, shall we say.
Yeah.
Bringing their own herbal supplements. And they were keeping a catalogue of how much of it they consumed along with their beer through the day.
Really?
It was very messy up in the Dominica party stand.
Yeah.
Dominica. Rum is pretty hot as well, I can tell you.
What about the Grenada party stand? Oh, wow, there you go.
That's next week.
That's an ominous laugh from Andrew Mason.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that.
Khawaja, Webster, Inglis, Green, the 4 catches. 6-3 field. Hazelwood in, bowls here on the hip, or the front pad at least, of Hope as he rides the bounce down to square leg, no single. So just 2 runs since lunch, 43 behind the 180 Australia made yesterday.
I think that's what Australia are going to do. They can sense that these two are trying to free themselves up, continue that same rhythm that they had before the lunch break. And this is what this pace attack is so good at. They're trying to put the squeeze in, bowl those dry overs, get a mistake out of them. And Pat Cummins is really charging in at the other end, as we saw in the previous over. So Josh Hazelwood's job would be to just not give anything away as deep backward square leg falls to the boundary.
Will they go short? Haven't done so much. Bowls here, leaves in the channel, attempt to Hope does well to shoulder arms. The other mistake I made at lunch was I had to race back from spending some time on the other side of the ground, grabbed some food belatedly, sprinted upstairs. I should know by now when I'm in this part of the world, don't back yourself too much with the hot sauce. I went a bit too hard.
Oh, no.
Keen listeners would notice when I came back on. We're back on that. Test cricket, I was trying to consume water at the same time.
Water doesn't help. Very hot in Barbados. Pepper sauce.
All part of the fun in this part of the world. Hazelwood up, last ball of his over. Hope squeezes it out to wide bit on, gets 1. Didn't quite get all of it. He does keep the strike with 34. Chase 44, 42 behind. 5 for 138, the West Indies on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Thank you, as always, to Tony and the team at Henley Homes. Tony Blackshaw here this week. Great to see him on tour here in Barbados, supporting our coverage. Cummins up, bowls here. Short leg, not quite. Off the shoulder of the bat, Hope. Didn't control it, was in the air, but it was about 5 metres away from Constance on the angle. Down to fine leg for 1. Hope 35. 5 for 139.
This is it, Adam. This is that spell.
Yep.
Just making things happen. And it almost feels like he eliminates the pitch from the equation when Pat Cummins is in this kind of mood and rhythm. The ball jumped at Shea Hope, but he did well. Just took the bottom hand off, so it went to ground. Not that there was any fielder there. So Roston Chase really didn't find Cummins easy in the previous over.
Here's Cummins up to the crease. Bowls. He hits him on the pad. Shout given. Chase gone. Little doubt about that one. Jagging back off the seam in the way that Cummins did on 3 occasions in his previous over.
He's gone upstairs.
He does go upstairs for Imar, for Trusted Traders Insurance. Call 13 Imar. But what a terrific bit of bowling that was from Cummins. Back off the seam time and again, and this time getting it dead straight, Baz.
Yes. Well, it's as predictable as the sand being soft on the beaches of Barbados. Pat Cummins, when he's in this mood, you saw him, he was setting him up in the previous over. It was all off stump as we see the first replay of the DRS. It looked pretty plumb from where we sat. And I think it is.
Oh, is there an inside edge? Now, first
after all
replay.
that.
So the pad flap, the ball, and the bat are all very close to one another.
Yeah.
That's going to be one of those we see 5 replays of. Then we'll see Snicko because that, if it's snuck past the inside edge, Cummins is in business big time. If of course, if it's hit the inside edge, it'll be overturned.
Chase called for the review immediately when the umpire gave it.
He did. He looked very convinced
Didn't waste any time at all.
So we wait for the spin vision and we wait for the technology to begin. The Aussies are looking at the scoreboard, probably saying what we're saying. It's pretty close there. Everything's squashed up together. That's the nature of it when it comes back off the seam and everything happens in a hurry.
Correct.
So first replay, ultra edge. Oh, that's going to be very close. As it was earlier today, the bat and the ball. Now, has that hit the pad? This is an incredibly difficult decision for umpire Holdstock upstairs, Baz.
But don't forget, it's been given out on the field.
Right.
So the just to give some. So the ball has gone beyond the edge at the time the spike is there, but at the same time as the ball could be hitting the front pad.
It could be
on the way. Well, not the front pad, but the flap of the back pad.
Right.
I think he'll be given not out here.
You think so?
So the only difference is in the first session, it was given not out on the field.
Right. This one given out.
There's the spike. So we're seeing the image here, and we know that they're not always perfectly in sync either.
Not.
And the umpires have got training on that bit. This is going to be
such a small
judgment call, and it is not going to be easy for Adrian Holdstock.
I think the size and the type of the spike will also count here, Adam.
Right.
Generally, when it hits
there's a spike
right
there.
So the spike on the side-on shot looks like it arrives before the ball.
Before it comes to the bat.
Before the ball gets to the bat. However, they account for that when going through the process.
Right.
So this is going to be real line ball stuff. Adrian Holdstock earlier today made a decision that went the way of Roston Chase in the first over of play.
Will he do it again? He's under the microscope.
We've seen 20 replays at least. He's going back over it time and time again. He'd be mindful of what was going on earlier on today and the scrutiny on that decision. Here we go. Oh, we're going through the ball tracking. No inside edge. That will mean hitting the stumps. He's gone.
He's gone.
So this time Roston Chase is given out leg before wicket. Confirmed by the third umpire. The captain's gone for 44. Cummins gets an important wicket, a second for him. 2 for 22. The Windies 6 for 139. They still trail by 41.
No, Bart, you called it. You did. You could see it, and he set him up. I think Chase would have been looking for a short ball there, half caught, and once there was no bat given, but a fantastic piece of bowling from a great fast bowler.
Exactly, and like you could see what he was trying to do in the previous over as well. Off stump, off stump, off stump, and this one was straighter, fuller. And you're right, Andrew, maybe he was thinking short ball because he'd finished the previous over with the short ball. And this is what Pat Cummins does. And if you've seen Pat Cummins over the last few years in Test cricket, you just know there are some spells where he turns games around, and this one just had that feeling the way he was running in, and he's already broken a huge partnership, and now in comes the all-rounder, one more wicket and into the bowlers.
Partnership of 67, the second biggest in the game, the biggest of the innings so far. Still 41 behind, which feels like at 6 down, Andrew.
Yeah, I agree.
This game could speed up. Cummins bowling a treat.
Yeah, indeed. The length of the bowlers, interesting, and they used the short ball sparingly after the break. So there was that indecision as far as the batsman concerned, and well bowled there by Cummins to get rid of Chase. That's a big wicket.
So Pat Cummins, who threatened to do that in the first over after lunch, where he had Chase leaving balls alone that were just clearing the bails. Well, this was full up. This was ever so straight. It was hitting the top of middle. Newman Ingraves facing Cummins. Has to play straight defensively to begin. Terrific bowling.
Terrific bowling, but just on that decision as well from Adrian Holdstock. If this was given not out on the field, Adam, I wouldn't have been surprised if it would have stayed not out.
Yeah.
I think because it was given out on the field, you can see Roston Chase just threw his head back, wasn't very happy with what he had seen. It came back to, did the third umpire have anything conclusive to asked the umpire in the middle to change his decision. I don't think he did.
Cummins bowls to Graves. New man in, goes back, and he leaves a ball that sails into the gloves of Carey outside the line of the off stump.
So, good call from the third umpire. Oh, wow, he's been in business already. Just the fifth session of the series.
Has he ever?
Yesterday.
Has he got all them right in your view, Marat?
The Travis Head one was a tricky one. I think but at least, in a way, I said this in my previous stint, it was 1-1.
Right.
One went Australia's way, the other one went West Indies' way. This, I think he went the umpire's way.
Yeah.
So Cummins, 2 left in the over. To the new man Graves, and he's fallen straight again, making sure that every decision has to be a spot-on one from the man walking out at number 8.
There was some talk before this test, Andrew, that they might play Devin Imlach, get him to keep wickets, and you always said he's the best wicket keeper right now, pure wicket keeper in the country. But and they got Shea Hope to keep wicket just so that they could play Justin Graves.
You have to play Graves, to a short little order. And he's a decent medium pace bowler as well, so his selection was spot on.
Cummins up here, delivers to Graves, down the leg side, catch the call, has he strangled him? They think it's out straight away, Constas to Cummins. Cummins thought he had him. That was borderline celeb appeal stuff, and they're going upstairs.
Okay.
They knew it.
It sounded...
It looks like the gloves were a long way from that thigh pad, Baz. Has Cummins got 2 in and over to turn this session on its head?
Just on the basis of the click that you heard as the ball went past. As when it went past Justin Graves' outstretched hands.
You think there was a nibble there, Barry?
And he's looking at his glove as well.
Okay.
I think he looks very guilty to me.
First replay, we'll see it on our monitor here. Chemist Warehouse screen. Back of a length, rears up. And, well... It'll be again, we're going to have to go through and wait for the technology because the ball's obscured by the gloves. The thigh pad is in the vicinity as well. So umpire Kettleborough has given it not out, and we are waiting for the spike. And there is no spike until the hip.
On the hip,
It's on the hip. So Pat Cummins will lose a review. Excellent umpiring, Richard Kettleborough. That looks like glove front on. That decision will remain. That's why he's the best in the world at what he does.
Okay.
6 for 139 at the end of an exciting over here at Kensington Oval. That's all on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
They're the tradies, mate. That's Simon.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Hazelwood bowls. Hope hit on the pad. Big shout for leg before turned down. The ball did go down the fine leg, suggesting it's more likely to be missing leg stump. That's the call of umpire Nitin Menon. Pat Cummins only got 1 review left and he won't use it here. Leg by signalled. 6 for 140, trailing by 40. Justin Graves gets the strike yet to score. Here we go.
Yeah, very interesting period of cricket. I think that's going to be headed down the leg side. Big appeal. But these two are really bowling extremely well. Good length and getting the ball to move around as well. And a serious examination for the 2 batsmen. 140 for 6. Graves is capable. Hope we know is very capable as well. And the Australians, they know that.
So Hazelwood gets a crack at Justin Graves, the new man. He's faced 4 balls. Testing over from Cummins. Here rears up. Back of a length, hits him on the glove, gives his hand a shake out to Sam Constas at mid-wicket as Bryce McGain jumps in. Coverage for Australia made by local. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in short leg in a sec.
I'm thinking that as well. And that's going to play on his mind too with that deliveries jumping at him and pulling the gloves away. So that's a situation where he could be a little bit nervous on that occasion as well. That's very good bowling. He may look to York him with this delivery.
Hazelwood from the Ghana end bowls here. Graves down the leg side, taken by Carey, but they don't appeal on this occasion. Hello, Bryce. Busy first 27 minutes of the session.
Colo,
Andrew. Look, it is a big push. The Australians have come out with their big push. Cummins leading from the front. Gets the LBW decision. Somewhat controversial. The skipper was immediately reviewing. Oh, well, he immediately reviewed it. Okay. So he probably certainly felt something. Maybe it was his bat hitting his pad or...
Okay. So it's Hazelwood away from the 3W stand. It's full and straight and pushed back to the bowler by Graves, who is yet to score. Yeah, it was funny in that it did feel like one of those where the gloves were far enough away from the thigh pad that it could only really be glove.
Yeah, And
it ended up being hip more than anything else, more than thigh pad.
In the second one, I'm with you.
Waved the...
So you didn't mean the second one then, no?
No,
you meant the first one. Oh, sorry,
the first one. No.
Okay.
I know you're tuning into that second one. Yeah, no, nothing there. No, nothing there.
Indeed.
Nothing to see here.
So we reset. Hazelwood's got 2 left in the over. Another crack here at the man who's yet to score. Delivers to Graves, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Good leave through to Carey. Not going to be tempted out there early on. Bowled well yesterday in that middle session, especially. Can he make a contribution with the bat?
Yeah, and he's an underrated bowler. He's also an underrated batsman as well. And in fact, in Australia, catching very well and also making 1 or 2 important contributions. In fact, when the West Indies won, he got a 30-odd to give the West Indies a score that they could have defended, thanks to Shamar Joseph. Now the bat was squares right back for the pull or the hook.
Hazelwood to finish his 15th over here. Bowls and driving straight to point though. Nathan Lyon will do the fielding. That'll complete the over. Graves yet to score. Hopes on 35. They trail by 40 at 6 for 140. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Adam White jumping in for me.
Pat Cummins is going to continue. This is where he's trying to break the match open. 6 for 140. He bowls and advancing his hope, and he swipes and misses.
Wow. Where did that come from?
Thought he was back playing for the Hobart Hurricanes.
Yep.
So
that
lack
was
of
the
trust.
good old cow swipe you'll see in Barbadian parlance. Didn't see that coming at all. He's not really settled down, or he's lost his captain.
We're just having a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen there, Andrew. If he made contact, we were a chance to catch it.
Yeah, I think so.
I wonder what Cummins thinks of that. He has 2 for 22. Past the umpire, bowls, Hope back in defensive mode. Pushing into the offside line, comes around from point to do the fielding. The deficit is 40.
Yeah, it is indeed. So it looks as if it could be a low-scoring encounter. We expect the West Indies, when they come with the game, to bowl well. I think Australia are conscious of that. So they want to get whatever lead that they can. This game is going at a frenetic pace here.
I'll tell you what.
After lunch on the second in already, we've lost 16 wickets.
This last session, going into Australia early morning, with Australia batting a second time with the shadows and the murky weather, murky conditions. Cummins closer to the stumps, bowls, Hope jumps, defends up to mid-off. It's going to be prime time cricket in a weird sort of way.
The other thing too here is that the Australians, they're not giving runs away, and I think that might have just influenced a poor shot from Hope. He likes to bat freely, and in fact, when you look at the session just after the break, the wicket has gone down, but they've been very tight. They've been good. The lengths have been good, aggressive. This is fantastic cricket.
Andrew Mason with us on SEN Test Cricket. Cummins again runs away from us, bowls, Hope in defence, working it around the corner, thinking about a single. Constas hurries after it, slides and fields from bat pad, and there's no run. Just something came up on the screen of interest, Bryce. Pat Cummins now has gone ahead of Richie Benaud and now outright second for the most wickets taken by a Test captain.
Oh.
number one is that far in front of everyone else. It's not funny. Now, you've seen the list, so you can't comment, Bryce. No. Andrew, who is number one? And we should do a trivia question for our audience to text in. You're not allowed to cheat. Cummins, wide on the crease, a bouncer. Hope gets underneath. So 0433 98 11 16. Who is the number one captain in Test cricket on the wickets list? So the wickets you've taken while you've been captain.
Okay, Imran Khan.
You've just given the answer away.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
I was going to do a proviso. I was going to give away
Let's do number 3. The clue's in Australian.
No, we did 3, Richie Benno.
I know.
Oh, Andrew spoiled it. Cummins bowls again. Last ball of the over. And it's defended by Hope. He remains on 35. Greaves yet to score. The West Indies 6 to 140 at the end of the over. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. Adam White, Bryce McGain and Andrew Mason with you from Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados. West Indies 6 to 140. Now, I've got a couple of questions, Andrew. Is it Graves or Greaves?
Graves.
Graves.
Yeah. The Jamaicans say Greaves.
Oh, there's a run here for Greaves to get off the mark. Inside edge, trying to play through the covers. It goes out behind square leg. So that's my first question.
But
Justin Graves.
But in Test 3, it's Greaves.
Yeah.
As we go to Jamaica, it changes.
Yeah, it changes, yeah.
So Graves, and then it'll be Greaves.
Yeah, they said Greaves, yeah.
Okay, and then my next question is, why is it that it's the Garfield Sobers Pavilion and not the Sir Garfield Sobers
That's interesting.
Pavilion?
That's very interesting. One would have thought that, but the protocol apparently is that the Sir should not be on. I find that strange. In fact, you've got the Garfield Sobers Pavilion, and it really should be the Sir Garfield Sobers Pavilion, but the protocol is saying Garfield Sobers Pavilion. That's interesting.
Oh, is there an edge there as he went to play down leg side? Hope. Well, it's hard to know. It doesn't matter because it didn't carry. But we just got in an awkward position there, sort of rib height.
In fact, you've got Israel Excellent, of course, and you've got Hall and Griffith, knighted as well, and you've got Greenwich and Haynes, knighted as well.
Yeah.
But then, because we're Republic, Haynes is the most honourable.
Right.
Yeah, that's it now. So Gordon, but Desmond Haynes, the most honourable. Desmond Haynes, because we're Republic.
That's what Bryce is the most
It happened 2 years ago. So we got a president, not a governor general.
Hazelwood past the umpire, bowls. Hope gets a short one, hooks it away nicely into the deep. Second bounce to Stark. So he had to move probably 5 metres around from his left to do the fielding, but he played that way, kind of helped it on its way. Did Hope. And then he's at Shy Hope or Shea Hope?
Shea Hope.
Shea Hope.
Shea Hope. But there's some people call him Shy Hope.
That's right. That's right.
So take your pick. It's okay.
I think
no one is going to be offended.
What do you call him?
I call him Hope.
Hope. Shy Hope.
Shea Hope.
Shea Hope. In Barbados, you call him Shea Hope.
Shea Hope. Josh Hazelwood again from the Joel Garner end. That's a lot easier to say. He bowls here to Graves, who plays into the onside. Nice shot through mid-wicket. Just a single. Cummins comes around from mid-on to do the fielding. One more to the score. So Graves up to 2. Hope 36. 6 for 143. It looked for a moment, Andrew, that it was starting to get a little bit darker, and I thought there might have been a bit of rain, but sort of moved on, and the sun's now out again.
Not as breezy as early this morning, but looking pretty interesting. In fact, we just had, just under 40 minutes and just 6 runs scored. So that's the fight from the Australians. They've gotten the big wickets as well.
Hazelwood bowls again, edging into the cordon on the bounce to Inglis, who didn't take it cleanly. he was at least able to stop its path so it didn't get through, and that was a legitimate edge. It does feel, Bryce McGain, that there was a bit of a pep talk at lunch. Almost like, let's just put the foot down. And
they've certainly sharpened up. They've come out with some real purpose, and sometimes that's just the opportunity to switch off for half an hour, turn your mind off, and then I'm sure the captain has said, now's our moment. They've broken the partnership, but interestingly, in comparison, around the same overs, Australia was 6 for 138.
Hazelwood bowls here. Hope leaves.
West Indies,
the over.
6 for 139. But that was a little while ago. The score now is
6 for 143 as we take a break. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. And the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, sees the West Indies 6 for 143 with Graves on 2, Hope on 36. A change, and Webster coming back into the attack. So again, no Nathan Lyon. He only had that short spell in the early session and got hit around a bit. And they've gone back to Webster here, Bryce.
Now, Webster was able to swing the ball and probably didn't have the control he needed. Wide swinging, sweatband swingers really, and a few swinging back in. But see if he gets his control back.
He's bowling here to Graves, who gets a good ball, and he's played sort of, defensively, but with real uncertainty, and it went probably missing the inside.
Yep.
So going to get a Chemist Warehouse replay here.
The seam was shaping for outswing, but once it hit the pitch, it actually darted back in. So,
and it wasn't one of those sort of quick off spinners.
No,
it just hit the seam. Didn't
it was shaping for an outswinger. That's what he wanted to bowl. Seam angled to first and second slip. It then hit the seam and came back. So that's why he played the line for it moving away.
Webster, a bit wider on the crease. Graves in the air to mid-on the bounce. Sort of a punching shot. It's almost like the ball caught in the surface a little bit. He was through his shot by the time the ball made contact on the bat. So a good start from Bo Webster. A new spell, his second spell today. He bowls again, fullish, driven firmly, and a misfield by Travis Head, and a single as a result to Graves to move to 3. 6 for 144. Hope back on strike. Been out there for 77 balls. Up on his toes, punching firmly, but this time Head does do the fielding and almost self-admonishing himself by throwing the ball in the air, saying, yep, I was able to finally field one. So it's an interesting little phase here, Andrew, with Hope, because he's kind of dug himself into a bit of a hole.
Yeah, he's looking a bit edgy as well.
Yeah, that's right. We feel like there's going to be another explosion any moment.
He wants to make runs. He wants to just free things up. But it's been difficult.
Webster bowls again. Hope in defence. Rock solid this time, back and across, defending back down the wicket.
I think he's got to recognise here that the bowling is good. Bide your time. Wait for the bad ball, work the ball around, get the singles.
You're just seeing through the sound effects the replay from earlier on. The
Chase doesn't look very happy, does he?
One. Yeah.
He doesn't look happy.
Did he not hit it? I thought it looked...
Yeah.
It looked to be a deflection.
Hence, you said it was controversial.
2 slips in a gully. That one spits at Hope, and he played it really well to get a single. He absorbed it, hit high up on the stickers of the bat, and he just pushed it away on the offside and actually got through for a single. But that was a very good ball, a very good over there from Bo Webster. at the end of the over. 6 for 144. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. So this is interesting here. Pat Cummins is going to go and bowl again, but from the Joel Garner end, or the Worrell, Weeks and Walcott stand end. He's really pressing here, the captain. He bowls, and good ball. Hope defends, dropping the ball at his feet. So Cummins, this is a big press here, as I said, by the captain to really try and break the game.
Yeah, 16 overs, 2 for 22, 6 maidens in there, so he's bowled superbly. He hasn't bowled a bad ball. Let's be honest.
I just think he doesn't trust the pitch either, because I think he recognises it could very be a low-scoring game, and in these kinds of games, a lead of 30 or 40 could be precious. I think he recognises that. In fact, he said at the press conference he didn't know what to expect. And this is a pitch that is not that easy to bat on.
And it's certainly not what they did expect.
Yep.
Cummins again on the approach, past the umpire, bowls in the air, driving and runs just past Lyon, who dived away to his right at point. It won't get to the rope, but plenty of vacant space for the West Indians to get through for 3. So Hope will move to 40, 6 for 148. I'll say it wasn't well timed, because it didn't really come off the bat particularly well, but it almost still got to the rope square of the wicket.
Yeah, and because the ball was pitched up, he has been so marooned for such a long time. He said, my eyes are open, and going to go for the drive, and it wasn't quite to the pitch, hence the ball was in the air. But I think he's got to settle there, Shea Hope. He's made enough centuries to know that things are going to be tough for you. He's faced, 82 balls in making 40.
6 for 148. Graves back on strike. He's on 3. The all-rounder waiting for Pat Cummins. Rushes up to the wicket. Bowls. Graves leaves. Bright sunshine again here at Kensington Oval.
Would the crowd be building now with more of the locals coming in? It feels like with Hope, there's just a bit of a vibe. They want to come and see him bat, and the West Indies
listen to the radio, and then they'll make a decision a little bit later on whether to come down or not.
Well, get in here.
Yeah, I think so. Let's encourage them to come.
Do they know the address?
I think they do. Yeah, they do very much.
Straight after school, get the kids here. Under 16 free.
Cummins bowls again. Graves punching into the covers, getting at least a run. Travis Head's got a bit of work to do. He does well. He prevents the second. They thought about it. Just the single through extra cover. Graves to 4.
In fact, in the first day, there were several school children there again today from the primary schools. Vacation is going to be on July the 10th, so they finished the exams, so they can come and watch some cricket.
Well, I went and sat in the Greenwich and Haynes stand in the first session, and it was fantastic. There were so many kids and in school groups, but also there was quite a few where the parents have taken their young boy or young girl along to watch the cricket. It was great to see so many people in the stands.
Yeah. I know there's a big push by Cricket West Indies to get the youngsters to come, and it's going to be in Grenada and in Jamaica as well.
A couple of little adjustments to the field with Hope back on strike. 2 balls left in the over. 6 for 149. Cummins again on the approach. Hope driving. More runs. Another square drive between backward point and the cover region. It won't quite get to the fence. Lyon doing the fielding. He slides and throws, but again, 3 more runs to Hope. He's up to 43. The West Indies bring up their 150, 6 for 152. That means the deficit now only 28 with 4 wickets in hand in their first innings.
Any lead is important. It can be psychological as well. This is why Cummins has come back into the attack, as we said. He just wants to get these batsmen out and maybe take a lead of 10 or 12. That's going to be important for him.
It's the slowest 50 of the 3. A lot of that's got to do with this man bowling. Pat Cummins, last ball of the over to Graves. He bowls. Graves swings, misses.
Very naughty.
He tried to play that through the offside with minimal footwork. Andrew didn't like that one at all. At the end of the over, the West Indies 6 for 152. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, the West Indies 6 for 152. So drinks for both of the batsmen at the moment. The actual scheduled drinks break's only 15 minutes away.
We met the CEO of the company last night, Henry. Was he there?
He was.
Yeah, he was there.
He was.
Yeah, wonderful.
He was there.
Yeah.
We've got one of these extravagant dancers out there at the moment. Andrew, do you know this this lady is out there doing her thing?
I don't, but I should.
Webster bowls, running you over. That one kept a little bit low, and Hope edged it out into the offside and gets a single to point.
She's been dancing since yesterday. She's full of energy.
She's very much full of energy.
And of course, that's the theme sound of the West Indies. It's full of energy.
She's dancing in small bursts, though. We haven't seen much of her today, but you can't miss her.
No, how can
with the
you?
Bright colours on the dress.
And Cropover is just around the corner in Barbados.
6 for 153. Graves back on strike. He's on 4. Webster bowls. Graves edges out. Carey low down, and Bo Webster strikes for Australia. Graves out for 4. It's now 7 for 153. It was a good catch from Carey, having to go low and to his right, getting 2 hands underneath the ball. And Australia now with 2 wickets post-lunch.
Well, they had to go low and forward, so it's not that easy. The ball dying, it actually went seam up. He took it comfortably in the end, made a tricky catch, looked simple. And again, another twist in this game.
Yeah, I think a good decision to bring Webster on as well. This pitch is the kind of pitch to have some of him bowling. I know you've got the option of Lyon, but it's a good pitch for the fast bowlers. He bowls good length, he bowls good light, but he also does a bit with the ball. That ball leaving Graves. He might not have played it that, because when I looked on the monitor, it was slightly wide, but it was drawn in to that short edge, and it was caught behind. Another big wicket. Differential now, not a lot, 153 for 7. The West Indies will be hoping that the low order, Alzari, Joseph and company, could try to get them another 50 or 60 runs. On the other hand, Australia hoping to mop it up as soon as possible.
So they're into the bowlers now, the Australians. Alzari Joseph can hit a big ball. Shamar Joseph can certainly hit a big ball. So things might start to happen quite quickly now. After that wicket, actually seen Josh Hazlewood now come off. There's quite a few of the Australians that are sort of spending a bit of time off the ground at the moment. So good captaincy from Cummins. Not only is he bowling very well, but to go to Webster, and he gets a wicket in his second over. 1 for 8. Webster. Alzari Joseph, the new man for the West Indies. 10 minutes until drinks. Big Bo Webster. In he comes, bowls to Joseph, driving firmly in the air for a little while, almost in that sort of short cover region. He's able to get a single and get himself off the mark immediately. 7 for 154.
There's a lot of trust that Pat Cummins has in Bo Webster. It wasn't after a few overs by Cummins himself at this end, we're at the Malcolm Marshall end, that he went to Webster and he's rewarded him.
Webster bowling to Hope. Hope plays and misses. Just got caught on the crease. And again, it's that ball that's swinging away from the right-hander that's giving the West Indians some trouble at the moment. He's only bowling at 123. I'm going to say only. He's medium pace level. But it's a pace that perhaps isn't worrying the West Indians, but it's the swing that is. 26 behind. Webster bowls to Hope. Hope leaves. Again, that shape away. It's so delicately poised, this test match, Bryce.
It is. The comparison is nearly spot on with both teams. 7 for 153. Australia was 7 and 8 for 143. So they're just in the same vicinity.
Webster again bowls. Hope plays late, squeezing it out backward of point. Getting one. He wants two. He won't get back for two. Lyon getting that customary position at deep backward point. Make sure that it is only the single to end the over. So it does mean that Hope will keep the strike. He's on 45. The West Indies 7 for 155. Seven for 155. Pat Cummins, he will continue. He's bowled 17 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 29. To be the leading man for Belgravia Apparel, providing high-quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations around the country. Cummins bowls to Hope. Hope tucking it into the onside, taking the single. The field spread on the onside. It's pretty obvious that Cummins is keen to bowl to Alzari Joseph. They get one closer to Australia's first innings. 24 the deficit.
Hope's been good. Moves on to 46. And a lot of the West Indian hope rests with him because he needs to work with a tail. Capable of both Josephs. But he's going to need to be the mainstay.
2 slips in a gully. Alzari Joseph on strike. He's on 1. He is on 5. Edging past second slip for 4. It didn't get to Webster on the full. But these are valuable runs. Webster, who's so good in that area of the field, he had a play on it to be able to stop it, not to catch it. He moved a long way to his right, but really was never a chance. It would have gone through the legs of third slip. Again, stressing along the ground.
Josh Inglis at a catching short cover rather than in that third slip. No change in the field to bring in the extra slip because of the outside edge.
Cummins past the umpire, bowls to Joseph. Hits firmly to square leg on the second bounce. It's knocked down by Constas, who almost stumbled in trying to field the ball.
Well, it took a rough bounce off an adjacent wicket.
Yes.
Nearly went behind him as he went down to dive.
It was well done by Constas. We just saw that on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. So have on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. The way that, as you said, it almost got behind him.
He's gone out to deep square leg now.
Cummins to Joseph, a bouncer. He knew it was coming. He ducks underneath. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. Joseph on 5. That's Alzari Joseph on 5. Hope 4 away from a half century, but at the moment he's down the non-striker's end.
Alzari going up to just have a bit of a chat with Hope. He instigated it. Shared a bit of info. Maybe deciding as they get to the last couple of balls here in the field spreads out just a little bit to give him the single and hold him on strike for the next over. Do we take it or not?
Cummins bowls. Joseph in defence.
Nice.
This is the thing with Alzari Joseph. He always looks a very accomplished batsman who tends to have a rush of blood and it all kind of unravels. But when he's actually out there, you kind of feel that he's going to do well. He's obviously, as a fast bowler, he's a tall, athletic man, but he's quite stylish in the way he goes about it with the bat in hand. Taps away at the crease. Last ball of the over, 6 for 170. Cummins rushes up, bowls Joseph in defence, head right in line with the ball. A very attractive defensive stroke up to mid-off. Over complete. One more until the drinks break. 7 for 160, the West Indies. Overs so far in this hour post-lunch. 2 wickets and 26 runs. Webster to bowl the last over before the drinks break. A big outswinger again. So despite the fact, Bryce, that this ball is 57 overs old, Webster's still getting the ball to swing, and it's traditional swing as well. It's not reverse.
Well, it's debatable how old the ball is. It's because it's the third one they've used.
Yeah, that's true.
So it may be something a bit fresher. It's still got writing on it. Can't have.
The Duke is very different to the Kookaburra.
Yep.
Webster wider on the crease, jammed up a little bit, but Hope's able to push out into the offside. He's got one. This time he'll come back for 2 because he got it in front of point. So Lyon had to make a lot of ground from that deep backward point position, and they couldn't stop the second, the Australians. So it's 7 for 162. Hope now only 2 away from a half century.
What Lyon loses in controlling his running speed, if we can put in brackets calf protection, he makes up with a pretty strong arm, but he couldn't stop the 2 on that occasion.
Webster bowls to Hope. Hope inside edge. Oh, what a catch from Carey! That is special. Inside edge. And Carey has dived low to his left and taken an absolute screamer. And it's the danger man, Hope. That is such a big moment in this match. Alex Carey, a spectacular acrobatic catch, one of the best he's probably ever taken. Now, the umpire is going to go upstairs to check whether it carried. Hope's happy to go. The umpire has told him just maybe wait a fraction.
He's not.
To have a look, and he won't wait. Webster here getting that ball to come back off the seam, taking the inside edge, and Carey had to go a long way, full stretch, and he has taken a breathtaking catch.
Or has he? It's in the glove. The glove now goes down to the ground. He took it about a school ruler above the ground, 30 centimetres, and we have a look. Is that ball on grass?
Well, Hope's left the field. He's up in the change rooms.
No, the ball's hit the grass.
And the ball has hit the ground. So he's caught the ball, but as he has hit the ground, the ball has hit the surface.
Despite the fact it was lodged
fully
firmly
controlled
in the glove.
in his hands.
Yeah.
Now, if you think back to Mitchell Starc at Lords 2 years ago, similar sort of thing in the outfield. So it's an amazing catch. But as he's taken the catch, the glove has kind of turned in his hand and the ball has hit the ground. But while all this is going on, the players are having a drink and they're all looking up at the big screen. I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure what's going to happen because it seems quite obvious that the ball did hit the ground. Well, Adrian Holdstock is under pressure again.
One thing that has happened is that Hope has left the ground.
Decision pending. It's out. It is out. Well, there you go.
That is really surprising. Bharat, what have you seen there? Come in and join us now.
No, I've just run into joining, guys. I think it's a question of was he in control of the ball. And I think the umpires deemed that he wasn't. Yes, it did hit the ground, but he was in control of the ball, and that's what he's deemed. He was in control of the ball and his body before it hit the ground.
I think that's debatable.
It is. But
I think that's extremely debatable. He's on a full dive, horizontal to the ground. He's not in control of his body. And the ball, though lodged in his glove, it was a bent glove, and the ball's sort of sitting out, a bit snow cone-ish, out the side of it. It definitely was on the grass. And then he turned his hand, it hit the grass, and then he sort of turned it and cupped it up in the air. You could see the ball clearly.
Now, Carey wouldn't have known that. He's just taken the catch, and he took it cleanly, but the hand kind of turned as he was sort of, because he was diving, and he put his right hand down. It had to go down. But the ball definitely hit the ground in that situation.
And then there's also the interesting thing about Shea Hope having left the field.
Yes, he was up in the rooms.
He was up in the rooms.
Pads are off.
And it was very good umpiring as well. Yeah. To just check that, because we thought it was a clean catch, and it was. It was more what happened as he hit the ground. But for the presence of mind from the umpire to say, might want to have a look at that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
not sure.
Amazing.
I've got the last two decisions completely different in my mind. The inside edge, LBW.
Well, I'm heading out.
Edge.
Andrew is coming in to do some ball-by-ball calling at a very important time. 8 for 162, so Hope out for 48. We've seen an amazing catch and some controversy thrown into the mix as well, yet again. Andrew, take over.
So what do we have here? We've got a serious situation. 162 for a loss of 8. And just trying to look at what has been happening in relation to this situation. You think there was any controversy about that decision?
Definitely there was some controversy.
You're convinced that he was in control?
Yeah, I think he was in control of the ball is what it's been deemed as. Like they'll show lots of replays.
Okay.
Yeah, and
haven't seen it again in the monitor. You're still convinced?
Yeah, I think the big question is, yes, the ball touched the ground, but did that have any impact in the completion of the catch? Sammy definitely doesn't seem to think so.
Okay, all right. Well, here's a drive through cover, lovely shot, pitched up, and Shamar Joseph, the man from Barcara, deep in row, drives away through the offside. That's gone away for 4. And what a way to start. Pitch on the off stump and driven like a shot from a gun. That's gone for 4. 166 for a loss of 8.
Well, that is very reminiscent of the shot with which he started his Test career.
Yep.
That came of Josh Hazelwood at the Adelaide Oval of the pink ball. Oh, it wasn't the pink ball, it was a red ball. But this is a sensational shot, and it's interesting for the ground staff.
Here's Webster, comes in, bowls to Joseph. Joseph is driving again to the offside. Down toward backward point, has the legs to get there. Yes, it goes for 4. Wow, outside the off stump. Square on the offside. That's gone away. That's got them jumping at Kensington Oval. So Shamar Joseph has come to the crease. He's gone to 8. 170 for a loss of 8 is the latest score at Kensington. So they trail by 10, the West Indies. What a game we've got here. 170 for a loss of 8. The two Josephs at the crease. Alzari Joseph and Shamar Joseph. Hope was the last man to go, controversially, if one cares to describe it like that. And we shall see. The umpires had a lot of work to do in the middle. And of course, we've also got a situation where it looks like Stark is going to come back into the attack. Now he's going to bowl to Alzari Joseph, operating from the northern end. And he comes. on his way to bowl to the right-handed Alzari Joseph, and he's forward, plays the ball square in the offside down towards that backward point area, wide third man for single. So 9 they trail by now, and it's 171 for a loss of 8. Low scoring game so far.
Well, low scoring game, but what a couple of brilliant shots from Shamar Joseph. We saw a lot of this down under in his 2 test matches, where he started with the ball, yes, but he also did the first impression he made as a test cricketer. And those of us listening to us on SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by local, and for Henley Holmes, will remember were those cover drives.
Yeah. And he can bat a bit, huh? He can bat.
So he's already got a promotion to number 10. For the longest time, it felt like he was not going to move out of number 11.
Well, here is Stark as he comes up on his way to bowl to Joseph. Joseph gets a yorker, digs it out, plays the ball from the bottom of the bat, square in the onside, down towards that forward square area. Certainly looking to york him, Mitchell Stark. That was right in the block hole. He's on 171, the West Indies. In fact, I got a WhatsApp message. They want to ask, in fact, they're asking you.
Oh, me?
Yeah, indeed. Ooh. They love to hear you in Barbados, You're king in Barbados, of course. What number ideally you think Shea Hope should bat in the West Indies side? What do you think? Think about it.
I'll think about it. I'll take this delivery. Yep.
Here's Stark to continue. Mind you, is the keeper as well. And he comes on his way to bowl to Shamar Joseph, and Joseph is on the back foot. The ball followed him, and he played it up towards mid-off. There's no run.
On the basis of how he batted today, Andrew, I think they could even get him up to 5. I know he was supposed to bat 6 in this innings. Obviously pushed down to 7 because of Warwick being the night watcher yesterday. But yeah, I mean, Shea Hope with his talent and his skills.
You say 5 or 6?
I would, 5 or 6.
5 or 6,
I mean, obviously, for the longest time, you thought he would become the long-term number 4.
Right.
Replace Chandapal, but that wasn't to be.
But you don't think 4 is an option?
Not if he keeps keeping
Keep it,
wickets.
okay, fine.
Yeah, because there will be times when...
Yeah, I agree with that.
Especially with how brittle the West Indian top order is. He might be batting in the 3rd over.
Here's Stark as he starts. So he's got 2 sips in the gully on his way from the northern end to bowl to Joseph. Joseph gets another yorker. That ball goes past his leg stump. Oh, right in the block. Well, look at the Yorkham again. He's a lucky man there. Didn't get bat under that. Went through to be taken by the keeper.
Oh, that would have brought back scary memories for Shamar Joseph. That's exactly how Mitchell Stark broke his toe. At the Gabba. We've spoken a lot about what he did with the broken toe. We often forget how he broke his toe. It was while he came out to bat and yorked him. So we keep seeing replays on our replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse of that Alex Carey catch. And I think we'll see a few.
I would think so as well. Well, here we go. As Stark comes in again. 2 balls left in the over. 171 for 8. And did this delivery? Outside the off to be fans at that. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. That was not a good shot at all by Shamar Joseph.
But that's just what you've come to expect from Shamar. He's such an entertainer. We see it with the ball, Andrew, and even with the bat. A few times we've seen him in Test cricket. He likes to throw it around. I'll tell you what. The West Indian dressing room, they keep putting them on the screen on TV, do not look happy.
No, not at all.
Tonight's press conferences will be worth attending.
Should be interesting.
I wouldn't be surprised if Darren Sammy makes his way to the press conference room and has a few words.
And be there very early. Stark again. On his way to Shamar Joseph. Goes past the umpire, bowls to him. Full bowls him! That was on the cards. Ball pitched up. And there was a batsman being bowled, and that man Stark again producing the ball right. He might have missed it really, and that is an important wicket to get. The West Indies started the day on 57 for a loss of 4. They find themselves 9 for 171.
Yeah, full toss just hit his pad. Shamar Joseph had no idea and just ricocheted onto the stumps. Funny that it was only the top bail that fell off, so Shamar Joseph's little entertaining foray has come to an end. So Australia still 9 runs ahead, and just Jaden Seals to come.
So it's 171 for 9, which is the latest score at Kensington. So 171 for 9 with Jaden Seals coming to do battle. Alzari Joseph has got 6. Seals in 31 innings, 124 runs. But just have a chance to see the monitor. It was full. He was looking to turn the ball away, Shamar George, hit the pad, and then went on to the stumps. He's an unlucky man. But what a game we've got here. We are not at tea on the second day, and already we've had 19 wickets going down.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it feels at some level like we're back at Lord's. We saw 14 wickets on both day 1 and day 2 during the World Test Championship final.
And the Australians, very since Hazelwood is back into the attack now, they really want to get whatever lead they can squeeze out here as he comes in to bowl to Alzari Joseph. Into this delivery, banged in short, he ducks, the ball goes over his back, over the leg stump, taken by the keeper.
And I'm sure those of everyone around the world listening to us on SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by local, and obviously for Henley Holmes, brought to us by Tony and his team, could be wondering what's happening. All these test matches that Australia are playing are all been in fast forward.
Yeah, indeed. So Hazelwood goes back to his mark. He's picked up 2 for 29 from 16 overs and 1 ball. He's been brilliant, as we would expect. Comes in from the southern end to bowl to Alzari Joseph. He's opening the face of the bat, runs the ball squarely offside for a single. Backward point coming off the Brungley. The gully coming across to the right. They converged, and a single taken. There's Darren Sammy.
Doesn't look happy at all.
No, not at all. Good old Darren Sammy. I understand he's a good friend of yours. Is that right?
Darren and I do go back a long way. Back when he was a young captain, 2010. Yeah, there was a period when I felt like I was the conduit between him and the younger players.
Okay, right. Well, wonderful.
The younger players from that era. The likes of Adrian Bharat and Devendra Bishu and the like. So
have you been helping him to get some of the people playing white ball cricket to play red ball? I understand you've been the man to do it. Now, Jaden Seals, who's a bit of a rabbit with a bat. 2 sips in the gully waiting. Australia looking to wrap this up. 9 for 172 as he will go round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Seals. And to this delivery, he's opening the face to the bat and just runs it squarely offside down towards that backward point area. There's no run.
So, yeah, once again, just on the wickets we've seen falling, 19 of them. And when you look at the scoreboard, which is brought to us by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts, you wonder how many of those wickets have to do with the conditions,
right,
or is it just, it's been high-class bowling from West Indies and Australia so far.
Yeah.
But batting techniques have really been brought into question.
Here's Hazel round the wicket again, on his way to bowl to Jaden Seals. Into this delivery, he's looking to swing the ball away, taking it slip, but didn't come from the bat. It was short, his eyes open wide, maybe looking at the ball over the Greenwich Inn stand into the port in the distance. Instead it went by. Let's have a chance to see it on the monitor. Banged in short.
I think it
hit his shoulder.
Finished his shot before the ball even got to him. I think he said he realized it's a short ball, and he had already pictured himself hitting it into the Greenwich and Haynes stand, but he just forgot that bit where the ball still needs to come to you.
So the West Indies trail by just 8 now. Hazelwood again round the wicket to bowl to Jaden Seals. Into this delivery, he's drive in. There's a half shout really from the bowler, strangling the peel, and might have been inside edge onto the pad. Went to gully, didn't carry to gully, and it's 9 for 172.
And the reason I bring up the low-scoring first innings is there would still be an assumption, despite the collapse in the first innings for Australia, that so much time left that the Australian batters, especially the experienced ones, would learn from what happened yesterday, and because the bowlers have given them a chance, it will be a one-inning shootout, whatever happens from this point on. So you'd think that Australia would now bat deep, and that because we've seen them do that, like we saw them do that in Sri Lanka, but there's no guarantee about that anymore.
Guarantee about that. I agree with that. Here's Hazelwood, comes up now in bowls outside the off stump, and the man from the land of Calypso, Trinidad and Tobago, comes across, allows the ball to go wide to be taken by the keeper. It's 9 for 172, which is the latest score at Kensington. So it's going to be Stark. 3 for 59 from 14 overs. He's been brilliant, as you would expect. He's such a great fast bowler, getting rid of Shamar Joseph in the last over. As the ball hit his pad and went on to his off stump. He's going to bowl to Alzari Joseph, who's got 7. 172 for 9. He comes up now and bowls to Joseph, and Joseph is flirting, fishing outside the offs, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Ball that was angled across the right-handed batsman, well bowled again by Stark.
So nearly 4 a.m. now on the eastern seaboard in Australia, so people waking up. Gerard Waitley would be waking up listening to SEN Test Cricket, obviously brought to you for Australia Made, by Local and for Henley Homes. And what a great time to wake up. So Australia will be resuming the innings. The batting has been debated, criticized. People have asked for changes, so this will be their chance to put those critiques to or silence them for a while anyway.
In both Joseph. Joseph ignores an outswinger. Ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. And a good session too. In fact, we talked about sessions. You were saying 3-1, but certainly this session has gone to the Australians. 57 for 4 at the start. By lunch it was 135 for 5. Advantage session to the West Indies, but certainly this session is really going Australia's way.
For now, yes, but I mean that will also West Indies can make it their own if Shamar Joseph runs in and gets a couple of wickets.
I think the Australians are conscious of that. This is why they don't want a lead. They don't want a lead of 30. They want to sneak out a lead of 5 here and try to make sure that they bat better in the second innings. Here's Stark, comes up now, bowls to Joseph. Joseph is onto the front foot, will get a single. And it was one of the off stump. Just play the ball neatly into the offside. I think just wants to get the strike here, and he is just hoping that Jaden Seals can stay with him. There's still 3 balls left in the over. Would you have taken that off?
A brave call
I
from
think it
Alzari to expose
I thought it
Jaden
was actually
Seals.
5.
So you know where this ball is going. It's going to be full at the stumps. So it's a question of if Jaden Seals can get anything in line and keep it out.
Nowadays, some batsmen don't protect the lower order anymore. In fact, there's some people don't believe in the night watchman. 173 for loss of 9. Now Stark looks for his 4th wicket in this innings and starts to move in. Tall and slimly built. There's been a tower of strength for the Australians over the years. And has got 2 sips in the gully. There's a matter of cover, mid-off, mid-on. And he starts to move in from the northern end to bowl to Jaden Seals, and to this delivery he's playing it down towards that backward point here. Ball was outside down the off, that was short. A little bit surprised he didn't go for the Yorker, and Seals got some better than that, got it down to backward point for a single. So the West Indies edging even closer. The deficit is now 6. Alzari Joseph is on 8. Jaden Seals has got 1. They took the single with 2 to come.
Yeah, the attention will soon shift to Usman Khawaja and that young man, Sam Constis.
And Shamar Joseph. It should be a big contest. So, Barry, do you know you're popular in Barbados? Did you know that?
I'm a humble, modest man.
The answer is yes. In he comes and bowls. This is Stark. Ball played away quite nicely there by Alzari Joseph, who reckons he can bat, and he will tell you that. Just strokes the ball nicely out towards that cover area to get a single to carry the West Indies to 175 for 9. Seals has got 1. Joseph has got 9 from 13. But the West Indies started the day on 57 for 4. By lunch it had gone to 135 for 5. Partnership developing between Hope and Captain Chase. At that stage Hope was on 31, Chase was on 44. Well, in the end, the Australians, with great aggression after the break, were able to break through quite nicely. 175 for 9. Last ball of the over, and it's going to be Stark as he comes in to bowl to Jaden Seals, and Seals is getting the ball picked up. That was very well played. It was certainly the York. I think he read it quite nicely there, the batsman, and got a big broad bat, as broad as Trinidad and Tobago, up towards that mid-off area to end the over. At the end of it, Alzari Joseph has got 9. Seals is on 1. 9 for 175 is the latest score at Kensington.
SEN Test cricket for Australia, made by local. I said at dinner last night that I thought scores would be level at the halfway mark of the Test match.
You also said, 12 times this happened?
It's 12 or 15. I'm going to find out during this over. Hazelwood away from us. He wants to see Australia with a first innings lead. Bowls here and he beats the blade of Alzarri Joseph, prodding outside the line of the off-stump. Australia fought back well here. That partnership between Roston Chase and Shai Hope was gathering momentum after lunch. They put on 67, but from there a collapse of 4 for 32. Chase, Greaves, Hope and Joseph falling in quick succession. Hope controversially. He was all the way off before they even went upstairs.
That was strange, the fact that he just was gone by then.
Because he would know, he's played enough cricket to know they're going to review that time and time again. Can't help with the body language. Hazelwood here. Joseph straight back over his head and clubs it all the way. No, yes, it is all the way for 6, which indeed will mean the West Indies have got a lead. 9 for 181. Stand and deliver. Alzarri Joseph puts the Windies in the black.
Wow.
Bang.
This Kensington Oval crowd loved it. I think that's the moment of the day. We saw Roston Chase hit Nathan Lyon for 6, but for the big fast bowler to hit the bigger fast bowler over his head for 6. And what a moment as well, the first innings lead for West Indies.
Huge from where they were. Can they keep going? Bowling here, Hazelwood. Joseph swings, edge 4 over the cordon. Up to 19, 10 runs in 2 balls. That leads now 5 at 9 for 185.
This is what Pat Cummins did towards the end of the Australian innings yesterday. And Josh Hazlewood has had a frustrating day so far. Yes, he picked up a wicket, but catches going down, LBW decisions not going his way, and now he would not appreciate being smacked down the ground for 6, that too by a number 10 batter.
So scores will not be level as I forecast. 8 times in Test cricket, but we can put that to one side with the Windies now ahead. Now Alzarri Joseph, 2 slips and a gully behind him, swinging at everything. Hazelwood in, and he plays nicely out to backward point off the front foot, lets the ball come to him into the 20s. The lead 6, 9 for 186.
That was done nicely, and unless something really dramatic happens from here, Adam, you almost feel like the next real thing of interest in this test is to start with Sam Constis.
Yes.
And what a time, like I said, nearly by the time the Australian innings starts, if say they get bowled out in the next 5-10 minutes, it would be 4:30, 4:45. Good time to wake up, sit down with your cup of coffee.
It's kind of, if you've chosen to jettison the first session, you're probably up for the passage after tea. Constis, who missed out yesterday, the Australian top order under a lot of scrutiny, which they don't necessarily like over on the other side of the ground. They feel like they're in a period of transition and they should be provided some latitude. Well, they'll be under the pump. Round the wicket, Hazelwood bowls and a swing and a miss from Seals. He was trying to launch it into the Greenwich and Haynes stand and it didn't get up.
It did not at all. It's just like I've been keeping an eye on Sam Constis for the last 5-10 minutes. You can sense that nervous energy around him. At times you forget how young he is. We saw it the other day when after he finished his training, he was just walking off and there were a bunch of teenage Bajan cricketers there and he stood there chatting with them. He became that little boy again. He is a boy in a man's world.
11 runs from the over. Last ball of it here. Hazelwood round the wicket to Seals and he deflects it into the gully. No run. Throw comes in from Green. Gives the strike back to Alzarri Joseph. He's 20 from 17. Seals 1. Lead now 6 at 9 for 186 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test cricket for Australia, made by local. Bryce McGain jumping in a moment. Sundaresan with me and Mitchell Stark, who's got 3 for 62, looking to finish it off. Alzarri Joseph looking to bomb some more. Straight back over Hazelwood's head in the previous over. Well, there's 2 back on the leg side.
Oh, the field's spreading.
Yeah, mid-on and mid-off are going, not all the way back, but most of the way back.
It's a lot of respect shown to Alzarri Joseph after just 1-6. Some messages coming through from the dressing room as well for Alzarri, you can see during the break.
So Stark will go over the wicket to him. So he slips the gully, bowls here. Joseph on the hip, finds deep square leg, gives the strike away first ball. 21 for him, 9 for 187, leads 7. Hi, Bryce.
G'day, Colo, Barat, and, well, quick flurry. West Indies have their nose ahead. It's interestingly poised, this test match. You love a low-scoring test match.
And not to be facetious, but even if they get 25 runs ahead, it seems like a sizable lead. Just the way, how difficult batting has seemed here. There have been 2 partnerships of note. Khawaja Head and Hope Chase, that's pretty much about it.
And we're practically only halfway through the day as well, with all the overs remaining and the extra half an hour and that type of thing. This game could be a long way advanced by stumps day 2. Stark to Seals over the wicket, gets forward, plays nicely to cover, no single to Constance.
And as much as cricketers and athletes like to talk about, oh, we don't read anything in the press, we don't listen to anything, I'm sure a lot of what has been said, especially back in Australia, would have trickled down to that dressing room.
Oh, yeah. We've seen enough guidance, just to jump in before, but we've seen enough coming out of the camp that this is definitely cutting through. I mean, they are mindful of the way in which this is being perceived.
Correct.
The top order troubles of late. It's third ball of the over, then we'll come to Bryce McGain. Stark delivers to Seals. He's on 1, down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it.
Yeah, there's some tension. There's some tension here. This is a huge moment. They've still got to get the last wicket, mind you, but Barat, you called it right. Sam Constance, he's looking toey. And Khawaja, even though he's a veteran, he knows this is a critical stage.
I mean, the whole expectation around the series was like, yeah, I mean, we'll respect the West Indies for what they did at the Gabba, but this is all supposed to be an audition, a sort of, let's see what these young guys can do. And nobody's spoken about the possibility of West Indies winning. It's a very real possibility now.
Wouldn't that be something? First test of the series. Stark to Seals. Awkward length. Handles it well. Shovels it round the corner. Carey collects. Seals to 2. Lead advances to 8.
Then the whole narrative changes. And if West Indies, well, upset Australia, who've just coming off a World Test Championship final, and West Indies are still the 8th ranked team in the world, it would be a huge result. We have a long way to go. So it's understandable pressure that's built up around this team.
Some flags up on the screen with the crew behind them from the Australian Cricket Tours group, Luke Sparrow and co. Ran into a few of them when doing a lap before. Everywhere where Australia goes. Stark up. Bowls here. Fullish. Might have caught that on the full, actually, Joseph, and gets it out to deep square leg, who's back. He's 22. 9 for 189. Leads 9.
I bumped into a very interesting woman, Brit, down there in the Greenwich and Haynes stand from San Francisco. American, married to an Australian young woman. Really got into her cricket. Big baseball fan, but now she's following her cricket, and this is not the first test match she's been to. Loves to listen to the radio, so hello, Brit.
Hi, Brit.
Loves to get her nails done, so I have company. But also supposed to move to Melbourne soon, so she has to pick an AFL club.
We can help her with that. Baz?
Yep.
Given our allegiance. Stark to finish the over here. 2 Seals down the leg side. Doesn't hit the stump, doesn't hit the bat, does get to Carey. Both of those were in the frame after he jumped across his stumps. He's 2. Joseph 22. Lead is 9 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts. SCN Test Cricket for Australia made by local. Nathan Lyon will be the change of bowler from our Malcolm Marshall end. Hasn't picked up a wicket, none for 27 from 5. Didn't get one at Lords either. For a spinner, Bryce, does that, after a couple of innings, you kind of get the itch? You need your dopamine hit?
He needs a reward. 5 overs, none for 27 is unlike Nathan Lyon, who he was attacking there for a bit. They had the real in-out field, a couple of short legs and slip, and the fielder's out, but they hopped into him. Hope in particular. Chase hit him over cover. 3 back on the leg side, round the wicket line. New spell here, goes in that direction. Deep mid-wicket will be called into action. Will they take a second? They won't take on Cameron Green. Throw comes in, good result for Australia. 9 for 190 with the strike going back to the left-handed Seals. Joseph 23. And that's what they want. They want the left-hander on strike with the off-spin going away, hoping that he eyes off a deep leg side boundary, and with the spin away, puts it up the chimney and wraps things up. Exactly what's in Nathan Lyon's head, I think. I'll take the last wicket. I don't mind putting the parachute on and take one. Yeah, so the deep mid-wicket goes back. Where in this case, that's not to preserve runs. That is absolutely a catching position. Deep backward square another. Long on beneath us to our left. So some smart batting. There's gaps here and work the partnership. Lyon bowls to Seals, who does swing towards long on, straight down the throat of Bo Webster. It does work as planned. Seals is disappointed in himself. He's held the pose. Lyon does get a reward. Gets himself in the book. All out 190. Last man to go, Jaden Seals for 2. Alzari Joseph, the not-out man, 23. West Indies into the second half of this test match have an advantage of 10 runs. Bryce McGain. An important 10. Gee, I think everyone realised exactly what was going to happen. He's going to slog to the onside, and he got a reasonable piece. Bo Webster took the flat, hard catch at long on, and it is done. And now, the top order of Australia, we get to have a look at it for a second time in this test match. And Joseph, both Josephs, would be really keen to have a go here. Seals was exceptional, 5 wickets in the first innings, so I can't wait for this little patch. So 5 for 55 Australia took since lunch. The Windies resumed that 5 for 135. So on that basis, job well done, remembering that Chase and Hope were 44 and 31 respectively. Their partnership was up to 63. That was broken 4 runs into the second session. Fine piece of bowling, fine spell from Captain Cummins. Webster, a couple of caught behinds. One was somewhat controversial, that of Hope, but they got rid of him for 48. And some resistance from the tail. A 10th wicket partnership of 19. Top scoring there, Hope with 48, Chase with 44. King and Cardi both making it into the 20s. But other than that, a fairly similar scorecard to what we saw yesterday, with the Australians struggling to build consistent partnerships, with wickets falling in clumps at one stage, losing 4 for 32 in this middle session.
Very similar to the Australian innings, wasn't it? There was one big partnership in the middle and a cameo in the end from a fast bowler. Cummins for Australia, Alzari Joseph for the West Indies. But from where they were last evening, and where it felt like, especially after Brandon King just shouldered arms and let the ball hit off stump earlier today, felt like maybe Australia could just run through them. Because I thought they bowled really well. Pat Cummins in most of his spells. Mitchell Starc had his tail up. But I think the West Indies will think, well, they've given themselves the best chance. Their bowling is their strength, as we saw yesterday. And if they can put on a repeat performance once again, and Jaden Seals and Shamar Joseph, there's no reason why they cannot, they could give themselves a great chance at chasing down a reasonable total in the 4th innings and pulling off a massive upset.
For Australia, the bowlers, Mitchell Starc, 16 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 65. Josh Hazlewood, 18 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 41. Pat Cummins, 18 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 34. So very consistent, the big 3 as ever. Nathan Lyon picked up the final wicket, 1 for 28 from 5.2. And Webster, an important intervention in this middle stanza, 2 for 20 from his 6. Bryce McGain, a parting thought before we go to a break?
Evenly poised. I'm really, really looking forward to this next little phase of the game. Let's not look too far ahead for stumps, which is a few hours away. Just look at the next hour, how critical that's going to be. Can't wait. And good luck to the Australian top order.
Yeah, indeed. Don't go anywhere. If you're just waking up, 4:20 on the eastern seaboard of Australia. In about 8 minutes from now, it'll be Sam Constance and Usman Khawaja walking out on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. That's all on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Adam White will be taking up commentary and taking you through to the tea break. He hits him on shout, given, chase gone. Little doubt about that one.
Graves back on strike. He's on 4. Webster bowls. Graves edges out. Carey low down and Bo Webster strikes for Australia. Webster bowls to Hope. Hope inside edge. Oh, what a catch from Carey. That is special. And Carey has dived low to his left and taken an absolute screamer.
Can't help with the body language. Hazelwood here. Joseph straight back over his head.
Barbados, some of the highlights of the last hour or so, the middle session here on day 2. And as it stands, the West Indies, well, after the completion of their first innings, they have a lead of 10. Having been dismissed for 190. Seals, the last man out for 2, which meant that Alzari Joseph was 23 not out. So as Brad Sanderason said, there were so many similarities between the Australian first innings and the West Indies first innings. The big partnership between 2 experienced players in the middle and then a cameo from one of the bowlers, one of the experienced bowlers as well. So Hope 48, Chase 44, Joseph 23 not out. That partnership in the middle between Hope and Chase worth 67. Stark, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 65, at least from a wicket's point of view. But also 2 each to Hazelwood, Cummins and Webster. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you to take you up until tea. So it's going to be a very testing little 15 minutes. There's no question about that, Bryce, for the Australian batsmen.
Have they taken tea?
Oh, that's a good point.
Have they taken tea? Look, there's some...
I think you're right. I think they have taken tea.
Yeah, they've taken tea early because there's some cones going down for a running session that Matt Kuhneman's about to do. And
Yep, they have officially. So that was right on the bubble as to whether they could have taken tea. I thought they would have had to have come back out, but no, it is tea. So there you go. An early tea, which turns everything into chaos in relation to everything else. It's going to be a very, very long last session now with the early taking of tea. So what we might do is we might head back to the studios with Matty Donald to take us through the next little period. It'll only be for another sort of 7 or 8 minutes before we get back underway. That's a good observation from you, Bryce. We were waiting for them to come out, the Australians, but they're having a beverage and maybe a scone, and then they'll come out and have a bat. So here at Kensington Oval, it is tea on day 2. The West Indies all out, dismissed for 190 with a 10-run lead. Constas will be batting soon with Usman Khawaja, but that'll happen in about 10 minutes from now.
The McCrispy Burger with 100% Aussie chicken, a soft glazed bun, crunchy lettuce, and a new signature sauce. They thought, straight to the permanent menu you go. The McCrispy, Macca's next big thing. Available after 10:30am.
Say no to petrol headaches and yes to the convenience of battery power. The Milwaukee MX Fuel Equipment System is redefining industrial job sites by delivering the power of petrol with none of the associated hassles. Save time and improve your safety without petrol emissions, frustrating pull starts and engine maintenance. One battery system works across all MX Fuel equipment. No petrol hassles, total battery convenience. MX Fuel Equipment redefined. Buy now from your nearest MX Fuel authorised agent. Milwaukee, nothing but heavy duty.
Tax time.
Ready to work when you are with a 5-year, 250,000 kilometre warranty. Available from $64,990 drive away. Plus the first 3 scheduled services complimentary under warranty. Limited time only. Visit your nearest Mercedes-Benz authorised dealer today.
When the job needs doing, that's Ace. When you need it fast, that's Ace. When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
As a roofing plumber working on an estate, I can't afford to be sitting around waiting for gutters, fascias and downpipes to be delivered. That's why I've always used Ace Gutters. If I order a stocked item by 5am that morning, I know I'll get it the same day.
When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
Call 9586 4888 or log on to acegutters.com.au.
Convenience is the key when it comes to Melbourne Airport's terminal parking.
Only a few minutes walk to the check-in areas, Melbourne Airport's covered walkways make parking even more convenient.
So you can travel in maximum comfort and stay sheltered from the weather while walking to the terminal.
Convenience is the key with Melbourne Airport's terminal parking.
Book online and scan your QR code for a smoother journey.
Mate! Want an out-of-this-world mobile deal as legendary as a Sam Kerr Worldie? Dive into Mate's range of great value, no-contract mobile plans starting at just $25 per month. Become a mate today and start enjoying Mate's range of great mobile plans. No tricks, no gimmicks, just great value. Big data on Australia's trusted network. Yeah, mate. Sign up at letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online.
This is Ben Reid. Spring is the selling season, and the one thing that stands between a successful property sale and a disappointing result is the quality of the advice you take. So before you put your property on the market, talk to an Ian Reid vendor advocate first. We'll share the experience and advice that will make a significant difference to the sale price of your property. Visit ianreid.com.au or call 9430 0000.
Ian Reid Vendor Advocates.
Go on, ring us. Where in the world can you win some of the biggest lotteries? Ones with the most ginormous jackpots on the planet. The kinds with hundreds of millions to billions of dollars. America, Europe, Australia. Yep, right here with Australia's own Lottery Office. Get more zeros in your life. Download the free Lottery Office app and play today. Or visit lotteryoffice.com.au.
El Jana, home of legendary charcoal chicken. Delivers value to hungry customers every day. Choose from 5 locations across Melbourne to feast from. eljana.com.au, home of big flavours and bigger portions.
Shortly, so don't go anywhere. The Australians to bat in 5 minutes from now. So Australia batting a second time. Constas with his first ball very nearly chopping on. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you after an early tea break with the dismissal of the West Indies, their first innings for 190. Constas facing Seals. Sam Constas with the white towel flapping out the back of his pants. Awaits Seals. And Constas leaves that shape away from the right-hander, as we saw yesterday in Australia's first innings. Nervous times, Bryce McGain.
You bet it is, Whitey. It's certainly feeling the tension that I'm sure the two Australian players out there, the veteran and the kid Constance, and, well, who's in next? He's watching closely in Cam Green. So, and then Josh Inglis at 4 as well.
Seals on his way, running away from us. Bowls to Constas again, leaving outside off stump with the shape. So he learnt the first time, Constas, who sort of nibbled at that first one, to now allow the next two to go past. I wonder how he's feeling. I know he's a confident young man, Sam Constas, but you'd have to think his heart's racing out there at the moment.
No question. Look, he's looking calm. He's moving slowly. He's doing all the actions of being in control, but internally his stomach could be churning a bit. Couple of outswingers. When will that ball be nipping back?
3 slips in a gully, and another one that shapes away that Constas doesn't play out. But good swing. Seals coming off 5 wickets in the first innings.
For a young man at 22, he is a skilled swing bowler at good pace. Collar has shared that he... sorry, Whitey, but Collar has shared that he spent a couple of winters, I suppose, or summers, whatever you want to put it. He's been in England playing county cricket, and that is learning how to swing and bowl the ball the way he is.
Seals bowls to Constas, playing from the stumps away on the onside. That one was a bit straighter, making sure that Constas plays, and he does play, defending into the onside. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. And just don't forget as well that with the longer final session, we've got to remember that a lot of you will be having to switch across to the app, so we'll get that information to you as soon as we can, exactly how it will all play out in around about 20 minutes from now. Last ball of the over. Seals bowls to Constas, full ball. Constas confidently coming forward and defending up to bid on. So good first over from Seals, and a good one there from Constas as well after the nervous first ball. A maiden to start things off. So the man of the moment, Shamar Joseph. The man of yesterday, at least. I wonder whether he'll be the man of today as well. He will be bowling from the Joel Garner end of Kensington Oval. Osman Khawaja on strike for the first time, having scored 47 in the first innings. Shamar Joseph on the runway, bowls to Khawaja. It's down leg side, about rib height. And Hope had to almost just stop it as it went down leg side, sort of shoe high. It's a bit of a loosener from Shamar at 132 kilometres an hour, Bryce.
Yeah, he's charging in.
Real touch, man.
Probably for likeness, for those that haven't seen a lot of how he bowls, he's probably more suited for the Malcolm Marshall end, more that sort of height and the real bustling charging in. And when he's at his peak, which he was yesterday, really letting the ball go at good pace and movement as well.
He's ready again. Charging in. Bowls to Khawaja, who's nibbling it around the corner and getting at least a run. That's all he'll get. Out into the deep behind square leg. Just nursing it around the corner and getting himself off the mark. Khawaja 1, Australia 1. Sam Constas just heads down the pitch to do a little bit of gardening before asking for guard. He's got a couple of different guards he wants, and he scratches that out after getting the right line from the umpire. And he goes back and gardens again, and what he's doing is he's making Joseph wait. He's in no hurry, Constas, and Shamar Joseph, he's been ready for nearly 10 seconds. That's going to anger him. It's going to fire him up. Steams in. Bowls to Constas. Forward. Good ball. Well played. Defending up to mid-off. What was the speed on that one?
Felt like he's working into his spell here.
Yeah.
Big, thick gold chains have come out from behind the collar.
It looks like a bike chain.
Yep.
It's that thick, other than the fact that it's gold and not black.
It's probably more valuable than the bike, isn't
That's
it?
right.
If that's locking the bike to a pole.
It might be worth the value of a peloton.
Yeah.
Shamar Joseph again. 3 slips in a gully. Constas comes forward. Oh, he's been dropped at third slip. He came out of his crease, trying to force through the offside, and it's gone down at third slip. Another drop catch of Shamar Joseph, and Constas gets an early life. It was a strange thing for Constas to do. It's like he was back at the MCG and steered it to third slip, and it went down.
John Campbell. It's a pretty straightforward catch. It was off to his right. 2 hands on it, and down it went.
Shamar Joseph again to Constas. Stays at home, has to defend a very quick ball. Playing from the crease, not getting out of his crease.
I really don't understand why he skipped down the wicket there. You're an opening bat, and suddenly you make it even harder. And you're making it on the move, and you're moving your head away from the line of the ball. He moved his head to the leg stump line rather than just being at off stump, being steady, eyes in line with the danger area.
Last ball of the over. Shamar Joseph to Constas, edging this time, dropped again. You cannot believe it. What is going on? What is going on?
Justin Greaves at second slip has put that down, so he's had a catch dropped at third slip. Campbell's put it down. 2 balls later, Justin Greaves has put it down at second, and Shamar Joseph has got out of there in a hurry.
Okay, off to a break. We're just having a look at the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. It was low, it was dropping, but Graves should have taken it. Seals now bowling to Khawaja, full ball, digging it out, punching it down the ground. Good shot. The brand new Duke ball doesn't quite get to the boundary. They've got 2, and Khawaja's happy with that. So Sam Constas dropped twice in 3 balls. The first one, he had danced down the wicket, tried to force it through the covers. Campbell put it down. The second one, prodding at it, low to Graves, who had to go forward, got on his knees and just couldn't hold on low down. Quite remarkable scenes, considering the issues they had in the first innings catching the ball. Seals around the wicket, bowls to Khawaja. That one's swinging down leg side.
Well, Shamar Joseph has had 5 catches dropped off his bowling, and none of them particularly difficult. Certainly at this level you would expect them to be caught. So what might have been, the chances he's creating is just remarkable.
SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local. This is nervy times, stressful times for everybody at the moment. Seals again. Around the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, who's playing very nicely down past mid-on in the end. So that's a misfield to go with the drop catches from the last over. They've got 2. Khawaja, he really wants 3 here, and he'll come. Which puts Constas back on strike. His heart rate will be about 160 at the moment, you'd think. And the West Indian fans, some of them are just starting to lose their... lose it. Just so frustrated because they're so close here. And to put down 2 catches in 1 over after what happened in the first innings... It's not like they're playing with a cake of soap. Seals bowls to Constas. He dances down the wicket again and drives to mid-off. This time he makes better contact, but he's not changing the way he wants to play here, Sam Constas. Whether it's the right way or the wrong way, it certainly worked for him on Boxing Day. He's trying it again here. It's unconventional. It's certainly exciting. It's getting my attention. Pat Cummins and Andrew McDonald having a chat up in the Garfield Sobers Pavilion.
Well, more importantly, Khawaja's going down to have a chat to Sam and maybe just say, look, I know you want to do it your way, just settle down. You've got a chance. You've been given 2 chances. Just settle in and bat for a long period of time. Probably your career depends on it.
Seals again bowls to Constas, who is playing a good forward defensive stroke up to mid-off. So he's still yet to score, Constas. It has to be one of the best, well, not the best, one of the most exciting 0 of 12s I've ever seen. Almost chopped on his first ball, then dropped in the cordon 2 in 3 balls in the second over. We're only now into the third over. He's danced down the wicket again already in this over.
Snicked the 8th ball to third slip, the 10th ball to second.
Seals again, past the umpire, bowls to Constas. That's better. Punching up to mid-off, getting onto the front foot. But still a dot ball to end the over. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia no wicket for 6 in its second innings. The Australians no wicket for 6, but it could be so different than that, and we've only had 3 overs. Shamar Joseph from the Joel Garner end, he's on his way again. Past the umpire, bowling to Khawaja, who's in defence and taking a single. Past the onside of the stumps at the non-striker's end. It was really just pinching a single. He moves to 7. No wicket for 7, which means the Constas Shamar Joseph battle resumes. And again, Khawaja coming down to have a chat to Constas. It's not the only reason, clearly, Khawaja is opening the batting still for Australia, but it is one of the reasons, is just to be the mentor to the young man. Constas yet to score from 13 balls. Shamar Joseph bowls. Constas gets runs through square leg, just rolling the wrist. It was a good shot, a controlled shot towards the rope. Will it get there? It doesn't quite. They've got 3. Constas wants a 4th on the arm, but he'll come. He wants the strike, and he gets there, but only just. 4 runs to Sam Constas, all run. Australia no wicket for 10, and we're back to parity. So it wasn't a pull shot, but it was sort of hip high, and he played it nicely with a vertical bat, square, just rolling the wrists. And he's away eventually. Took 14 balls. There's a hush over Kensington Oval. Joseph again to Constas, plays and misses, nibbling at one outside off stump. We have still got 2 hours and 40 minutes of Test cricket, and it's going to be fun.
The world's longest session is in front of us, and boy, if the first 4 overs aren't anything to go by, we're in for some action. While Australia sleeps, back home, maybe tune in.
Shamar Joseph bowls to Constance, advances again, swipes and misses. Whatever Usman's telling Sam, it's probably not what we thought it was. Or he's just not listening, or he can't control his emotions at the moment, Constance. Usman coming down again to speak to the young man.
Well, he danced down, tried to smack it down the ground, missed it, and then nearly scolded himself as he stormed off to square leg 3 pitches away. Now he's got back into his stance now. There must be so much going on in his mind at the moment.
Joseph bowls again. Constas squared up, defending back down the wicket. More conventional cricket from Sam Constas. You can't take your eyes off it, whether it's good, bad or indifferent. You can't help but watch. Almost with your eyes half closed. He's on his way again, Shamar Joseph. Last ball of the over. Sam Constas stays at home, defends nicely, compact. Up to mid-off, no problems there to end the over. Constas getting 4 runs from that over. Australia no wicket for 11. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. We've got Seals on his way again to bowl to Khawaja, who's leaving outside of stump. So for all the chaos at one end, it's the serene calmness of Usman Khawaja at the other. And which might sound strange considering the fact that Khawaja is 7 off 6 balls and Constas is 4 off 18 balls. But that's just the crazy way it's happening at the moment.
I've got to be honest with you, I'm so tense when Sam is on strike, and then when Usman's there, I'm calm, I'm serene.
Seals bowls, Khawaja through the covers, punching into vacant territory, and they'll settle with 2. Khawaja just jogging the second run. Australia no wicket for 13 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. It's really interesting just seeing those replays for Chemist Warehouse of just the emotion from the West Indians, even Darren Sammy up in the Garfield Sobers Pavilion, the way they're reacting to these drops. I don't think it's making it any easier to get the next one. Khawaja leaves a very wide one outside off stump. Now Hope drops it with the gloves on, just in a basic elementary type of operation behind the stumps.
Well, the West Indian supporters in the crowd, they're cursing as well. The hats were going off, getting slapped on thighs, and the tension's everywhere.
Maybe what we need to do is we need to get them to our hotel at the Divi South Winds at Beach Resort.
Or you'll relax there.
And just get some catching practice for them out on the beautiful lawns there, and just get them to... I'm happy to hit catches, even if just with a tennis ball, to get their confidence up. Khawaja here back and across, defending up to mid-on. Well, there's plenty of room. There's tennis courts and there's all sorts of things But just get them out on the beautiful grass and just whack tennis balls at them and get them catching those.
Well, what I did notice when they were warming up, Whitey, was the fact that they were doing some slips catches, but the batter was missing a lot of them. And there's nothing more frustrating when you're in slips and you want to practice a few in an innings break or before the game, and the guy hitting them can't hit them. And that was happening. So
Seals again around the wicket to Khawaja. Thought about playing the drive and then decides against it. But he plonked a big stride forward outside the line of the off stump to think about having a go. So, as I said, all the chaos at one end. Khawaja is just going about his business at the other. We've got Constas now that's asking for gloves from the non-striker's end after this ball. Very, very unusual, but it's fun watching all of this. Last ball of the over. Seals bowling, Khawaja leaving, and that one getting to Hope on the half volley. Over bowled, SEN Test cricket for Australia, made by local. Australia no wicket for 13. So Constas has changed his gloves. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. He's ready to go. Shamar Joseph on the runway to bowl to Sam Constas. Joseph bowls that wild down leg side, and Show Hope on the fly like Superman through the air, taking the ball down leg side. Constas on 4, Khawaja on 9. It's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, into the final session. And don't forget, very shortly, to listen to the cricket, go through the SEN app or through SEN Fanatic, with regular breakfast programming about to get underway with Bunnings Radio and the breakfast shows in your respective states. Joseph again bowls. Constas drives nicely up to mid-off. No run. Straight to that wide-ish mid-off position. But importantly, he stayed at home, Bryce.
He's a hard watch. I just feel so tense. Maybe because I'm not sure what he's going to do next. The running down the wicket, he's done that. Nicked at the third slip, got dropped. That was after facing 8 balls. He's come dancing down the wicket and swung and missed at a few. Steady as she goes now.
Joseph bowls. Constas in defensive mode again, pushing again to that man at a wideish mid-off, and there's no run.
Shamar Joseph is absolutely charging in into his third over. None for 6. Had 2 drop catches, 2 balls apart. Has had 5 drop catches for the match. What might have been, but still could be.
Halfway through his over here. Constas waits. Shamar Joseph bowls. Constas hit on the pad or flicking. It's going to be 4. I think it's leg byes. It is leg byes. As he tried to flick down to fine leg. It's not off the bat, but 4 valuable runs all the same. No wicket for 17 now. Constas remains on 4. Khawaja on 9.
Lead of 7, Whitey. It's always good to, even though it's a 10-run deficit, it was nice to be in the positive from an Australian perspective.
Field doesn't change. Joseph wider on the crease. Constas playing into the gully, but was controlled. Played with soft hands. almost opening the blade into the gully. That wasn't an edge like we saw 10 minutes ago. 2 in 3 balls into the cordon, dropped both of them. So 1 ball left in this over for Sam Constas to negotiate, and then Adam Collins will come in. To take you through this wild ride of Sam Constas. Joseph bowls. Constas playing again more conservatively here. Up to mid-off. No timing in the shot, and that is the end of the over. Shamar Joseph through 3 overs, no wicket for 6. Constas 4, Khawaja 9. That is on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted Tyre experts. It is SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by Local.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam Collins jumping in with Bryce McGain, Jaden Seals. As Usman Khawaja down the other end. 3 slips in the gully, round the wicket, bowls here, leaves line in the channel. I actually still can't quite believe what I saw in that second over of this innings. That shot that Constas played from the 4th ball from Shamar. Walking down leg side of the ball, head in a different postcode to his body, to his bat. He sets up so nicely when he bats, air quotes, normally. I mean, in that previous over, it looks perfectly at ease. Not at ease. It's new ball, hard yakka. But, you know, it looks...
Yeah, it's a forward defence. They're challenging a forward defence, so he played accordingly.
Yeah, it looked
in the middle of the bat.
It looked the way we're conditioned to watching Test cricket. And I understand being a disruptor has its merit. The Seals bowls here to Khawaja and he plays out to mid-off. I'm not disputing the fact that his disrupting effect on Boxing Day changed the nature of the Border Gavaskar trophies. That all of that can be true. And at the same time, it can be true that trying to step down leg side of the ball and fly a bloke over cover in the second over of the innings when you're 10 behind, there's just something not...
No, you're right.
There are bits not making sense to the naked eye, and it's not as though this is a storyline that hasn't been talked about. He's been very open in the press about how things got big on him at Sydney and through that brief stint before leaving alone here outside the off stump. He spoke about how the emotions got the better of him, right? So he's aware of it. I know he's a young man, I get all of that. And you've got to be careful to go too hard, and I don't want to sound like I am, but I'm just flummoxed by it. State of the game.
Watching it is just... I was saying to Whitey, it just makes me so tense.
Yeah.
I'm so anxious with what's he going to do in those moments.
Because he can clearly play. But there's no ambiguity about
capable.
the fact he's an extremely capable cricketer. He's not picked on spec. Khawaja here, turning into the onside. Lovely timing. Out towards the Greenwich and Haynes stands for 4. Khawaja to 13. Takes Australia number 21 to leads 11.
Played it nicely. Late swing, and probably more than Seals anticipated here. It really swung into the pads, and, well, Usman's not going to miss out on that. He just helped it on its way. There's a backward square, put it in front of square and picks up 4. Seals knew immediately that he'd got the wrong line. Now, we have had some technical difficulties. They are looking to tune things up back in the studio.
Okay, I'm not across the technical difficulties.
We've just had some ads clashing with the live commentary, so they are tuning that up.
Okay, understood. Seals here to Khawaja, who clips behind square, so there's a man there to cut off one there, and he's gone either side of him in the over. Returns for a couple. Well played Usman Khawaja. Important innings for him as well. He's 15, none for 23, leads 13. Seeing Brad's face as he walked in the box, I made eye contact with him and he's like, oh no. I think he knows what we're going to be talking about for the next little while. Oh no. Sam's family and his batting coach are over in the Greenwich Haynes
I wonder if it makes him as tense as it's making me.
Well, it sounds like the body language. I didn't see it myself, but a colleague downstairs. I won't name the colleague downstairs because he's probably writing about it. Saw them over there, like hands in head, like what's going on? What is going on? They're riding the bumps over there. As are we all. Kawaja facing Seals, beats him. That's a good ball. That's round the wicket with the swing and just straightened up off the seam into the clubs of hope. End of the over. Back to the Shamar and Sam show after the break. Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Number 23. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. 5:05 on the eastern seaboard of Australia. If you're just waking up and your alarm went off at 5 a.m. for the cricket, first of all, welcome. I admire that kind of behaviour. Here's Shamar Joseph, the Sam Constance bowls here. Leg side, got something on it 4. Hope was diving away to his left down the leg side. It's 4 leg byes, actually, so he didn't get anything on it. Either way, Australia's score advances to 27. The lead 17. They were all out, the West Indies, for 190. Australia took 5 for 55 in that middle session. So an extended final stanza. Sam Constance was dropped twice in Shamar Joseph's first over, both in the cordon, and one of them charging. Really is something. And he's still there, and he's on 4. And Kawaja's on 15. The lead 17. Where were you taking that all in, Baz? You weren't in the box at the time. Constance facing Shamar Joseph, well behind and in defence. Bat and pad glued together. That's the way.
That is the way, but even then it hit closer to inside edge than middle of the bat.
True.
I was right there in the mix with the Bajan fans. And there's this gentleman who's been on TV a lot in the green T-shirt. And man in his 60s has been giving all the West Indians a lot of advice. So he caught on to me and he was giving me a lot of advice. Good morning, Ian Healy. If you're listening, he has a lot of things to say about you and what you've been saying about Shamar Joseph.
Morning, Hills. Here's Shamar bowling the Sam Constance, deflecting, soft hands, nice batting down to the gully, no run.
And yeah, I mean, look, the mood there is obviously a couple of people just got up and left when that second catch went down.
They left.
They just packed their bags and said, "Man, I'm going to watch any of this," and then just like walked off.
Did you see your old mate Darren Sammy on the balcony?
I know.
Oh, he was distraught.
And what a great slip fielder he was.
Yeah.
Very underrated slip fielder. But yeah, I mean, you look at Sam Constance's technique. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about, there's the way he played against Bumrah and there's this other way he plays.
Shamar Joseph to Constance, who leaves I would call that a tempter, so wide of the off stump but still swinging into the gloves when it was taken in front of her slip.
And I do think, as Bryce, you and I have watched a lot of him, or whatever he's played in Shield cricket, we've watched enough of him. Yes, I mean, he plays more conventionally in Shield cricket. But to say that he's technically sound in Shield cricket would be really stretching it, because there are clearly technical deficiencies. Yes, he's 19, but just the fact that he gets beaten on the inside edge and the fact that the bat face always seems to be open, isn't it, outside off stump? That's why he edges so many deliveries.
Shamar Joseph bowling here at the 19-year-old Sam Constance, delivers and he plays back and out to gully for the second time in the over, but with the open face that you described before.
Yeah. So, yeah, and you see him batting in the nets as well. We heard that he had some special nets back in Australia to make some technical alterations. But this is Test cricket. I mean, he's been given this massive opportunity as a teenager, and then the West Indies have given him 2 even bigger opportunities by dropping him twice in the first over, coming off a failure in the first innings. Now, how does he fight through these technical issues he's had during his young career, and the pressure now with all of Australia looking at him not with fondness but with question marks? It's changed. It's no longer what it was at the SCG.
Joseph to Constance, delivers, and Constance chases a wide one. Doesn't catch up with it, ends up in the gloves. End of the over, number 27. Constance 4 from 30. That doesn't tell the story. 15 for Kawaja, lead 17 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, built from only $227,900. Thank you, as always, to Henley Homes for having us here at Bridgetown in Barbados. Kensington Oval, Test match that's live, and our Zari Joseph looking to bring some extra pace, replacing Jaden Seals from our Malcolm Marshall end.
And the other thing I heard a lot of, Adam, while I was there, especially from the senior Bajan fans, they love talking about history, don't they? So they're seeing what Sam Constas is doing, and I heard so many stories about Bob Simpson and Keith Stackpole and Bill Lawry and all the great top order batters that they saw.
So here is Alzari Joseph, first change, first ball, fallen straight, Yorker length, dug out from round the wicket by Usman Khawaja, back to the bowler.
And this is just me quoting them, this is not my opinion. And then they went through the list. Mark Taylor, David Boone, Jeff Marsh, all of them have played Test cricket here. And then they said, and this is the best you got? And then Green at number 3. What happened to Australian Test cricket? I had no answers really, but that was the sentiment from the passionate West Indian Bajan fans.
Yes, the reset that was starting this week. Now Zari Joseph bowls way wide of the off stump to Khawaja. He lets it go. I think there's like multiple ways of coming at this. There is clearly the reset word and all the rest. That they are looking to that. It's an impossible sport to do medium-term planning in. You can't do it in the absence of getting guys experience playing Test cricket. I mean, there is no reserves, so to speak. You need them to play. So someone like Inglis and Green batting at 3, it's all an exercise in building up resilience and building up a base to work from through the next stage of their career. As Alzari Joseph bowls to Khawaja, Yorker length again, driven away to extra cover, where it stops by Craig Brathwaite, the veteran, no run. But the awkward transition period can often lead towards some pretty unflattering results. And Constas is clearly part of that right now as the new man opening.
And some unflattering opinions as well. And I think it just comes with, now, if, say, Constas fights through this somehow and makes runs tomorrow, and the same people will turn around and say, okay, like I think what I meant earlier by when he walked out to bat at the SCG, it felt like Australia had rediscovered their love for Test cricket after what he'd done at the MCG.
It was an amazing moment. Now Zari Joseph bowls to Khawaja, hits him on the pad, on the ankle, given. Umpire Menon waited a moment, thought about it, considered it, put up the finger. Now, he was wide on the crease. We're going upstairs. Khawaja makes the T sign. For Imar, Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 Imar. So there'll be questions here on height and on whether it's done too much down the leg side. It beat Khawaja on the inside edge. He was caught on the crease.
Big movement too. Big swing in the air. So even though it might hit in line with the big angle, it may be tracking down leg side.
So it started way outside the off stump. Khawaja's hit. Well, it won't be missing leg. No. It looks like from our angle that he was across, that it might have gone. But indeed, it's more likely to be overturned on the basis of impact outside off or indeed height. So a bit to go on with here.
But so far, the LBW decisions we've seen, the ball has been hitting the stumps.
So impact should be okay because only some ball needs to be
I think it's in
on impact. He looks to be in strife. It could be a bail trimmer here. So all eyes on the big screen here around the ground.
There's been a lot of balls at this length that have hit the top of the stumps. It hasn't shot up over. It's not a super bouncy wicket.
Like Usman Khawaja was asked why it is. Well, here
it is, the projection. 2 reds to start, and it is umpire's call. It is a bail trimmer, the top of middle. Usman Khawaja out leg before wicket to Alzari Joseph in his first over of the second innings for 15. They're 1 for 27. Big breakthrough. Khawaja looked good to that point.
And Alzari Joseph wasn't at his best yesterday. And it was left to the younger fast bowlers to take charge, which they did. And Shama has been brilliant again with the new ball. They needed something from Alzari Joseph, and he's taken just 4 balls to strike. Usman Khawaja was asked just before this test match why it's become so difficult to face right-armers coming from around the wicket. And he said, DRS, you've been given out LBW these days from around the wicket. And would you know it, that's exactly what's happened today. And it was a bail trimmer. And he just got into, probably he was just too far across, wasn't he? He was on the hop. Maybe played back to a ball that could have just pushed forward to, it was an error, and he's paid for it.
It's not the way that Usman plays, though. He doesn't really push forward. He plays from the crease and judges his eye to keep the ball out. But it was a ball that, with pace, moved a lot more than he anticipated. It swung in sharply late, and, well, it's caught him right in front. He seemed a little eyes rolling with, really clipping the top of the stumps, but there's been a lot of players out with the ball hitting the top of the stumps. So a fair enough decision has been supported with the review.
And the first time Sam Constas and Cam Green will back with each other. This is the future.
Alzarri Joseph in the game straight away as well. They need him today. Bowling to Green, the number 3, under pressure after yesterday. First ball defended out to mid-on, no run. Remembering that Green was put down from his second ball yesterday, and at Lord's batting at 3, didn't get out of the first over where he was facing. And Rabada was down the other end, so he's been starting nervously. That much he's certain.
So his recent form in county cricket, playing for Gloucestershire, last couple of knocks there, or games, hundreds, but he was batting at 5.
Yeah.
Now that's different. He's batting at 3. There's a shiny new Duke's ball in the West Indies, and all eyes are on him now.
Last ball of this Alzarri Joseph over. Bowls to Green, forward, pushing wide, off the mark, beats cover. Nicely done. He'll keep the strike with it. That'll feel good. So a successful over. Alzarri Joseph blowing the Paddock Khawaja off. 1 for 28 Australia. They lead by 18. Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test cricket for Australia, made by local. Shamar Joseph, 5th over of his spell. An early look at Cameron Green. 4 catches in the cordon for what little that's meant so far in the test. Bowls here and Green leaves alone outside the line.
Oh, this is it, right? I mean, we've spoken a lot about Constas. How well is Shamar Joseph bowling here?
Yeah.
I mean, he's still very young to start with, and very young in his test career. Yet to hit double digits in the number of test matches he's played. But he's bowled like an absolute master. And there's one thing when you see a nervy batter at the other end, and you should have had him out twice in the first over. That makes sense, but he's still just charging in, and this is outstanding bowling.
All the catching men there. Shamar bowls to Green, who drives through the covers. Lovely shot. Didn't overhit it. It'll pull up short of the rope. Slow outfield in that direction. He wants 3, returns 4. It sprints to the danger end, gets through. So Green joins Constas on 4 from just 4 deliveries in his case. 1 for 31. Moves the lead up to 21.
Well, much better footwork from Cam Green. He was on top of the ball. He wasn't just reaching at it away from his body. This is what we haven't seen so far from him at number 3. Just one shot. There's one on drive he played in the first innings that Alzarri Joseph jumped across at mid-on and stopped. And this is the second best shot he's played in this short period at number 3.
Sam Constas again. Shamar Joseph to him, edging the second slip on the bounce. Might have just taken some weight out of the bottom hand there, which meant it didn't carry. For a moment, though, Shamar threw his hands up in the air, thinking it was heading in the direction of the cordon once more.
Shamar's doing what he can do, really.
Hard to tell from the first replay how far. Here we go, second replay. It was about 2-3 metres in front of second slip, where Graves has already put a catch down.
There aren't too many in that slip cordon who haven't put up a catch down.
Yeah, they're all guilty in one way or another. Joseph in, bowls to Constas. Constas here leaves in the channel. Watched it all the way into the gloves of Shea Hope.
Almost got tempted again, Sam Constas, but this is learning. He's learning on the job. The advantage of starting as young as Constas has is you get more leeway, don't you, because of how young you are. But if you can show resilience, you can show character at this age, that'll go a long way. Runs matter, yes, but I think this is more than just runs that's being asked of him here.
Shamar Joseph arrives and bowls, and Constance plays late. Gets it out in front of point, no run defensively.
And I guess, Bryce, right now, if you are young Sam Constance, you're in a bit of a muddle, aren't you? You said, okay, I played all those rams and all those shots of the best bowler probably the world has ever seen and got away with it. Now I'm trying to play more conventionally and it's not working out. I mean, semi-conventionally, he's still charging at the...
Yeah.
So what is his game plan? Runs aren't coming. 4 of 33. He's not used to this.
Can he get through Shamar Joseph? Last ball of his 5th over here, and Constance wants to play. Just pull inside the line at the last moment. He was hanging the bat for a time, though. 1 for 31, 3 runs from the over. Australia in the lead by 21 with Constance and Green both on 4. That's Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam Collins, Barrett Sundaresan, Bryce McGain. 20 past 3 local time. Alzari Joseph struck at his first over, bowling here to Green. Goes back and plays with the swing away from him to backward point for a single. 5 for the West Australian, 1 for 32 Australia after they bowled out the Windies for 190 in what became tea. Extended final session here on the second afternoon, or second evening, I should say. So there, Green and Constance had a quick chat before.
Yeah, I think Green just wanted to let him know, look, there is a bit of late movement here. He played a line, was able to work it just through that point area. Well played by Green, right under his eyes, played it late.
So Joseph's bowling from our Malcolm Marshall end. Now Zari, not Shamar this time. 2 Constance, who plays down the leg stump line. There was no movement there. Pretty well handled. The lead's 22.
And that's how quickly opinion changes in sport. So Sydney walks out and this buzz around Australia. People of all ages wanted to come and see Sam Constance's no ball is signal. But already now its place is under scrutiny. People are not looking at him in the same awe.
No, he was bringing everyone back to cricket. People who never liked cricket were watching that and absorbed, we have a new future. But the reality is not that.
Alzari bowls to Constance. It balloons up behind square down to fine leg. Inside edge or thigh pad. We'll look towards umpire Menon for that. It was an inside edge, so he gets a single. Constance 5 from 36, 1 for 34 the score. Yeah, there was all of that buzz. Of course there was, Hakadenope. But I think underlining all of that was that, or underpinning all of that was that he'd made those twin hundreds for New South Wales to start the Shield season. He made 100 against India A up in Canberra in a pink ball game. And there was a sense that he'd done this thing in Melbourne. We get it, but there's more to it. And there is clearly more to it, but that's where there's that incongruity between what we saw earlier in the first over, as he's trying to find his way. It's Green now. Started well. Haven't said that so often recently. Alzari Joseph to him with a short ball. Ducks it. Just gets underneath it. Good stuff. Bryce McGain.
Yeah, just seen Adam White just going past the deck area there. The pool
there he is.
area out of deep square, walking through the sand. I don't know whether he's got his shoes off and there's a beach area.
No, he's got the shoes on. I've got the binoculars on him.
Yeah. What, is this because the pool was shut in your hotel this morning? He wants to use this one?
Yeah. He loves a pool.
Clearly, not the beach.
No, well, he had a dip at the beach, but wasn't that comfortable, so he's...
Oh, the water here's gorgeous on the beach.
Always is. Any time of the day, any time of the night.
The horses have been swimming and preparing for their races on Saturday in our beach. Alzari Joseph bowls here, off cutter, back towards Green, leaves on length. Well played. But yeah, there's a big race meet here on Saturday. at the Barbados racetrack in Bridgetown.
They're just freshening them up.
And
a couple of days out.
Yep, so the 4 or 5 horses each morning have been in the water not far from where we're staying. So we've been taking note of that. But yeah, beautiful each day. Get Whitey in the drink.
Get him in the drink. Well, he did go in for a dip this morning, up to his knees, he said. And the water was beautiful. He said it was like a bath.
Very lucky to be here on location, thanks to Henley Holmes. Now Zari Joseph, 2 left in his over, bowls here, leaving again his green. That's the one that shapes away. So that was further pitched up. Had that been the off cutter, he would have been in strike, but he clearly picked it out of the hand.
And that's when you know a player is right on. He's picking that leaving the wrist. He's seen the seam angle, he picks up those cues straight away. One who's not watching the ball that close would have been playing at that, because the ball before was the off cutter that he left on length. So
I'm always impressed by batters who say they can see the seam coming down and make decisions on the basis of that. Well, yeah, the best do it. Mere mortals don't.
No.
Fair to say. Fair to see a red thing in their general direction. Here's Joseph to finish his second over, leaving again his green, the off cutter on length. Well bowled, Alzari Joseph. Well played, Cameron Green. 1 for 34, leads 24. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Oh, 0433 98 11 16. Where are you listening? How are you seeing it? Dan's asking whether we've got any mail for Saturday. No, but believe you me, if this ended early, we'll be down there. Here's Shamar Joseph running up to Constance on 5, who plays with soft hands to gully off the front foot. That's better. He's actually watching the ball under his eye now.
He is.
So, I mean, it's not looking that fluent, but the preconditions to scoring well, they seem to have been settled down a bit.
Sometimes in an opening bat, you just got to guts it out.
Yeah, exactly. Like Uzi did yesterday.
It's a great spell.
Yeah.
So accept it and go, righto, this is me. I'm going to deny it because that's my role. I can't just... The tension's so great that I'll just explode. I'll try and hit my way out of here. Sometimes in Test cricket, first-class cricket, you can't do that. You've just got to wear it and absorb it.
Shamar's on the way in. Whitey's back from his spin. Bowling here to Constance, deflecting onto the stumps. Plays on. Shamar Joseph gets him eventually. Constance goes for 5, a most unconvincing stay. The Windies have got 2 in a hurry, 2 for 34. They've got their claws into this Test match. Australia only leading by 24, and it's always Shamar Joseph.
It is always Shamar Joseph, and oh boy, has he deserved this. Sam Constance. Test cricket can be a cruel game. He got those reprieves in the first over. This could well have been Shamar Joseph's last over in this spell. I'm sure he was doing the math. 5 more balls, counting them down. But his inside edge let him down in the first innings. His inside edge has let him down in the second innings as well. It's a weakness that's been spoken about a lot in his young career, and Shamar Joseph has exposed it and capitalized on it in both innings.
It was quick. It came back at him, and I think that just with the bat angled, it hit the bat and played on. It wasn't an inside edge that you would, it's not a French cut type one. It was more of an angle bat, toe back, hands in front a bit, and down it went onto the stumps. He played it onto the stumps, and he is on his way. I've got to be honest, it was 38 balls. It was pretty painful.
It was.
It was painful. He has struggled through that 5 off 38, and he's on his way. Dropped twice in the second over. The 8th ball he faced, he got dropped at third slip, charging down the wicket. In his 10th ball, he got dropped at second slip. Usman tried to calm him down through the next phase, which he did work hard. But alas, Shamar Joseph gets his man.
All right, they're going to take drinks now with the wicket taken after 11.2 overs. Australia 2 for 34. They've lost Khawaja for 15, leg before to Alzari Joseph. And Sam Constance, after being dropped twice in the first over from Shamar Joseph, eventually bowled, playing on for 5 from 38 balls. So Australia lead by 24. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. After drinks, it'll be Andrew Mason replacing me.
He slips in the gully. Constas comes forward. Oh, he's been dropped at third slip. He came out of his crease, trying to force through the offside, and it's gone down at third slip. Shamar Joseph to Constas, edging this time, dropped again. You cannot believe it. What is going on?
Khawaja here, turning into the onside. Lovely timing. Out towards the Greenwich and Haynes stands for 4. Now Zari Joseph bowls to Khawaja, hits him on the pad, on the ankle, given. Umpire Menon waited a moment. Shamar's on the way in. Whitey's back from his spin. Bowling here to Constas, deflecting onto the stumps. Plays on. Shamar Joseph gets him eventually.
Well, he certainly has been a warrior for the West Indies. Here's a man of 2 years ago unknown, bursting onto the scene. Barakara is where he comes from in Berbice, one of the 3 counties of Guyana. Of course, Essequibo and Demerara. And he has really been what cricket needs. Someone who could pay top dollar to come and see. And in Bajan parlance, use your rice and peas and come and watch him. He really is a fantastic cricketer. He's in and bowls. The ball which is outside the off stump. You can see the movement away from the right-hander. Which allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper. What a game we've got here, Bharat. 34 for 2.
We certainly do. And just on Shamar, those of us listening to us on SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by local, are no strangers to him. He lit up the Frank Worrell Trophy last year. He's already lit up the Frank Worrell Trophy here. But that battle, Shamar versus Sam Constas, got him in the first innings. And this was quite spectacular. And at the moment, the scoreboard brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts, is not making happy reading if you're an Australian fan.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
It settles and waits. Joseph is trying to get the attention of Warwick and none of the backward square bound. I think that's all part of the psychology. Says to him, just go to your right a bit. As he comes up now, he's in, goes past the umpire into this delivery. Bang on target. The batsman comes forward and plays the ball hurriedly up towards mid-on. He has got a lot of energy, lots of aggression, and he had to play that ball hurriedly up towards that mid-on area. 34 for 2. The first man to go was Khawaja. Like before to Alzari Joseph for 15, and then, well, I mean, this young man, 19 years old, a rough time for him, then got up for 5, playing on, and he must be worried about what's going on with him. So Joseph turns, now he's got 3 sips in the gully, operated from the southern end of the group, goes past the umpire, he's up into this delivery, which is on the leg stump, whipped away by English to the onside. We'll get one, we'll get a second as well, as Warwick has to move from that backward square position out towards the wicket. From the shadows of the Greenwich and Haynes stand, comes across, fires the return to the keeper to end the over and over, in which the bowler got the wicket of the young Australian batsman. 36 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington. Well, the Australian fans are really happy with the work of Joseph down in the long leg boundary. Just hailing him from near and from far. Now this is the other Joseph. This is Alzari as he comes up now on his way to bowl to green, and this is the ball outside the leg stump, looking to flick the ball away full, goes by to be taken by the keeper. What a contest we've got here, Barrett. I mean, it's a low scoring contest, 36 for 2. They lead by just 26.
Yep, and the pressure now well and truly on this Australian middle order. Cam Green, the best he has so far at number 3. He's faced only 10 balls. That kind of tells you what he looked like in the first 3.
Yep.
No, foot movement, and that's what you see.
Correct.
Positive foot movement, got onto the front foot to drive early. Just those simple things, and sharp with his leaves. You're right, Barat. And you know that's what we're seeing now in contrast to that first innings where he was jittery.
Here's Joseph Bolson. He's onto the front foot. Will look for a single. The batsman's a long way out, but gets back home.
Dear.
That's all part of the game. They're very nervous indeed. Pushed down towards that mid-on area. Seals came across his right. I don't know which English was going, and had to put on the skates and get back into his crease. Wow.
Cam Green, you can see him on the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. It was his call. He almost sold him down the river.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
No wonder Cam Green is apologizing to Josh Inglis.
Well,
he
called
should.
yes.
He should.
Inglis was going. He trusted it and went, righto, we're going, and then followed by a quick no.
Well,
could have been devastating if he hit.
Sun is out in all of his brilliance now. We've had that kind of a day, periods of when it was overcast. It's 36 for 2, and the action really very interesting here. Here is Joseph. He comes up now. He's in the most of green. Green gets a bouncer down the leg side, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. So everyone very much locked onto this game here.
Yeah, and speaking of, and there's a no ball there, signaled retrospectively. Speaking of the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, Bryce, a lot of replays of the Sam Constance dismissal. We spoke a lot about that open face of his bat, and that's what lets him down, right? Like, I mean, the outside edge, but also that gap that always seems to exist between bat and pad.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Look, unfortunately, we haven't learnt more about his success at this level. It's probably a not yet. It's not saying he'll never make it, but it's a not yet.
Here's Joseph Bowles to green. Green is forward and drives well. Throw it on. 4 runs. Straight as an arrow. Beautifully played. Pitched up. And a lovely flowing on drive. The fielder at mid-on came across to his left, couldn't stop it. And it was so well timed. It goes away. That's gone for 4. Well played, Green.
Yeah, he played a similar shot in the first innings as well. A nice on drive. On that occasion, Alzari Joseph was the fielder who stopped it. And it's those little things, right? Who knows if that boundary had gotten away, he could have got going that first innings. But just everything he's done so far has looked better, and that was a great shot. That's Cam Green at his absolute best.
Well, he's gone to 9. It's 2 for 41. How will Joseph respond to that? Being stroked through mid-on for 4. In he comes on his way to bowl to green into this delivery. He's forward. That's a good one. You could see from here, we're looking over the umpire, so that ball started in the line of the off stump and came back at green, but his bat was as broad as Brisbane and played it down towards mid-on. There is no. It looks a lot better in the second innings, doesn't he?
He's Western Australian. Don't you dare say he's from Brisbane. They'll come down on you.
That was deliberate. That was deliberate.
It's still very early in Western Australia, so you might get away with it, Andrew.
Yeah. Well, he's a favourite. There's no question about that. 41 for 2. And Joseph goes back to his mark, transfers the ball from left to right, and with his body thrown forward, begins to move in on his way. He's about halfway there now, going past the umpire. A final leap, and this delivery is on the off stump and steered into the offside, down towards the position of that square position, point. And the man who picked the ball up hasn't bowled a ball in this match. Work at.
Yeah, he really is a bee in your bonnet, isn't he, Andrew?
No, he's not.
The fact that he's playing, you keep mentioning the fact that he isn't bowling. You put so much pressure on him as night watcher. He got clean.
Good old work, yes, well, he certainly bowled a lot in Pakistan, didn't he? Yeah, Joseph turns now. Just 1 ball left in the over. He's going to bowl to Green, who's got 9 from 15. And he's picked up a wicket 1 for 9 in his 3rd over. In comes Alzari Joseph. He's up in both to green, and green is forward. Ball pitched on the line of that leg stump, full, and just chokes the ball into the onside down to the wicket to end the over. English has got 2. Green is on 9. It's 41 for 2, which is the latest score at Kensington. Well, Shamar Joseph is accustomed to long spells as he starts his run, comes into bowl to English into this delivery. He's getting a ball that's bang on target. That's on the middle stump. He goes back and the ball comes into him and rather jerkily plays the ball in the onside. Down towards my favourite cricketer working at forward square. There's no run. This is his 7th over on the trot. He's accustomed to this.
So it's safe to say that on SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local, they haven't heard about Warwick and bowling yet.
No.
So they're all waiting. They haven't seen his name pop up as a bowler on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, either.
Yeah, right.
And it also means that he hasn't been the leading wicket taker for Belgravia apparel for Quality New Balance cricket team either.
Said. Here's Joseph, comes in and posts English to this delivery. Outside the off stump, the ball leaves him, and he watches it go by to be taken by the keeper. He actually was born in St. Vincent. Did you know that?
Yeah.
And have you been to St. Vincent?
I have. Love St. Vincent.
Do you like St. Vincent?
Love St. Vincent.
Okay, beautiful place. Last time I went there was back in November, and it was the iguana season. I'll never forget that. This guy was in the streets with this big iguana. He asked me if I wanted some. I said, no, sir. 41 for 2. Hello to our friends in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Yeah, of course. Led by Ralph Gonzalez, who's called the 5-star general. Here is a delivery which is outside the outside. He nibbles at that. That's beautifully bowled indeed. That was very close to the outside edge. Well bowled again by Shamar Joseph. And the batsman comes down the pitch to prod it. That's all about nervous energy here. Wow.
That was very loose from Josh Inglis. He's been given a massive promotion to bat at number 4, Steve Smith's position, but that was...
he followed it.
You could see he just threw his head back. He knew...
Yeah, big gap between bat and pad when he played it there. His 7th over, 1 for 11. He will give you 150% every time. I mean, this is what you need in cricket. And cricket needs a Joseph. He starts to move in again. On his way, goes past the umpire. English gets one pitch up. He drives out towards that square's cover area. Not a convincing shot. In fact, didn't time it at all. There was a wooden sound coming to the microphone. So the lead is 31. I shall endeavour just to run to what has happened today. Of course, people are getting up all the time. What's the time in Brisbane?
It's 5:45.
5:45. Do you live in Brisbane?
I'm Adelaide.
I know that.
The hills.
The hills. Hello to all of our friends in Adelaide.
So it's still 5:15 there, just to put it into context.
As he turns now, we'll continue. See the assistant bowling coach, Ravi Rampal, is with us on the screen as he's up and to this delivery, which is, once again, this is Test cricket is the best on the off stump. He knows that. English just plays the ball with a hurley up towards that extra cover area. There's no run. Deceptive in pace, Shamar Joseph can really have a good bounce as well, but his control has been good. And you were talking about one or two people leaving when those catches were put down.
Yeah.
You're right, because I was behind the Greenwich Lane stand,
I saw you there.
and there were a couple of people there, and as soon as the catch was dropped, this fella said, I'm gone. I'm going home.
I've seen enough drop catches.
Oh my God, yeah. That should have been taken. There's no question about that. Joseph, an unlucky man, as he starts to move it again. On his way to bowl to English into this delivery. He's forward squared up. We'll get runs, however. Down towards that wide third man there. We'll get one. We'll get a second. The outswinger. We got a lovely view here. That ball started just in the top of the off stump. And it took the outer portion of the bat, went square in the offside. Back for the second to carry the score to 2 for 43. And Joseph continues to bowl very well. At the end of the over, 43 for loss of 2 is the latest score at Kensington. All right, so 43 for 2, and it's going to be Alzari Joseph to continue. In fact, there was a stat that was put up on the television which stated that in the last year or so, some 11 catches have been dropped off the bowling of Shamar Joseph. It's an interesting stat that came up. Here's Alzari Joseph. 3 steps in the gully, comes up now to bowl to Green, and Green is coming onto the front foot, ball pitched up. His length generally has been much better, I suppose the work of Winston Benjamin is working.
He is. I did bump into Winston Benjamin a couple of times. Who's here exclusively to work with his former pupil Alzari Joseph.
Yeah. But how would that work, though? You've got an appointed assistant bowling coach. Have you ever seen that before?
No, it is quite unique.
It's unique, huh?
It happens in between series, but during a series, and I was surprised to see Winston, but he said...
Obviously, he was allowed to.
Yeah, and he was a senior bowler, I guess.
Senior bowler. Good bowler as well. Here is Alzari Joseph. He's searching for a second because he comes into bowl to Green into this delivery. Green is forward, ball pitched on that middle stump. And just plays the ball very carefully, very studiously up towards mid-off. The bowler comes across to pick it up. And there is no run.
Yeah, he's definitely looking more settled here, Cam Green. Just
question for you. At this stage, who's in front? Take your time.
No,
is it even, Stephen?
I mean, or to put it in a better way, I think West Indies will be happier with their position than Australia.
Fair enough. All right. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're in front.
No.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
But of course, logic is the science of reasoning. So, 2 for 43. And here's Joseph as he will continue to look for that wicket. Alzari Joseph, he's up and bowls to Green. Green is off the back foot to a ball which is on the line of the off stump. Screams no as the other batsman, English, was taking an exploratory step with his crease at the non-striker's end and goes back into his position. It's 43 for 2.
Yeah. So people are waking up. It's 5:40 a.m. on the eastern seaboard, listening to us. SEN Test Cricket, obviously brought to you by Australia Made, by local.
By local.
And they would have checked the scoreboard.
You think I can go and buy a house out there quite comfortably? You think so?
Seems to be a break here. I wonder if it's the ball. It seems to be the ball. We've seen the ball changed a couple of times.
I don't think. Oh my golly! I mean, are they going to change this?
Looks like
14 overs and 3 balls. How are they making the balls nowadays? Wow. So the umpires have got the ball, and well, what are they going to do here? Are they going to change it?
Yeah,
it looks that way.
Looks like this will be. I mean, obviously, these stats don't show up on the scoreboard for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. But if they did, that would be number 3 and third time that the ball has been changed, as we can see on Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Obviously, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
Yeah, I think it gives me time quickly to run through the details. 57 for 4. Let's go through the details of what has happened for those joining us for the first time. People getting up in Australia, of course, in the Caribbean. It's a situation where we'll certainly do that when we come back with a score 43 for loss of 2. Okay, so can we continue? Yeah. Can we? Just double checking to see if we can. All right, so it looks as if we can.
We can.
We've got the instructions.
We are live.
We're live. We're live.
So
we've got to be careful what we say. All right, so quickly then, Brathwaite to a Scott Webster ball start 4. John Campbell caught Carey ball start 7. Carty caught by Carey off the bowl of Cummins for 20. Warkan bowled by Hazelwood for dot. King bowled by Hazelwood for 26. Chase leg before to Cummins 44. Graves caught by Carey off Webster for 4. Hope caught Carey ball Webster 48. Sylvester Joseph, I keep saying Sylvester Joseph, of course we're talking about Shamar Joseph, bowled by Stark for 8. Jaden Seals was caught by Webster off line for 2. Alzari Joseph not out 23. Got a little gusto from him towards the end. 190 all out, starting the day at 57 for 4. And the West Indies faced 63 overs and 2 balls. I'll get to the bowling figures after we continue with a change of ball.
Yeah, Mitchell Stark 3 for 65, making him at this point the leading wicket taker for Belgravia Apparel, providing high quality New Balance team.
High quality
to community cricket clubs and associations.
Yeah, well said. So Alzari Joseph to continue. He's got 3 balls left in the over. Bowling to Green, who looks a lot better. Of course, it's just 9. But his overall approach, he's been getting behind the ball and had a lovely punch drive through cover for 3.
Somebody in front of the side screen just doesn't seem to be getting the message that they need to move away.
Very often there's security guards. I've seen that several times here at Kensington Oval. Here is Alzari Joseph as he comes in to bowl to Green, and Green is getting an outswinger. It's Not all that far outside the off stump, but his judgment is impeccable, and he allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper. So Starr, 16 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 65. Hazelwood, 18 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 42. Cummins was brilliant, particularly after lunch on the second day. 18 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 34. Lyon got the last wicket. 5 overs and 2 balls, no maidens, 1 for 28. And Webster was good. 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 20. Came in and got some important scalps.
And there's once again movement. Alzari Joseph not very happy with Cam Green
and he
for
shouldn't
holding
be.
him.
Okay, here we go. Here's Alzari Joseph operating from the southern end, comes in and bows to Green, and Green is getting the ball on that middle stump, comes right across his stumps and plays it carefully up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up, and there's no run.
Yeah, some text coming through as well, so well and truly Tuesday is underway. Oh, what day is it? Sorry, I've lost completely.
You lost
Friday.
completely.
Friday is underway in Australia. So you're listening to us on SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by local. So Phil wants us to describe the field positions for the two Josephs. We'll get back to it, Phil, in the next hour for sure from Osborne Park.
He comes up now, he's in and bows, the ball pitched up, and he drives that outside the off stump. That was a loose shot, pitched up outside the off stump. No foot movement at all there. He could have easily nipped that ball to the keeper, Green, but he survives at the end of another over 15 gone. 43 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington. Right, so we gave you the ball in figures, and of course in response with an important lead of 10.
Ooh, they're just again on the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse, just seeing if there was a snick. The third umpire has been busy today. Thankfully there was none.
No, very close to the edge. Now we're going to have a change. Joseph gets a deserved break. This is Shamar Joseph, but the captain decides, as he did in the first innings, to bring Seals from the northern end. As he comes up now, he's in and both English to this delivery, which is on the leg side. We'll get a run here as the ball is played away. We'll get a second too as well, because the finding has to come across the backward square. It was on the leg step, came inside of his stumps and worked it away. It was in the air, but safely down to backward square, back for the second to carry the score to 2 for 45.
English playing in his third test, Cam Green in his second test at number 3. So the field for you, Phil, from Osborne Park. So they have 3 slips and a very fine gully. So it's not wide like Cam Green generally is. There's point, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, or a squarish mid-wicket, and fine leg.
Here's Seal, comes up now in and to this delivery, which is on the middle stump. There's the batsman coming onto the front foot. This contest is really an interesting one here. You know, it reminds you of the old-time days when you come to Kensington Oval, battle lines really drawn red, and you know every ball is people are locked onto it. It's that kind of a test match. It's low scoring so far, and you just get the feeling that if a team batting in the third innings can make 200, that may be enough. But you never know on a pitch which is an interesting pitch. I'll describe it like that. 45 for 2. Seals comes in again into this delivery, which is short and has some difficulty in negotiating that as it bumps just outside the land. Lexham goes down towards that long leg area. Some bat into that, and we'll get a single. So it means that Cam Green will come into strike, and with that single, English now goes up to 7. Seals looking for his first wicket, got 5 in the first innings.
Yeah, definitely more Bajans today, more local fans here, just walking around the Greenwich and Haynes stand. Obviously the party stand has been taken over by a lot of the tourists. Much more expensive. $160.
160 US. I thought it was Bajan. No, 160 US.
But it comes inclusive of food and
okay. Here's Seals, comes up, bows to Green. Green gets an outswing, allows it to go by.
Maybe
take him at the keeper. Maybe it's Bajan. It's 2-1 here.
Well, look, neither you nor I are going to end up in the party stand.
That's true.
Or
that's
not.
True.
Neither of us are going to pay to get to the party stand, so it doesn't matter to us.
In terms of the exchange rate, an Australian dollar to US dollar, what's that like?
The US dollar
Barbados
is
is 2-1.
2-1. So I'll get back to you. I think it's around 375.
Is it
365?
You sure?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you've gotten back to me.
I have.
Here's Seals. He starts his run, comes in again to bowl to Green. Into this delivery, Green gets another outswinger. A little bit too wide to influence the shot, and Green is happy to allow that to go by, to be taken by the keeper.
Yeah, Jaden Seals, obviously, he was the leading wicket taker on day one for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. And speaking of cricket teamwear, I must say I've been impressed with the gold lettering on the West Indian jerseys.
Yeah.
It's been really good to see. I don't know whether it's been part of it's been there for a while, but
no. This first time I've seen, I noticed this in the first innings, and it looked quite nice. So here's Jaden Seals from Trinidad and Tobago, comes up, bowls to Green. Green is again, no need to play at that. A little bit widest to the off stump, goes by to be taken by the keeper to end the over. English has got 7. Green is on 9. It's 46 for 2, which is the latest score at Kensington. Head to 4 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time, of course 3 o'clock in Jamaica. We can have a change in bowling, and Justin Graves is going to come into the attack to replace Alzari Joseph. I thought he bowled pretty well in the first innings, an underrated medium pacer.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Andrew, just speaking to a couple of the Aussie batters who faced him yesterday, some found him to be as difficult as Shamar Joseph.
Oh, really?
Despite not being quick, but just what he could do, just nibbles it, doesn't he? Annoys you.
Yeah, he does. He comes up now, goes past the umpire from the southern end, which is outside the line of the off stump. What was English doing with that? Well, he looks at the pitch, and the ball hits the bottom of the bat. That could have gone anywhere. In the end, it went down towards that mid-wicket area.
Well, we just saw Sam Constas playing onto his stumps some time back, and this could easily have been the same. He got his pads in the way, luckily.
What are the Australians saying about the pitch? Did they tell you? Did they whisper anything to you?
Yeah, look, Travis Head spoke about it in the press conference. I think said the difficulty level of batting on this pitch is underestimated, he said.
Yeah.
So
I agree with him. It's not that easy to bat on. I mean, here is Graves, comes up now, goes past the umpire and bowls off the bat for stroked away. There's protection on the boundary. There's a man in the cover boundary. It was too short, and English got back and stroked the ball away, and we'll get a single. So there are 3 slips and a gully, and there's a short extra cover mid-off. There's a man in the shadows of down at point, Greenwich Lane. Down at the onside, there's a mid-on, there's a mid-wicket, and there's a fielder down on the backward square boundary. So 47-4-2. You were pointing at something just now.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to say our listeners back home on SEN Test Cricket for Australia, made by a local. Always on the ball. Hayden has messaged 1 AUD is 0.66 USD. Just
thank him very much indeed for that. Outside the off, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. And what were you saying? 3.65?
What did I say? I have no idea what I was saying. I was all over the shop.
So what is he saying exactly? Is what?
So 1 AUD, Hayden says, is 0.66 USD.
Okay, fair enough.
I think I was on the money.
Yeah, I think so.
I said 1
Barely
USD
there.
is 3 point something AUD.
Yeah. Well,
I'm supposed to be good at math.
7 for a loss of 2. Yeah, you should be. Not
very good with money. So.
Here is Graves. He comes up now. He's in and bows to Green. Green gets another outswinger. They have attacked him outside the off stump, testing his patience.
Similar
and allows
to how,
the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper.
Similar to how Bo Webster started today. Like wide, was getting appreciable movement away from the right-hander. So these two, just on Cam Green, don't want to put the markers on him. 27 balls. He's looked so much better.
Yep.
The footwork, he's just looked more assured of himself, and just the couple of steps he takes away from the stumps in between deliveries, just seems to be calming himself down. It's good to see.
Here's Graves, comes up now in both to Green. Green is forward, not the full-blooded off drive. A check shot, so to speak. It was pitched up, goes down towards Brathwaite, who picks it up. There's no run.
All right, I know it's the last ball of the over. Is a question for you. So Jeff wants to know from the Gold Coast, but what happened to Gravy? He used to be in Antigua, wasn't he?
Yeah, Gravy's Antigua. Of course, King Dial from Barbados. He died a long time ago. And those characters across the Caribbean, the Peanut Man at the Queen's Park.
Love him.
You would love him. Yeah.
I should love the Peanut Man.
Yeah. Here is Graves, comes up in balls, pitched up. You can see a bit of movement. We're in a good position. We're looking over the umpire's head. And that ball started into the line of the middle stump. And by the time he played it, it was stroked away down towards the cover area. There's no run. So at the end of the over, it's gone to 47 for a loss of 2, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Australia 2 for 47. Test cricket for Australia made by a local. Adam White and Bryce again with you as we start to get into the later afternoon here at Kensington Oval. But there's still a lot of cricket, still 90 minutes of play, and with bright sunshine, it's hard to see we won't get the full day, the full 6 hours plus the extra half an hour. We've got some footwear issues with Seals at the Ghana end, so we're having a bit of a delay. Bryce McGain, welcome back.
Thanks, Whitey. And, well, the shadows are getting longer. It's 4 o'clock local time, and still there's a big push to happen. It's going to be Seals from the Joel Garner end.
He's bowling to Josh Inglis on 8. Steams in, bowls to Inglis, who leaves outside the off stump. That little shape away. It's the key to Seals is his ability at pace to swing the ball away from the right-hander. Australia's lead currently at 37 with the score 2 for 47. Both openers out cheaply. Khawaja and Constas. They weren't the special Ks today. Shadows starting to lengthen. Seals approaches, bowls to Inglis, who's leaving. Late decision, good bounce. As the ball again left the right-hander. Still 3 slips and a gully in play. Inglis 8 off 17 balls, and Green 9 off 29 balls. I think the key to both of these players as they try and establish themselves as top-order batsmen for Australia is the fact that they play together for WA, so they'll know each other's games really well. They'll know what to say to each other between overs.
Yep.
Both of them, you'd imagine, be pretty nervous out there at the moment. Seals again bowls. Inglis hit on the pad. That's close. Very close. The umpire says no. Inglis caught on the crease trying to work away on the onside. The ball definitely didn't get up as much as what Inglis thought. They are not going to review. They didn't really even think about it, so we'd need to see the Chemist Warehouse replay screen to work out how close it was. We're behind.
Down leg side?
Yeah, that probably, it had to have been that with the angle. Yeah, definitely down leg side, looking at the replay. But it just didn't quite get up as much as Inglis thought and got caught on the crease.
Seals moving it both ways at pace.
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? There. Oh, that one over the middle stump. Inglis left it. Did think that was going to swing away, and it swung in, and it's gone almost down to the rope for 4. It's going to be a bye. That was high-quality bowling from Seals, because all of a sudden he started swinging the ball back in. It's gone straight over the stumps. Hope ended up diving down leg side and couldn't stop it. even though Inglis was leaving a ball that he thought was going to go outside off stump.
Well, it started in the channel outside off, and Inglis read it wrong.
That was remarkable. 2 for 48. Green back on strike. Seals no wicket for 16. Green leaves the ball. It does go away. This would give the West Indians and certainly Seals some confidence here to see the ball swinging both ways. One ball left here in the over. Green's been out there for quite a while now for his 9. Taps away at the crease. Seals bowls. Green gets a beauty again that beats the outside edge.
What an over.
Green prodding forward, that bounced and swung away. He's getting it to swing both ways, is Seals, and it's high quality fast bowling. The Australians 2 for 48. New over from Graves from the Malcolm Marshall end. Starts with Inglis on strike. He bowls. Inglis clipping away in the air through mid-wicket. Nice shot. Out into open territory. It won't go for 4. They've got 2. Inglis wants a third on the throw. He'll come. He was well ahead of Green, but it's a comfortable 3 in the end. Inglis into double figures, up to 11. And that brings up the 50 for Australia, coming up in the 19th over. 109 balls for the 51, so it's been slow going. A run rate at 2.8 runs and over on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Just watching that ball come through the onside, it was in the air for quite a way, but there was no one at mid-wicket, so there's no real risk in the shot. Cameron Green back on strike, tapping away as he does. Waiting for Greaves. He bowls and back and across. Green in the end defended, but I have a suspicion, Bryce McGain, that he was
looking to pull.
Pretty keen to play the pull shot. The backlift went more in a horizontal direction. He loves to play the pull shot and the hook shot, and the last minute I thought, no, just defend it.
How do you feel about this, James, on the text machine? Someone has told Constance to play sensible. That's not his mo. Wasted spot. Go hard and back yourself.
Green waits again. Full ball, and he's tried to play it, that one that swung away and beat the outside edge. It was an uncomfortable looking stroke from Green, who got sort of drawn into the shot because it was so full. Eyes lit up, thought he was going to be able to drive the ball, but it was sort of block hole sort of length, but it's tailed away and beat the outside edge. Almost hit the back of the bat, if you can try and work that out listening to us without having the benefit of watching it on TV. It was a weird one. Graves again bowls. That's a lot wider, but again, good swing away from the right-hander. So the text was?
Just saying, there's a fair bit happening here. Someone has told Constance to play sensible. That's not his mo. Wasted spot, go hard and back yourself, kid, or pick someone else. That's from James.
Well, James, I don't think Sam Constance knows what his MO is at the moment. I think he's still trying to work it out, and at the same time open batting for Australia, which is quite difficult. 2 for 51. Graves bowls here to Green, and again it's shaping away, and it's easy for Green to leave as he scratches away at his guard.
They've got this ball prepared well.
They have, haven't they?
It's swinging for both bowlers, both ends, both directions.
Green Green on 9. It is a spectacular afternoon here in Kensington Oval. It's hot, but it's really nice weather. Full ball again, clipping away Green, clipping away beautifully. Backward a square leg and out to the rope for 4. It was over-pitched, it was down leg side, and almost with the swing as he went for the big in-swinging Yorker, he just helped it on its way, Green, and got to the boundary for 4. He's up to 13. Australia at the end of the over, 2 for 55 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Australia 2 for 55, Inglis on 11, Green on 13. Seals to continue. The lead up to 45 for the Australians, having dismissed the West Indies earlier today for 190. So the Windies had a lead of 10. Now the Australians have a lead of 45. Inglis on 11, waits for Seals, who bowls, and he's beaten again. So we have a West Indian here that's really putting his name up in lights. He got 5 wickets, Jayden Seals, in the first innings, and he's backing it up here with some high-quality fast bowling where we're seeing someone, and not a lot can do this, move the ball both ways at pace. He hasn't got a wicket in this second innings, but geez, bowled well. Seals again, bowls. Inglis trying to lash that one off the back foot through the offside. No timing in the stroke. Straight to point, no run.
Well, it shouldn't really be a surprise. The fact is, Jayden Seals is 23, but in 18 matches he's taken 75 test wickets at an average of 22. So he's delivering on all aspects. 5 wickets in the first innings. The ability to swing the ball both ways. He's played 2 years in the county area and learning to swing the Duke's ball.
Seals bowls, Inglis up on his toes, punching backward of point, taking a single. Green had to really hurry through from the non-striker's end because it didn't get through the infield, but they were still able to get a single. So Inglis up to 12, Australia 2 for 56. Seals again. Bowls. Green edging and on the bounce to third slip. Diving away and knocking it down was Campbell. So he did well on that occasion because if it got through it would have gone for 4. But it was well played by Green in the sense that it was played with soft hands. So while it was somewhat of a miscalculation, he was able to get the ball down relatively quickly before it got to the cordon on the full.
Just a good diving stop by Campbell. Full body length plus a bit of GST. He's gone a long way sideways and kept the pressure on Cameron Green.
Seals again. Green, late decision to leave. This is absorbing cricket here. It's high quality fast bowling. And we've got 2 Australian batsmen at the crease that have not played a lot of cricket for Australia, particularly batting at 3 and 4. So this, almost like a Willy Wonka golden ticket, has been given to both of these gentlemen. An opportunity to be a fully fledged top order batter for Australia. Green advancing, hit on the pad. Umpire looks, the West Indians are confident it's been given. So Cameron Green coming out of his crease down at the bowler, hit right in the middle of his front pad. The West Indians were confident. Cameron Green has decided to go upstairs, but as it stands, Cameron Green is out. They took some time to work out, Green and Inglis, whether to take it upstairs. But given the inconsistencies of the third umpire, they thought they may as well give it a chance. First look at it, Bryce McGain, what do you think?
Well, he's come out of his crease a long way. Now, if he was on the crease, it's hit in line, but there's some doubt. The ball's nipped back in, and because he's come out of his crease and gone forward, the ball's still got at least 2 metres to go to get back to the stumps. It may be heading down leg.
There is no inside edge. That's what we do know from Ultra Edge. So now it will be a question of ball tracking. He advanced out of his crease to try and upset the length of Seals. It's now a question of whether he's been hit in line and whether it goes on to hit the stumps. Cameron Green anxiously looking at the screen. Here we go. Here's ball tracking. It's close. It's close. It is missing. Over the top of the stumps. Cameron Green has a reprieve. He's a tall man, so sometimes it can be a little bit deceptive when he gets hit on the pads. But just the fact that he came out of his crease has probably saved him. And Richard Kettleborough, who doesn't get too many wrong, has on that occasion. Wow.
The little shimmy forward saved him. And when you see it hit, if he was at his crease, it was definitely out. But look, it was a little deceptive because of the shimmy out of his crease and over the top of leg stump.
Also the end of the over. We'll take a break. So some luck there to Cameron Green, giving out LBW, but getting it overturned courtesy of DRS. And the interesting part about that was even the fact that Green had made the conscious decision, I need to get out of my crease because he's getting bogged down.
Yep.
Inglis now on strike. New over, full toss he gets from Greaves, and he can only hit it straight back at the bowler. We're having another look at the replay here for Chemist Warehouse. So he did take a big step forward. It was almost a skip and then a step when he got hit in front. But it's one of those ones, as you said, Bryce, if he's caught on the crease, hit like that, it's just out. But that extra height as well, for him, he's such a big man, it can be deceiving when it first hits.
Yep.
Graves again bowls. Inglis leaves a ball that shapes away.
Feel the murmur in the crowd. Anticipation. Crowd's actually building. I'm sure there's some locals that have brought the kids in after school pickup, bring them in, and let's watch this last session. It was an extended session. It's exciting cricket.
Graves again bowls. Oh, hit on the body as Inglis trying to play the hook shot. Again, it wasn't that short. He got out doing that in the first innings. It feels like you'd probably need to speak to the players to get a better understanding, but playing horizontal bat shots has been difficult all match with that unpredictability of the bounce. We haven't really seen a lot of pull shots and hook shots.
Not a lot
or
of
even
short pitch
cut shots.
bowling.
Yeah, well, that's true too. Yeah.
All bowlers have been so disciplined trying to get it at bail height and keep the stumps in play. So they haven't resorted to any of those strategies that we've seen so common on dead wickets, the short pitch and the field set accordingly.
Graves again to Inglis, who's beaten again outside off stump, this time caught on the crease. just pushing at it, and the swing just went past the blade through to the keeper.
So this is a replaced ball, isn't it? The one that went out of shape, and suddenly the game has livened up as the replacement ball, I won't say new ball, the replacement ball has started to move around and move late.
Graves again to Inglis from the stumps, turns into the onside to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I'm loving this. I mean, this is the great thing about Test cricket, because you've got a situation where you want to see runs, you want to see things happening quickly, but there's something pretty special about absorbing Test cricket where you've got 4 bowlers bowling really well for the West Indies, and batting's just hard, and you've got to fight through, and the Australians didn't fight through in the first innings. But they're trying to fight through hard here. The run rate 2.7 runs and over. Inglis 12 off 28. He'd like to go faster, but he can't. This time a very full ball that he misses down leg side, and Hope misses it as well. He got a glove to it, but couldn't prevent a run, so it's another bye. Inglis stays on 12. Australia, though, move to 57 for 2. And that is the end of the over. SEN Test cricket for Australia made by local. Australia 2 for 57. As the music starts blaring again here at Kensington Oval, Bridgetown, Barbados. Picture of Carl Hooper coming up on the big screen.
He's a favourite around here.
What a legend. To tell you what, Carl Hooper wouldn't be dropping catches into slips. Never seen him drop a catch. Seals continuing, bowling to Inglis, who's squared up, defending up to mid-on, no run. The lead 47, Inglis on 12, Green on 13. Adam White and Bryce again with you. Live around the world from Kensington Oval. Brought to you by SEN, or SEN Test Cricket's brought to you by Australia Made, by Local, and Henley Holmes, our 2 key partners on the coverage here in the Caribbean. Seals again bowls. Inglis up on his toes, edging and short of third slip. Maybe they need to move up a little bit, the cordon, or maybe they need the extra time to catch it. I'm not sure. But that time Inglis very much squared up. The ball swinging away. And maybe just holding its line. I think we're being a bit kind to the bowler to say that really hooped away Bryce, but it was the bounce as much as anything that surprised Inglis.
And the hands away from the body, just feeling for it. I'm surprised it didn't carry. There's no reason why it shouldn't have. Hit the bat and just died. Fell short of third slip.
Seals again. Inglis this time controlling the shot off the back foot, pushing into point, no run. Seals again. Halfway through his over. Inglis. Oh! Knocked him over. Inglis didn't play, and not for the first time in this match. A player deciding not to play has to walk off because he's off stumps, crashing back. Inglis out for 12, Australia 3 for 57. And I tell you what, Seals deserve that. High quality fast bowling. And Josh Inglis is walking back to the pavilion.
Or is he? A check of a no ball, I feel, is about to occur. No, he's turned and continued on. He got a warning shot across the bow and over before with a ball that he let go that really swung back over the top of the stumps. That one he couldn't leave on bounce. Over in Perth you can leave on the length and let the ball go. Not here. The stumps are in play more often than not, and Inglis is on his way.
It's a good point. He did have some luck in the over before from Seals with the ball just missing the stumps. This time it didn't miss the stumps. And officially, again, you have to say the Australian top order has failed. 3 for 57. Travis Head coming to the middle with still an hour to play today. This match continues to move in fast forward, and it continues to be in the balance. Extraordinary scenes. And now, not only is it big-time, big-boy stuff for Cameron Green to stay there as that one man in the top four that's still alive, but again, it's up to Travis Head. And because it is up to Travis Head, we have to bring Brett Sanderson back in.
Yeah, it's a contractual obligation. We need one South Australian on air when Travis Head is out there. But it almost like feels like we've seen this scene play out before. A ball on off stump where the right-hander just shoulders arms. And if anything, Inglis got into an even worse position than Brandon King did earlier today, as he shouldered arms to that ball that hit top. Oh, it did come in quite a bit.
No, he did, but he had a warning shot the over before of the ball coming back in, and it just went over the stumps. He left on length, but the stumps are in play here. This is Kensington Oval. We're not at the Wacker or Optus Stadium in Perth, where Josh Inglis is from, and he's used to just letting the ball go on length, or Aussie pitches where there is some pace and bounce. This has been high quality bowling. Whitey, you called it right. He deserves it. Seals deserved that wicket. He's bowled beautifully.
So to set the scene here at Kensington Oval, they have actually just taken an unscheduled drinks break because of the wicket and because the final session's going for about 4 hours. So there's still 2 balls left in the over. After this over, Colo will come back in. But to set the scene on what we've seen in the Australian second innings, Khawaja out for 15, Constas for 5, and now Inglis for 12. So as I said, the top order, Bharat Sundaresan, it's failed again. It just has.
It really has. It was only last evening we were talking about it, wasn't it, Whitey? And as Australia wakes up, it's the same story all over again. They're 3 down for not too much, and Travis Head has walked out. And yes, Cam Green has looked much better in this innings than he has in the previous 3 at number 3. But it's really Travis or bust from here, it feels like. Because once again, West Indies are putting on a show with the ball.
And Travis won't play any differently because he doesn't really know how to play any differently. He's not going to try and survive the hour until stumps. This is box office Test cricket. That's what it is. It's fantastic to see here in the Caribbean such a balanced Test match, even though it only lasts 3 days. He's been waiting a while, and now Seals is ready to bowl to Travis Head. His first ball around the wicket. Head, very nearly out. First ball hitting the shoulder of the bat and ballooning up on the offside. If there was a short covering play, he was gone. But there wasn't.
Well, he went to turn it to the onside. There's a gap at square leg. It straightened a little. And that outside edge was taken. Goes down, gives the wicket a pat. Sets himself again. 3 slips in a gully, and there's a catcher at deep backward square. Important to note.
Seals bowls. Head, full ball, squared up. Pushes back to the bowler along the ground. And the over, the successful over, has been completed. Seals 1 for 17. Australia losing the wicket of Inglis in that over. They are 3 for 57, the Australians. It's SEN Test cricket for Australia made by a local. Colo, he's up after the break.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam Collins in for the next half an hour. Got Barrett Sundaresan with me. Justin Greaves away from us. Bowling to Green on 13-2. Slips the gully, driving straight. Doesn't quite cut it off in his follow through. Deflects out to mid-off. 2 men bowled leading today. Here and there on the TV sound effects from earlier. That's Josh Inglis, who was castled in the previous over. Beautiful spell from Jaden Seals. On top of off, and one earlier today, Josh Hazlewood. You set your alarm for 6:30 Melbourne time, or Sydney or Brisbane or somewhere on the eastern seaboard, and you're waking up to this. I'll give you a quick recap of what the day has been. Graves bowling here and Green driving into the covers where there won't be a single. 3 for 57. Australia had an eventful start of the day. They picked up an early wicket. There was a couple of opportunities that didn't quite go their way. A drop catch at short leg, one behind the wicket. The West Indies got to lunch 45 runs behind, and they lost 5 for 55 in the middle session. All out for 190, giving them a lead of 10. And since then, the Windies have picked up 3 second innings wickets. Both openers gone inside the first 45 minutes. There'll be a lot written about the Sam Constas day, I have no doubt. The second to fall. Bowling here again is Graves and beating the bat, albeit Green pulling out at the last moment, bouncing again before reaching the gloves of Shai Hope. So Khawaja for 15, leg before to Alzari Joseph. Constas bowled, played on to Shamar Joseph after being dropped twice in the space of 3 balls in Shamar's first over of the innings. And after a useful partnership that was building between the 2 West Australians in the most recent completed over, with the score on 57, Inglis was knocked over for 12. It leaves Australia now with a lead of 47 and plenty of work to do. Graves up, bowls here, middle stump line, pushed out towards mid-on where Alzari Joseph does the fielding. Baz joining us, Andrew Mason, Bajan. We'll be loving what he's saying here as well.
I am indeed. And when you look at the construct of the West Indies bowling, I think Justin Graves' selection is a good one. Because you've got, the aggression of the Josephs, and you've got Seals, and they don't want to have a spinner bowling now. You've just got that 4th bowler to come in, as Jason Holder did for quite a long time, to keep things on. And he is an underrated bowler in my view, Graves.
He's away from us at the Malcolm Marshall end. Into Green, the number 3, who drives straight again. Second time in the over, doesn't beat mid-off, does take a single. Direct hit throw coming in, but he was home safely. Green up to 14. 3 for 58, leads 48.
And if you're waking up in Australia or woken up, had your first coffee or your second coffee, it feels like we are presenting a rerun of the same show we did yesterday at this time, Adam, of top order that really looks unconvincing. This time around, at least Cam Green has hung in there. But yeah, that Sam Constas innings will be discussed for a while to come. The second test, what, 10 days, less than 10 days, just over a week away from today.
It's a long time for him to wait for his next hit. Faced 38 balls for 5, but that doesn't tell the story at all. Round the wicket, full toss to Travis Heard, who skies it out to deep point, just takes the single on offer. He's off the mark from his 3rd ball, 3 for 59. Yes, the next test begins on the 3rd of June. That completes the over as well. 3 for 59. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. We've got Jaden Seals, the man who struck in his previous over to bowl again. 1 for 17 from 8. He's done everything right in the second innings, threatening both edges, and now gets a look at Trevor's head. Leads 49. He's on 1. One of the bails falls off. Windy day here in Barbados. I was over in the Greenwich and Haynes stands a moment ago. Crowd fired up over there.
Oh, they love this.
There's kind of one bay of Australian fans and a couple of bays of local fans. Seals up round the wicket ahead. Lots of catches behind him. That gets big on him. Shoulder of the bat down to point. Might have been his hand, actually. Throws the glove off. This happened yesterday, Baz.
Oh, no, he's just tying his shoelaces.
Just for the moment, the way he threw the bat down.
It looked a lot like what happened yesterday, you're right. Not sure why he was so perturbed by his shoelaces. But, I mean...
More a Steve Smith thing.
Correct. Might be sounding like a romantic here, Adam, and they're very different bowlers, and unfortunately West Indies don't play the same number of test matches they used to during the 90s. But Seals and Shamar Joseph seem like a great combination. If there is a future for West Indies cricket where they come back and become a mid-card team.
So Seals operating from the Joel Garner end. Around the wicket, trying to swing it back into head. Delivers here, does so. Leg stump line eventually after it hoops back in the air. Pushed to mid-on, no run.
One a swing bowler. Great control in Jaden Seals. And the other being an enforcer. Alzari Joseph is not an old man either, even though he's been around for nearly 9 years. So there's the makings of a solid bowling attack, and you can use this bowling attack around the world. We saw what Shamar did in Australia. Alzari's had a couple of decent spells there.
I mean, it feels like we've had this conversation in kind of a circular way for a number of West Indies Australia series now, Baz, and keen for Andrew's thoughts on this, but trying to make it the bowlers like Seals and Joseph as the former gets to the crease and bowls here. He's driven down the ground. Nice shot. More a punch than a drive by head, but the timing's superb, and the result is a boundary. The South Australian moves to 5 after making a half century yesterday, the high score in the match. 3 for 63. Only 4 boundaries so far in Australia's innings in 23 and a half overs.
Yeah, that classic Travis Head fashion where he just manipulates the ball, uses his hands so well. But there was all timing there.
Yes, trying to make sure, Andrew, that Test cricket remains the main game for these younger quicks who seem to have so much about them.
That's very, very true indeed. And I like the point that Barrett was making about the combination. I think they're gelling quite nicely.
Seals to head again, delivers, and head leaves just outside the line of the off stump.
The other thing too is in terms of the field adjustment, because you know the batsman was able to drive the ball through mid-on, and there was a whitish mid-on, and in fact the captain decided let's go for the conventional mid-on position. It's an interesting situation in world cricket nowadays. You don't normally get the conventional mid-off and mid-on, and hence batsmen are able to drive the ball straight down the ground. And this also is an important period of the cricket tour with Head, because he is a player that can certainly bat well and score quickly too.
Often with his back against the wall. Bowling here to Head, pushing into the onside no run. And by that I mean when Australia are in strife, it's often been Head who's been able to change the energy of an innings. They'll need that here at 3 for 63.
Yeah, but just back to his question, Adam's question, Andrew. Just Jaden Seals does play in the CPL, but it's good that he is looked at as a red ball player. Shamar Joseph has had 2 goals at the IPL, hasn't played a lot, but he's been there. So,
and really seems to be a red ball cricketer, it would appear, and looks good.
Seals to finish, in at Head again. 3 slips to gully, bowls, and Head goes back and carves down hard out to extra cover. There won't be one there. He's 5, Green's 14. It's 3 for 63. The lead's 53. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Leading wicket taker for the Windies through the match has been Jaden Seals. He picked up 5 yesterday, 1 today for Belgravia Apparel, providing high quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations. So we've still got 50 minutes left. I feel like this time yesterday we felt like this was the passage of play that could speed things up. Well, we've had 7 wickets More than that. 9 wickets so far today. So we had 14 yesterday. Could there be another 2 or 3 here before stumps? That would really open up this Test match to the prospect of indeed a 3-day finish.
Yeah, and with West Indies well in front.
So here's Graves again. Away from us, 2 slips of gully. Bowls to Green. Shout free before caught on the crease. Umpire Menon says no. Felt like it was high.
Wow.
Felt like it was high from our vantage point.
I think they'll review it though.
It looks like he wants it. We're seeing here the captain, Roston Chase, my apologies, go up to the bowler Graves.
Yeah.
And yep, he's going. So DRS for Imar. Call 1-3 Imar.
All right. What's your gut feeling, Barrett?
I think Cam Green is safe. The lady on the screen on TV says it's out, but she's a West Indian fan.
Okay,
but
you think he's safe?
Yeah, but it's a review worth taking. It's a review worth taking because such a significant moment
Why
in
do you
this
think
game.
he's safe?
I think it was the height.
The height, okay.
It was the height.
Fair enough.
Which means that more than 50% of the ball needs to be Bales or below. Third umpire for Imar. For Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 1-3 Imar.
It's going to be a...
First replay, talk us through it, Andrew.
Yes, struck on the pad. That doesn't look very high to me.
Or did he jam it into his pads?
Did he get a bit of bat
Did he
on
get
this?
bat?
There's bat involved here somewhere. What order? Now, this is to go back through it. We started the day in a situation just like this. What order was it? There's an inside edge.
Right.
The ball's hit both pads. What is the sequence? Now, the Windies don't mind this. They reckon front pad, bat, back pad.
Okay.
If it's that case, then height will still be a question. But here we go. Front pad, There's a spike for front pad, then the bat, then the back pad. So almost identical to Roston Chase earlier today.
That's very true.
And the audio graph is all the way over to the right, which wasn't sufficient to overrule earlier for what that is worth. Adrian Holdstock's been very busy upstairs, the third umpire.
And Cam Green's walked down to have a chat with Nitin Menon.
Because this is where, just to be clear, this earlier today, the audio graph having the spike over to the right didn't provide the third umpire with enough confidence to overrule. So I wonder where there might be a degree of consistency applied to this. This will be fascinating.
Oh, yes. I mean, so far the West Indies have felt aggrieved with the third umpiring. Darren Sammy
it's hit his pad.
It has.
I mean, let's be clear. It's hit the. You can see the ball hitting the front pad.
You can see it hitting the pad.
So even if you take Snicko out of the equation, you can see it's kissed the front pad before it's hit the bat.
Right.
So the naked eye test, a bit like Jayaswal at Melbourne, won't be going the way of Green here. And from there, it's all a matter of height.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So what are we seeing here?
No, it's not.
It's not.
It's been given. It's been confirmed as not out, which I can only say is Adrian Holdstock, and I'll get your first thought, Barat. On the basis of procedural fairness, earlier today, an almost identical scenario played out in the first over of play, where the ball seemed to hit the pad, but it was a slight spike all the way across the graph. And we were told, courtesy of our TV colleagues, that the umpires in scenarios like that look to the middle of the graph. And to overturn that is. It feels like almost a replica.
It is. It certainly is. Again, if you saw the spike was towards the edge. And again, the difference is he was given not out on the field.
Right.
There was the other one, which was given out, and that stayed, if you remember. So I think it because it was not out, it could not been conclusive to prove that it was.
So Graves again to Green. He plays out through backward point to the sweeper in front of the Greenwich Haynes stand. 3 for 64. And Green's 15.
And I certainly hope the third umpire or the fourth umpire goes into the West Indian dressing room and has a word, because they are furious. Darren Sammy just chucked his cap away. He is not happy.
No.
I mean, without wanting to labour the point, it's hit his pad.
Yeah. That's the thing. Visually, you can see it as...
but I want to be really clear about this. It hit Roston Chase's pad this morning as well.
Right.
So they are trying to apply a standard to something that doesn't meet the naked eye test.
There's Darren Sammy. Not happy at all.
All I can say is Holdstock's been consistent.
Yeah.
And that's what you want from umpires.
So the application
of consistently wrong too.
Graves bowls here around the wicket head, pushing forward. That's my view is that, and I said this earlier today when Australia was sleeping, that this is one of these areas in the game that they could tidy up by having full-time TV umpires. It was hitting leg stump. I'm not surprised to see that on the review, on the projection that's neither here nor there now, moot point. This could be tidied up with having umpires who only perform the role as a TV umpire, so that over time we would have precedent for these types of things. Graves, halfway through his 5th, bowls here, head chops down hard into the turf, doesn't go as far as gully, no run. It's messy. It's messy for sure.
Messy. It is.
Because both of those have hit the pad today. They are both out.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, and we had this debate during that Melbourne test as well. Like, where does the trust on your naked eye and on technology begin? It boils down to that question. I mean, you could see Jaiswal was given out because it looked very clearly that he had got the edge. Here it looked, for all purposes, that it had clipped the front pad.
So round the wicket he goes. 2 to go in the over, wide of the crease. Head plays with one hand off the bat, off the front foot, deep backward point for 1. He's up to 6, 3 for 65.
But it also is important to note that the third umpire, or DRS, has been brought in not to defend the umpire, but to kind of... That's why umpire's call comes into the picture. So there's obviously, you don't even talk about umpire's call when there's no talk of whether the ball hit or not. But in this case, it is what it is. This is umpire's call. Basically, the third umpire is saying, I'm sticking with the umpire's call because I can't see anything that technology shows conclusively for me to overturn his decision.
So Graves to finish, an eventful over, edging and taken at first slip. At long last, the Windies have taken a slips catch. Green was reprieved earlier in the over. He won't be here. Taken by the captain, Chase for 15. Graves gets in the book. Australia in all sorts again. They're 4 for 65 in Barbados.
No, Cam Green. Just when we thought he was looking much better, he gets out the same way, or in a very similar way to the way he's got out on all 3 previous occasions at number 3, chasing a wide one away from him, not in a position to play that shot, gets a thick edge. Roston Chase, the captain, hangs on. Justin Greaves has played such a vital role with the ball, and that is a huge breakthrough. And more questions about this Australian top order.
Well, after that lucky let-off, the lead's 55. You could say cricketing justice has been done. Certainly the view of the 3 of us on commentary right now. It's been a long day. Excuse the voice cracking. And, well, this is where the game will take another twist with Green gone, having looked as good as he has at number 3, Baz, in fairness, until that point, until that over. Graves, nicely done.
Beautifully done. And I've said it a few times already, the Australian batters did have some trouble against Graves yesterday as well. Just even though he looks medium pace, doesn't look as threatening as Shamar Joseph, he just does enough, just bowls enough heavy balls, as they say. And he's kept them honest, snakes them in, takes it away. But this was just a poor shot, I'm sorry.
The replay, we see it back here. Chemist Warehouse screen. That's, if you're imagining what catching practice would look like on a Thursday night at training, where the ball's outside the line of the off stump and he steered it into the hands of Roston Chase moving to his right.
And I think Darren Sammy celebrated it more wildly in the dressing room than the West Indians did in the middle. These West Indies are right on top.
Yeah, they're up and about. The body language, the energy here at the ground. Kensington Oval is pumping. The Australian fans on the edge of their seat. Bo Webster, the new man, to the middle. All the work for Travis Head to do on 6. Waiting for Jaden Seals, who's bowling gorgeously from the Joel Garner end. Up round the wicket, 3 slips the gully. Delivers here, Head leaves on length.
Well, I said it was head or bust when he walked out to bat. It seems even more so the case now. It really is all on Travis Head. Bo Webster's contributed quite nicely in the few opportunities he's got at test level. Alex Carey's been in great form. But if Jaden Seals, and he's bowling tremendously well, can knock Travis Head out now, West Indies will not just be in front, they'll think they can wrap this game up by lunchtime tomorrow.
Seals in, long way to stumps, bowls to Head, down the leg side, has a little glove at it but doesn't catch up with it. Shy Hope, the wicket keeper.
Yeah, but just that, again, going back to that dismissal, I mean, he was in such a bad position, neither back nor front, and his weight just fell over.
Seems to have lost concentration as well.
Yeah, with the LBW.
A lot of the hard work that could have gotten into his mind as well.
10 wickets on the day, 40 minutes till stumps. Goodness me, what might the score be at the close? This is terrific stuff. And they still got one more spell from Shamar Joseph up their sleeve before stumps. Seals in, bowls to head, chops down hard in that familiar fashion. To deep backward point where there's always a sweeper for him. He gets one, moves to 7. 4 for 66.
Well, one thing about Bo Webster is he's generally very not ruffled by anything. He's seen a lot in his first-class career. We saw that in his 2 innings at Sydney. And the pressure was on, the series was on the line, a place in the WTC final was on the line. He played well at Lord's. He was lucky at times, but top scored. But this is probably his biggest challenge so far in Test cricket. Because Australia are in a deep hole at this moment, just 56 ahead.
So Bo Webster got an absolute beauty from Shamar Joseph yesterday afternoon. Leader 56. His first ball here. Jaden Seals up wide of the crease. In behind it, pushing to wide mid-on, taking the quick single, and head is through. 4 for 67.
And he looked okay till he got that brute of a delivery in the first innings. So take some confidence from that. Yeah, I mean, can we keep referring, going back to our compatriots, our fellow Australians, I can say that confidently now, waking up back in Melbourne, Sydney, and a lot of them would be up in Adelaide as well. This once again doesn't make for happy reading. The Australian top order has been blown away for the 4th straight time running.
It's really stood out today. The sketchy start. Hard not to come back to. The energy of that second innings was set up early on. Seals bowls here. Head plays under his eyes in front of point for 1. 8 for him. 4 for 68 the score, which means the lead's 58 with 1 ball left in the set. Can't exactly tell you why, but we're getting highlights through from television down our stub feed. We shouldn't really be getting that.
Yeah.
So that's not live action, that's a replay. Might try and get that tidied up before tomorrow.
Just want to say there's so many Bajan fans who've turned up today. There'll be more of them tomorrow. It's Friday.
Imagine people are asking about tickets.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be at Oystons tomorrow night, Adam. If West Indies win this, it'll be a celebration.
Won't it just? Seals to finish the over, and Webster plays well, plays forward defensively. Ends the over. 4 for 68, leader 58, head on 8, Webster on 1. And that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Australia's wickets falling at 27, 34, 57 and 65 in the second innings. Khawaja, Constas, Inglis and Green all gone for 15, 5, 12 and 15. None of them are pretty numbers. Justin Graves striking in his previous over. Into head here, wide of the crease, round the wicket. Defends to cover off the front foot, no run. One more wicket here. Get a look at Carey, and one more after that. Get a look at the bowlers.
I know. So much time left as well, and say that because of the rate at which this game has progressed. 14 wickets yesterday, 10 already today.
Does feel reminiscent of the test match we were covering just a couple of weeks ago, Baz.
Exactly the same.
A lot of similarities.
There at least Australia had a lead of 73. Here they're behind by 10 runs.
So in again, Graves up, bowls back in defence. His head to mid-on, no run. So how long will it be before they pull the lever and get Shamar Joseph back in the act? It just feels like he deserves a good run here before the close. Bowled so well to create myriad opportunities early on, just as was yesterday.
And every spell he's looked threatening.
So rotating between their 4 quicks. Spin not yet turned to win the match. Graves up, bowls again, head, drives. Out towards deep point, gets 1. 9 for him, 4 for 69, lead 59. Also, the other thing, it may well finish tomorrow with an Australian victory. This could be a classic low-scoring thriller. If they set the Windies 180, 190, they can often be the most enjoyable test finishes.
This is why you saw Cummins and his team just after the break today at lunch coming out with fire in their eyes, because I think they recognize the importance of a close game. A lead of 15, 20, 30 could be so decisive, and the differential was just 10.
Beautiful afternoon here at the Kensington Oval. Shadows lengthening. Sun beating down. Warm day. Graves up here. Bowls to Webster. Who's forward and defending to cover. Gets that big stride in, of course.
He'll have to. A lot of batters have been guilty so far in this test of... I don't know whether it's misjudging the length or being caught halfway like Cam Green was. This didn't make for good viewing at all, did it?
Yeah, the Green dismissal will be as heavily scrutinised, I suspect, as the constant stay.
Yeah. Those two.
Those will be the two bits. Inglis bowled leaving on length to an extent, an occupational hazard when trying to let balls go, but the others, Graves bowls here, playing out through point, nicely played as well, Webster. The sweepers come in and he's thrashed it away to the Greenwich and Haynes stand rope. Quickly to 5, 4 for 73, only the 5th boundary of the innings, lead 63. And by that I mean that was an error in judgment, but you could kind of see what Inglis was thinking. Didn't get up as much as he thought. Kawaja got a really good one with Alzari Joseph beating him with prodigious swing, but Constas and Green, that'll be tricky stuff to watch back.
Yeah, I mean the youngest members of this batting lineup as well.
And immediately the sweeper's back now. Don't want to give up that boundary, so Warren is back in the point boundary.
Surprised by that. It's taken one shot and they've reverted. Anyway, last ball of the over. Graves away from us, up to the crease, bowls to Webster, who pushes to point, gets one for it. 4 for 74, keeps the strike, he's 6, heads 9 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Australia are 27 overs into their second innings. They're 4 for 74. And
look
here
who's marking
is the change. This is the change we've been waiting for. Shamar Joseph, who was at his electrifying best with the new ball earlier on, 1 for 13 from 7, but could have already had his name in the book a couple of times. Had Constas drop twice in 3 balls. He returns from the Joel Garner end to look at Webster early on. He's only faced 5 balls. He's got 4 catches behind him. Joseph bowls first ball here. Webster drives full to Widerschmidt off extra cover. No run taken. So 30 minutes till stumps. That'll permit, with a bit of enterprise, they should get 4 overs out of Joseph here if they rush through.
And he does walk back to his mark very quickly as well. Doesn't waste too much time in between overs. He's always so eager to charge in.
This will be the second day, by the way. They're going to lose more than 10 overs on the day. They'll get 78 or 79 in here. It was 80 yesterday.
Yeah. World Test Championship points will be docked.
Absolutely they will. Joseph in. Bowls here. Webster beaten on the inside edge. Tried to flow that through the gap in the offside between point and extra cover. Didn't make contact, and it came back off the seam towards the stumps and missed everything.
And it would be impossible for that first innings dismissal not to be playing in Bo Webster's head. Like I said earlier, he's generally he's not ruffled at all. Plays each ball like a new one. All that first class experience over 100 games. Tasmania and now in county cricket.
Yep, there's all that right now. Shamar Joseph charging away from the Garner end. Bowls to Webster, gets forward. I think behind the wicket, they thought that was pad first, but it was the inside edge.
I think that's the challenge against Shamar Joseph at the moment. Each ball is like an inquisition. You have to be on top of your game, on top of the ball.
Some interesting analysis on telly about the green dismissal. The previous ball, very similar delivery. He played with his back leg straight, and the one where he was dismissed, it was very much bent, thus the edge that was steered into the cordon, safely pouched. Shamar Joseph up, closer to the stumps. Webster plays under his eyes, deflects to gully, no run.
Yeah, it's still Friday, still not the weekend, so people will be up in arms. Adam Collins calling into SCN. And we're already getting a lot of texts.
There'll be a lot. It's 7 o'clock in the morning now on the eastern seaboard. So 0433 98 11 16. Have your say. Call in. I think Kane's on the radio at the moment.
And I think Kane's on the cricket as well, based on the text I'm reading.
Give him a call. I'm sure he'll be happy to take it. Shamar Joseph, 2 left. Bowls to Webster. Plays away from his body. Gets the bottom of the bat. Spits out to extra cover, no run. Because Kane's got strong views about Cam Green from memory. That'll coming through, I don't doubt, on Breakfast Show.
And I think whatever he must have said was said before he got out. And I saw a lot of comments about that. The narrative has changed since Cam Green has got out. Michael Divinito on TV, the assistant coach, the main batting coach, really.
The third sib has been moved now to cover. Green is looking to push in the offside.
Yep, so Webster wanted to score their last ball here. Webster plays back to that fielder. Well pointed out, Andrew Mason. Ends the over. A maiden from Shamar Joseph. 9 for head, 6 for Webster. Australia 4 for 74, lead by 64 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. After the break, Adam White will take you through to the close of play.
SEN Test cricket for Australian made by a local. Adam White back in the chair for the last half hour of play. It's going to be a dramatic, tense half hour. Brad Sanderson and also Bryce again still with us. And there's another delay here.
Oh my God, I can't believe the ball's been changed.
Ball.
Yes.
So another
that ball was good.
Yeah.
It was swinging round corners and both umpires have called for the little briefcase. You know what? Bring it out, swap her over.
You know what annoys me about this, Brad? Is that they changed the ball and that's fine. And so we have another delay and then it kind of gives the players an out to say, oh, we don't get through the overs because it's a delay of game and it's not our fault, all this sort of thing. They should be going quicker. We shouldn't be losing 10 overs a day.
No.
It's just, it is hot. I get all that. But you see how long it takes them between overs and it is incredibly frustrating and the umpires don't put the pressure on them at all. And it's, for the fans that have made the effort to come, yes, they get an extra half hour, but they should be getting an extra 10 overs.
Yep, I mean...
Look at them all gather around this ball.
I know.
The umpires tossed it... Who did he toss it to? Was it to Joseph or... Anyway, he's tossed the ball and they've all gathered around. They want to have a look at it.
Now,
it's extraordinary.
Brad, do you know this guy, this dreadlocks guy? Because he's... I don't know how he's getting away with it. It's almost like he's a paid dancer or something for the day, but he's on a stage very close to the Australian dressing room, and when they're dismissed, they walk up the stairs, and he's just giving it to them as they walk up the stairs, and even now he's carrying on
he's very close to the dressing room.
Yelling at the dressing room. I just don't think that's really overly acceptable.
I don't think he'll be around tomorrow. I'm sure they would have taken notice of it.
I reckon he's doing it yesterday as well.
Yeah, I did see him, but I don't think he was caught on TV doing it.
He's a sort of a Bob Marley type.
Being caught on TV doing something. I don't know what drink that is that they're showing, but it's the party stand. Been going wild. Tops are off.
Well, it is a hot day. There's no doubt about it. There were a couple of spectators roasting on banana lounges. the beach
pink
club
tinge
earlier.
or red tinge?
No, it was cerise.
Can I also just say, I'm not a big fan of pools in party stands. I would never get into one, not at this time of the day.
No. A lot of those people have spent a lot of time, they've drunk a lot.
We're ready to go. Graves around the wicket, bowling to Head, who chops down at one into the covers, no run. So 28.1 overs has been bowled. We've got 24 minutes of play left in the day.
You just get a feeling that ideally Australia would just want to go to stumps, obviously, just 4 down. We just can't see it happening.
No, because these two don't play to get the stumps.
Yeah, but I'm saying even just the way this game has gone.
Yeah. Graves again on his way past the umpire bowls, up on his toes, Head steering it out to backward point on the fence for a single. He gets into double figures. 4 for 75. So 4 for 75 means that the Australians lead by 65 with 6 second innings wickets remaining.
They haven't got enough.
Yeah, not by distance. I know batting's been quite difficult here at the Kensington Oval the last 2 days. But yeah, I have to drag this to as close to 200 as possible, you'd think.
Cutting Webster, cutting well, backward of point. That's been hit like a tracer bullet out to the rope for 4. Valuable runs in a low-scoring contest. We've said that a lot over the last 2 days. Webster also now into double figures, 10 off just 12 balls, 4 for 79.
Yeah, he played a square drive in the previous over. This one was short, and it's a shot that Bo Webster plays really well. It's good square of the wicket. Gets a lot of his runs there. And there was just one of the few poor deliveries West Indies have bowled in this test match, to be honest. Easy pickings for the Tasmanian.
Webster waits again. And he's pushing forward confidently in defensive mode. Away on the offside, but like Cameron Green, they're such tall, imposing figures at the crease. When they take a big stride forward, it is a big stride forward.
I just the kind of work I've been doing with the AFL and having become a footy fan myself, I'm just trying to get my head around how we're going to talk about the top order collapse once again today on the new ball. Why it must be like when you're following the same footy team and they've had 2 terrible losses across 2 weeks.
Webster driving up to mid-off. Well, I think, Barat, to answer your question, it's one of those things that, and it's where footy fans get really frustrated with their own team, is when they have the same failures in consecutive games. You know, repeat offender type activity where they're, it's happened again. It's happened again, and unfortunately, it's happened again 4 times.
4 times.
If you count the 2 Lords test, or the 2 Lords innings and the 2 innings here, even though they've sort of shuffled the deck chairs. 4 for 79. Webster driving nicely forward of point. Again, that's well struck. Again, it goes for 4. So the cut shot and then the square drive, the short ball and then the over pitch ball, both deliveries being hit to the boundary. End of the over, 4 for 83. Webster up to 14. Head on 10. We'll get Bryson Bratt to comment on Webster's 2 boundaries after this. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, 4 for 83. Australia Head on 10. Webster on 14. We're talking about Webster's 2 boundaries in that over. Pretty good.
Pretty good, but I think this is the battle. Shamar Joseph, Travis Head could decide the test match for me. Travis Head, who I thought 60-40, he won the battle against Shamar yesterday, even though there was that controversial caught behind DRS.
And he comes charging in, bowling to Head, who's missing, trying to cut away on the offside.
Head got 59 in that first innings, and Thank goodness he did. But it was playing aggressively like this. This is a close in, not much room to cut, but that's how he does play. So it's the Travis Head way.
It is.
It's the only way you can describe it, because very rarely has it been a successful formula for many players at the top international level. But he's nearly that exception. Very much like Darren Lehmann.
Shamar Joseph past the umpire, bowls to Head, who's dabbing away on the offside in defence.
Yeah, I think it's something South Australian there. Jake Lehmann, obviously Darren's son, plays that shot really well.
Maybe it's got to do with the Adelaide Oval short square. Yeah. I'll keep hitting it to the short square boundary, and you can trust the true bounce forever and a day at the Adelaide Oval. There's very, very rarely over the space of a test match or a first-class game that the ball suddenly keeps low. It can take a bit of turn later on, but it's so true, the wicket. So they get into a bit of a groove with it, and he has a tendency to play that way.
Shamar Joseph at the top of his run again. Shadow's definitely lengthening now. Head waits, leaves. That wasn't far away and came back right away with Joseph coming around the wicket to the left-hander, and typically the follow-through was extravagant and excitable.
Bryce had his heart in his mouth. It was very
fell
close
off the chair.
Yeah. No, that's come back a bit. That wasn't just a close lead. It was outrageously close.
Heads on 10, 4 for 83.
Big moment.
18 minutes. Yeah. 18 minutes to stumps. Joseph bowls, Head driving, no timing in the shot, chopping it almost up to mid-off, no run.
Wonder how the dressing room's taking this. Obviously, they'll be focused on this test and how they can scrape out another 150 runs, hopefully, or even 100 runs.
Do you have a night watchman ready for Alex Carey?
Well, I can see Pat Cummins has batted up and Alex Carey.
It's a good question.
Pat Cummins in a long conversation with Andrew McDonald. Not too many smiles in the Australian camp currently.
Who would you push out there? Nathan Lyon again?
Yeah, he's generally
He's the man.
Joseph again approaches, bowls to Head, who's just dropping it at his feet in defence.
Notably, Nathan Lyon's gone missing from that balcony.
Maybe
he's disappeared somewhere.
Yeah, maybe he's taken the dreadlocks man out the back. No, shouldn't say that. That's no. He's still on the corner of the Hall and Griffith stand, baiting the Australian team. I can't believe that no one said anything to him. Quite remarkable, really. Like, he's full on just berating them.
It'd be 10 metres away.
Yeah, 10 metres away. And no one's done anything about it.
First level of these stands.
And that's where the press conference room is as well. So maybe he'll berate the Australian journalists as well.
Joseph bowls, Head driving, not timing it again. This time finding point, trying to get on the front foot and opening the blade. So the over bowled. They've got through another Shamar Joseph over. Australia 4 for 83. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia 4 for 83 with Travis Head on 10, Bo Webster on 14. There's a change at the Malcolm Marshall end, and Alzari Joseph and his big bright yellow watch will finish things off. So it's probably going to be Joseph and Joseph to get us to stumps. Webster, who was very good in his last over that he faced from this end. He's on 14. Joseph bowls up at his toes. Webster pushing into the cover region. There's no run.
What is the change of ball? It's not a new ball. It's a change of ball. It's not swinging as much.
It's a fair call.
It's just settled right down.
Yeah, I think it has.
Webster is settled in. He's only faced What's he up to now? 16 deliveries, 14 runs, but it seems to be pretty true.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call. Alzari Joseph with the big number 8 on his back. He runs away from us. Past the umpire, wide on the crease, bowling to Webster, who's driving through the covers. More runs for Big Bo. It's another boundary. Stroking the ball through the offside with Alzari Joseph just over pitching. And Webster picking up his 3rd boundary in the space of 6 balls. 18 now of just 17 deliveries. Australia 4 for 87.
I love how Webster is not suspicious of anything that gets bowled to him. You're over pitching. Okay, I get on the front foot and I drive them and I do it with conviction. That was a punch drive. The cut shot he put away off the back foot was, okay, that's short and wide. I'm not suspicious of that. May not be extra bad. I'm just going to get on top of it and put that away. And the square drive as well. He's just batting with his clarity that he's continued to do so for the best part of 2 years now.
Joseph again bowling. Webster a little bit late on that one. Took the inner portion of the bat and spat out on the onside to mid-wicket. So he wasn't in full control there, and he actually practices perhaps what he could have done a little bit differently. He's still there, though, on 18. 4 for 87. SEN Test cricket for Australia Made and Henley Holmes. And don't forget, after the cricket, straight away, the new ball for Cobram Estate. Myself and Barrett will go through what's been another eventful day at the cricket. 2 slips in a gully. Joseph bowls and nursing it around to the onside is Webster from hip high, just steering it into forward square leg. There's no run. How would you go in the pool, Bryce? Over there.
Oh, no. I'd feel a bit uneasy in the pool at this stage of the day. Maybe with, I don't know.
Yesterday it was only sort of knee height, the level of the water in the pool.
It's chest high now. It's right to the top.
It's definitely to the top now. It's a proper, fully fledged aquatic setup.
Let's assume it's just water that's taken it to that level.
Joseph bowls. Webster pushing forward and taking a single. Again, it took the inner portion of the bat and went behind square leg, and Travis Head called him through for the single from the non-striker's end. Webster 19, Head 10, 4 for 88. We're just seeing a shot of a local with the he's blowing into one of those big shells that you see on those Disney movies. Oh, it sounds like a boat coming into shore, Bryce.
Secret sound we're doing now. SEN cricket.
Big white shells.
There it is.
There you go. Yep. It's not one of those plastic trumpet things. It's a shell.
It's no vuvuzela.
No.
It's a conch. Conch shell.
4 for 88. Again, some changes to the field with Head on strike. Last ball of the over. Joseph bowls. Head defends, and we'll get a single because they've got the man back at point. He just opened the blade and nursed it out into the offside and took a comfortable single to end the over. Head is on 11. Webster is on 19. 4 for 89 is the score. And even though it's been a bright and sunny day for most part, in fact pretty much all part really, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, we're obviously not locals here, but you see all these clouds, you think, oh, it's getting a bit gloomy, but it never eventuates into anything, and it's pretty much sunny. It's a bit unusual. No, it's definitely been a better day today weather-wise than yesterday.
It has. It's blowy in the morning and sort of settles down.
Yeah, it's definitely not windy
in the afternoon. No,
it's probably still a club, maybe 2 club breeze in golf terms.
Convert that to maybe a 1-goal breeze in AFL terms. 1-goal wind. 1 or 2 goals.
Maybe 2, yeah. So Shamar Joseph, again, everything's taking a lot longer, and I don't know why it's allowed to happen. I keep stressing that point, I know, but it's too much time between overs. Shamar Joseph on the runway, bowling to Head, who is punching back down the ground but can't beat mid-on, so a dot ball fielded there by Alzari Joseph, who's just bowled the last over. Had to get down low. So Heads probably has played a little bit within himself, 11 off 29. I mean, he knows the absolute importance of getting through until stumps. There has definitely been a bit more control from the Australians since Webster joined Head at the crease, which probably adds more petrol to the conversation around the top order. Oh, this time he nearly chops on, prodding at that one outside off stub. It took the inner part of the bat, and Head didn't know where it went. But I tell you what, Shamar Joseph knew where it went. He was watching like a hawk as it almost went back onto the stumps. And in the end, it didn't matter because it was a no ball. Decision just coming through now. That'll make Shamar feel a little bit better about things. It was only just over too, looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay. It is incredible how he can bowl these long spells, Bryce. It just keeps coming in and
he's a fit man.
Full of energy.
Into his 10th over, he's got 1 for 14.
Around the wicket, bowling to Head. Oh, gets one that's nasty and it hits the glove and somehow falls safely. He's hurt himself here, Travis Head. He's immediately calling for attention on his left hand. So that one spat at him coming from around the wicket. The ball ballooned out in the sort of more backward point region rather than gully. And he's in a bit of trouble here, immediately calling for attention in the middle of the over, which must be concerning for the Australians. So medical treatment is on its way.
So it's his bottom hand. He's just clenching it. Look, he's able to move his fingers here. It's hit him on the index finger. He's trying to squeeze it. Look, what it does do is allow the minutes tick away to stumps. So
it does.
There's a bit of strategy to it.
Yeah, but I think it's really hurt him. So we're seeing the replay now. Kind of tailed away in the air and then came back and it smashes into that index finger. That ball could have gone anywhere off the glove. Or we're watching now the physio sort of pressing and manipulating the finger, and the fact that he can do that's probably a good sign for Head, but this is going to take some time.
I don't know whether is it. He's got an average camera. No, he's clenching his fist here. It's not dislocated, so. And on we go.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be okay.
It's just one of those ones. Toughen up. They'll get a bit of compression tape around it, I would suggest, to stop the swelling from going out of control.
And as you said, Bryce, it is an opportunity to waste a bit of time here.
The umpires are onto it too. They're sniffing around with intent.
One's on one side of the cluster of people and one's on the other, like bouncers at a nightclub. Just with the few patrons left. Out you go.
Yeah. Hey, we called last drinks.
That's right.
On, it's done. Let's move on.
And it looks like that is going to be the case. They're going to disperse and Head's going to stay out there. But he's very lucky. He's very lucky from an injury point of view, but he's also very lucky from a point of view of him not losing his wicket, because that could have gone absolutely anywhere.
Well, he's kind of wandered off now. We thought we were going to get a start.
This is starting to get... This is crafty, isn't it? We'll call it crafty.
Yeah.
Almost gaming the situation. He's almost run off the ground to get some gloves.
Hey, our listeners, they haven't missed this either. They're onto it. A few text messages coming through.
Oh, well.
Just acknowledging the fact that it's a smart delay of tactics from Travis Head.
He had put his bat up against the stumps while he got that attention. He's at the non-strikers end now because they got the single. Head on 12, Webster on 19. We're ready to go again with Shamar Joseph on his way, bowling to Webster. Pushing up to mid-on. No run. Again, Elzari Joseph in on the action.
Well, the bat on the stumps is like another legendary South Australian who used to do that. Often at the breaks, David Hooks would just put his bat and his hat and just leave it on the stumps if he was out there batting, and just come back, pick up the bat again, slip the hat back on and carry on with his innings. The great David Hooks.
Shamar Joseph halfway through his over here. Gets to the top of his run and turns. He bowls. Webster up on his toes again, pushing into backward point. That's what he does. Even though he's really tall, nearly 210 centimetres, he still gets up nice and tall and gets on the top of the bounce when he plays away on the offside off the back foot. He'd be a difficult player to bowl to, wouldn't he, with the way he plays. Getting into any sort of rhythm. And because he's so unusually tall.
And he takes a positive step forward.
That's right, yeah.
So he changes your length. You can't just get into a groove like you do with other players. And I think...
Joseph bowls. Webster again up nice and tall. Caressing that one into point. No run.
And I think some bowlers struggle to adjust that. And certainly at first class level, he's had all the answers for every other state. He plays for Tasmania. And he's been a revelation in the last 2 years. His all-round capabilities. He bowls off spin. We haven't seen that here. But he's got that medium pace, which we have seen. So it's off spin, medium pace. But he's batting, because he's got this footwork that he commits to, he can really get you off your line and length. And that's creates so many scoring opportunities for him.
Joseph bowls here. Webster squared up, defending back to the bowler. And that is it for Shamar for the day. 1 for 15.
Oh, he's been good. That's 10 overs.
1 over left in the afternoon, in the day. Day 2, with Australia 4 for 91. I think the interesting thing about Beau Webster is that when there's been so much conjecture about the selection of the team and who's in it at the moment and who's not, he's the real poster boy for Sheffield Shield cricket, because he's done so well in the Shield for a number of years now, but particularly in the last 2 or 3 years. Yep. He was the one that demanded selection when Green was out injured. It was just the obvious pick. Yeah, you had to play him, and it was almost like it got to the point where, well, are you actually going to pick him? Because he's been doing well for a while now, and it was almost like, oh, yeah, look, we've got to pick him now. We just have to, when that spot opened up. And he's proven that the Sheffield Shield runs are a good currency. Alzari Joseph, last over of the day. He bowls. It's wide of the off stump, coming around the wicket, and Head didn't play.
Well, it's more than good currency. It's prepared him well, because he's made tough runs in every innings.
That's right.
He hasn't had it easy. He hasn't come in at 4 for 250 and said, here you go, you know, you got a tiring attack, go and have some fun. He's had to save the bacon of the top order every time he's walked out to the crease. So it's not been an easy introduction to Test cricket, but he's shown he's absolutely up to it. He has certainly been a shining light, as you say, a poster boy for Shield cricket.
Alzari Joseph steams in, bowling to Head, who pushes back to the bowler. He's got almost like a prancing approach to the wicket, like one of those equestrian horses. He's just nice and balanced, high knees as he comes in to bowl. So these two here.
Palomino.
A Palomino.
That's a type of horse, Whitey.
Yeah, no, isn't it got white in it or something, or is it just a breed?
A breed. Very fancy, very posh.
Head here, jumping, just pushing into cover, in control.
Head shut it down here.
Yep, he has.
He has shut it down. He's playing it late with a dead bat. He's right back into phase 1 of deny.
So these two have put on 26 in 7 overs. Webster 19 of the 26, just to show that Head shut it down some time ago. But when Cameron Green was dismissed for 15, the score was 4 for 65 and the lead was only 55. It currently is now 81. And with 3 balls left in the day, Alzari Joseph around the wicket. Head again pushing into the offside. Thought about a single and then realised it was absolutely not on and changed his mind and said to Beau, stay there please.
Cardi was awake up to that from cover. He was on the move, good anticipation. He wasn't going to get picked off in that space.
2 balls left. Isn't it different, the feel? Like half an hour ago, an hour and a half ago, you just thought there was a wicket going to be every ball. And even though the stakes are as high, if not higher at the moment in the last 2 balls of the day, I don't want to moz him here, but you feel like things are in control. We're in safe waters.
A couple of composed players out there who really trust their game in Head and Webster.
2 slips in a gully. Joseph bowls at the bouncer and Head ducks underneath.
Good wheels. Check the radar on that. That was slippery.
140.6, and short balls are... No, you always have got to take a little bit off.
No, that was real slippery.
Yep.
And the shadows are across the pitch, so it's kind of half patchy.
1 to go.
It's gloomy.
Bo Webster knows he will be starting tomorrow morning for Australia. Will Travis Head be with him? So we've had the bouncer. Do we now get the full searing Yorker? Last ball of the day. Alzari Joseph just pauses at the top of his run. And now he is on his way to bowl to Travis Head. He bowls, Head, tucks it off his hip into the onside and gets a single. So Travis Head will join Bo Webster at the crease tomorrow morning with Australia 4 for 92. Another top order collapse. More issues for the Australian top order, but the game, geez, evenly poised. Australia's lead 82 with 6 second innings wickets remaining. In the day, we had 10 wickets and 225 runs. So the runs similar to yesterday. 14 wickets yesterday, 10 today. That final session that seemed to go forever was still only 33 overs, and we saw 4 for 92, which is what Australia's score is because they took that early tea break at the completion of the West Indies innings. A quick word from Bryce McGain before we head off to the new ball.
Well, Whitey, it's long-lived Test cricket. This is the real battle. It's the bowlers have been on top, the ball is moving. It's been a real challenge, and well, no batter has really sat confident other than, I think, Travis Head. He's performed well in the first innings and has continued to do that here. And the informed Bo Webster is with him. Gee, it's going to be an important hour or two tomorrow morning. Something to look forward to.
It feels like every hour is an important hour, but it is. That's just how this match is playing out here at the beautiful Kensington Oval, the famous Kensington Oval here in Bridgetown, Barbados. Thank you, Bryce. We'll see you again tomorrow morning. And for everyone else, stick around because the new ball, it's next.
Cold pressed in northern Victoria. Look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo and buy Australian made on SEN Cricket. This is the new ball.
Yes, it is the new ball from Bridgetown, Barbados, Kensington Oval. And day 2 was just as exciting as day 1. As it stands at the moment, the Australians have a lead of 82 with 6 second innings wickets remaining. Australia bowled out yesterday for 180. The West Indies bowled out for 190 on day 2. Before Australia 4 for 92 at stumps. Constas out for 5, Khawaja for 15, Inglis for 12, Green for 15, Head 13 not out, and Webster 19 not out. So that's the state of play. There's so much to get through. There's lots of controversy today with the third umpire involvement. We had a very interesting innings from Sam Constas, and we saw a bit of a fight back also from the Australians, particularly from a bowling point of view, when it looked like the game was getting away. How did it all unfold? Well, this is how SEN Test Cricket described day 2 from Kensington Oval.
beautifully by Hope. Back down the ground for 4 more.
Line
on.
Now Zari Joseph bowls to Kawaja, hits him on the pad, on the ankle, give it! Shimano's on the way in, bowling hit a Constance, deflecting onto the stumps. Plays on. Shamar Joseph gets him eventually.
Once again, halfway through his over. Inglis.
Oh! Knocked him over. Inglis didn't play, and not for the first time in this match. A player deciding not to play has to walk off because he's off stumps, crashing back.
So Graves to finish, an eventful over, edging and taken at first slip. At long last, the Windies have taken a slips catch. Green was reprieved earlier in the over. He won't be here.
So much happened. That was the news from the day's play for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket team, where the West Indies started the day 4 for 57, all out for 190, which gave them a lead of 10. Hope made 48, Chase 44, Elzari Joseph 23 not out. Mitchell Stark, the best of the bowlers, 3 for 65, at least from a wickets column point of view. Hazelwood 2 for 41, Cummins 2 for 34, and Webster 2 for 20. And then in reply, as I mentioned before, the Australians getting to stumps. Well, they've got to stumps, but they're still in a bit of trouble. 4 for 92. Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, supporting community cricket with high-quality team wear. This is the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil, and for Australia Made, buy local. A break. It is the new ball for Cobram Estate, our great friends, our partners here with SEN Test Cricket, premium Australian extra virgin olive oil, and for Australia made as well by Local. Brad Sanderson will join us shortly. Bryce McGain, as I said, has been calling all the action with our team throughout the course of the day. Just as a general snapshot of things, after the completion of the second day, I want you to give, I'm going to put you on the spot here, you're a teacher, I want you to give an overall mark of Australia's batting. They've had 2 goes at it.
As in the second innings batting?
No, as a general...
Overall, look,
they've had 2 innings. They've had 2 goes at it.
Yeah. At a mark, A, B, C, D...
Yep.
A D.
At that low?
Yeah. They haven't failed, but it's a D. At 3 for 22 in the first innings, and then 4 for 65 in the second, and they've really struggled. The top order have really struggled. Unfortunately, Sam Constant was a hard watch. It was a really hard watch. He was dropped twice. He ended up with 5 off 38 in the second innings. His first drop was at the 8th ball he faced, where he skipped down the wicket and tried to flay the ball down the ground, got an edge, went to third slip, got dropped. 2 balls later, nicked one to second slip, got dropped. And then it was a grind after Usman had said, hey, I think you just need to be here. 5 off 38. It's not to say that Sam isn't up to the level, but for me it's a not yet for him. And Green worked hard. There were some good signs in there. He looked a lot more confident and his footwork was a lot better. Dismissed for 15 and... yeah, look, it's hard. They're finding their way. We're finding out whether they can do it at the top level while they're sitting in the seat, not with an enormous body of work behind them at first-class level. So it's a hard watch. It is a hard watch.
1 for 27, 2 for 34, 3 for 57, and then 4 for 65. They were the fall of wickets. Khawaja went first, Constas second, remarkably, despite only making 5, and then it was Inglis and Green. So the top 4 have gone. They're not going to make any changes after one match. They won't do that. But do you combine what happened at Lords with this, or is this a clean slate for this group because it is different?
Yeah, it's a clean slate for them. And
so we're not looking at 4 innings, we're only looking at 2.
We're looking at what they're performing at the moment. That's where the selectors will be. It hasn't gone out as they would have anticipated, and there's some faith. But I think there'll be some opening bats potentially around the place, like maybe even Marcus Harris. And I know he's a favourite of yours, but it may be the situation that he's probably sitting back going, oh, well, you know, my record is a whole lot stronger.
Have you been surprised at the quality of the West Indies?
They've been outstanding. Their bowling has been absolutely superb. They've kept the ball up. They haven't gone to short pitch, and they don't need to, but their ability to swing the ball at pace has been most impressive. And it's not been easy for the Australian bats. You don't just walk out here. It's not a feather bed. We thought it might be coming to the West Indies. Thought, oh, well, it might be just slow and low, and we might look to play 2 spinners. This is a lively... Not so much pitch, but lively conditions that have been difficult, and all batsmen have struggled.
We all get seduced by Shamar Joseph because of what he did in Australia and then what he did in the first innings yesterday. But what we saw is that it's not just Shamar Joseph. We've seen Jaden Seals take 5 wickets in the first innings and bowl extremely well, swinging the ball both ways today. And then we've got Greaves that comes in and does his job. Alzari Joseph's done what he's always done for a while. This is a full group of bowlers, and we'll talk to Brett Sanderson about it shortly. He knows a lot more about them than we do. But it is a bit about the Australians failing again, but it's also a lot about how good the West Indies have been. So for those that are watching, are listening to us and didn't see what had happened overnight, it's so easy to just blame the Australians batting, but we've got to give credit to what the West Indians have done.
You make a really valid point, and it's so important to do so. Jaden Seals has been absolutely superb. His ability to swing the ball at pace both directions is just a serious handful. In 18 tests, 75 wickets at 22. You know, this is the start of a career of something special. He's only 23 years old. Like, he is a real star. He is the leader of that attack. And then they have the complete firepower to come in with Shamar Joseph and Alzari Joseph. It's a well-balanced team, and Greaves has been a real handful for them as well.
All right, you're out of the attack after one ball. You're going. Brett Senderayson, who's been talking to the Australians post-day 2, he'll join us. We'll get his reflections on what the Australians have said and then go through all the issues. I'll tell you what, there are so many to get through. We will do that next on the new ball for Cobram Estate, premium Australian extra virgin olive oil and Australia made by local. is the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil and for Australia Made by Local. I'm Adam White and I'm joined by Bharat Sundaresan, who was with the Australian camp post-play. What was the mood, Bharat? We've got a situation where Australia are 4 for 92 in their second innings, an overall lead of 82 going into day 3.
So, evening, Whitey, morning to everyone back home. Well, Mitch Starc spoke to Adam Collins and I, and he spoke about the pitch, and he said it has been a very difficult pitch to bat on, and he couldn't get his head around what it is on the surface that has made it so difficult. But the bowlers obviously feel like they're in the game, and he admitted that the mood in the camp has been pretty grim in terms of the batting, but obviously he said both camps, and which is true to an extent, but especially the Australian one, and what he's garnered from the batters is that it's one of those classic pitches where you're never in, which we've seen, which is why we've seen so many collapses. Only 2 partnerships of any substance. The head Khawaja won in the first innings, and Hope and Chase today. But yeah, you could just see. I mean, there's just this energy, not very high, and as what do you expect, right? Like, it's the same story for 2 straight days from a batting perspective, and now it once again comes down to the bowlers. Luckily, or somehow, they've managed to not lose more than 4 wickets. So Head and Webster have looked good. Travis Head looked red under that helmet and the humidity, but like in classic Trav fashion, he was just sharing a couple of jokes with Matthew Wade, who's here as an assistant coach, as he walked off. But just overall, yeah, there was a sense of not so much dread or what could happen next, but yeah, I mean, the shoulders were down and the chests weren't puffing out. So yeah, now it comes down to that, and that's what Mitch Starc said as well.
We'll go into the specifics of some really emotional talking points and some hotbed issues shortly, but I just want to get your overall view, because I asked Bryce McGain about the West Indies and how they've performed. Did we underestimate South Africa, and now have we underestimated the West Indies, or is it more a situation that Australia just aren't playing very well at the moment? How would you describe how we are in a situation where we're playing teams we all think as fans we should be beating easily, and we're involved in a scrap?
Yeah, Australia just aren't batting really well, and it's been the case for a while now. It's not just, we spoke about this yesterday as well. I mean, as a batting collective, I mean, the times that they've been able to put big scores has come down to very individual performances. Steve Smith, when he made the big hundreds, I mean, the hundreds he made at the Gabba and at the SCG, and Usman Khawaja, Sri Lanka, different conditions, but he made the big double 100. But as a batting group, for them to consistently perform, if you have to go back quite a while, because don't forget, even last year in New Zealand, they were in all sorts at 5 for 99, and Alex Carey and Mitch Marsh bailed them out. So now we speak a lot about how often Travis Head has bailed them out. There was a period of maybe 14 months where Mitch Marsh was bailing them out. So it almost feels like since 2023 that Australia just have not been, as a collective, batting well consistently enough. And now what's happened is also, you can see the transition in front of our eyes. If you ever wondered what would this team look like without Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne, and especially without Steve Smith, we're getting an example of that. And the top order, this is the 4th straight time that they've not delivered, this makeshift one with, or experimental one, whether it is Marnus opening at Lords or young Sam Constance coming back, Cam Green at 3. Verdict is out. I think averages 5 across 4 innings. Today it looked like he could break through, and he looked very good, or much better than he has in the last 3 innings, but then he played a poor shot to get out. So, yeah, and I mean, I'm sure we'll break down Sam Constance, and I would love to do that going forward. But I think it is that. I think the opposition, yes, I mean, against South Africa, at least you're up against a world-class attack in Rabada and Jansen. Here, they're not world-class yet because they're so young. But you look at Jaden Seal's record in the last 18 months or so. I was doing that while waiting for the show, Whitey, and it's exceptional around the world. So you're up against a very good bowler, and that man, Shamar Joseph. So against high-quality bowling, as the cliche goes, they just aren't doing well enough and not batting well enough consistently, or test match after test match after test match.
All right, it is the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil and for Australia Made by Local. More to come. It is the new ball for Cobram Estate, premium Australian extra virgin olive oil, and for Australia made by local. You're with Adam White and Brett Sanderson from Kensington Oval. Okay, let's get into it. Sam Constas. Now before we do, and I know you're ready to go, you're locked and loaded.
Locked and loaded.
Let's relive. It's a tough listen.
It is.
It was chaotic, and it was only 5 off 38 balls. But this is what unfolded. Shamar Joseph again. 3 slips in the gully. Constas comes forward. Oh, he's been dropped at third slip. He came out of his crease, trying to force through the offside, and it's gone down at third slip. Last ball of the over. Shamar Joseph to Constas. Edging this time, dropped again. You cannot believe it. What is going on? What is going on?
Shamar's on the way in. Bowling here to Constas, deflecting onto the stumps. Plays on. Shamar Joseph gets him eventually.
So that was Sam Constas. He was charging the bowlers. He was edging the bowlers. They were dropping the ball in the slips. He was getting a talking to from Usman Khawaja on more than one occasion, more than 3 occasions. It just wouldn't happen for him. And 5 off 38 balls, when it was almost an aggressive 5 off 38 balls, if that's possible. Talk us through it.
It was torturous, yeah. I mean, like I've said a few times in the last few days, you bump into Sam Constas off the field, there's something very lovable about him. There's warmth about him. He's a charming young teenager. And he wants to do well. I mean, he's worked really hard. I'll give you this much. And if you're listening to this back home and you just think he's this flashy kid who's just posing topless and having burgers on social media, yes, he's done that. But he's doing as overtime. But he's worked his backside off since coming to Barbados. He did that at Lords. So it's not because of any lack of effort. But eventually, Whitey, in Test cricket, you speak to anyone who's batted in the top order anywhere around the world, it comes down to technique. And clearly there are some very obvious technical frailties in Sam Constas' batting, as you can argue can be the case for a lot of young batters coming through. And we've seen it a lot in first-class cricket, not a lot, like because Sammy hasn't played enough, but still the LBW or him getting bowled through the gap, there is a gap the way he defends. That bat face does stay a little open, doesn't it? And because of the way the bat face stays open, there's so many balls that just go into the slip region. I mean, he was dropped twice, like he said. There were others as well that just fell short or just kept going to gully. And Shamar Joseph and the West Indies bowled terrifically well. So what I would say is so you have those technical frailties, you're so young, there's no experience, nothing to fall back on. And 2 of the 3 test matches you played so far, the SCG was almost, it wasn't the green top, but it was seaming around. It was a very difficult pitch to bat on, and Australia somehow got over the line in a Bumrah-less attack in that narrow run chase. And then he's come here in extremely alien conditions where, like we've seen, batting has not been easy for anyone. Forget young Sam Constas across both teams. Everybody struggled. It's just been exposed, if anything. And it's the open bat face and the gap that is created between bat and pad that got him in the first innings when Shamar Joseph pinned him LBW. And here it was him playing on after he tried everything. And you can see the fact that he was kind of charging at Shamar Joseph. And after the 2 dropped catches as well, in the next over when Jaden Seals was bowling, he charged at him again and there was this wide whoosh. I think that's just a temperament thing. He's got a long way. So will Sam Constas make it as a test opener and be that long-term test opener? I mean, there's no reason to think he won't. But at the moment, is he there? He's not even close. I mean, that's just a fact. And he will get 2 more chances, you'd think, here in Grenada and in Jamaica because they've invested in him. They hope that it comes good in time for the Ashes. But if he doesn't, if he continues to bat the way he is here and he doesn't make runs, because West Indies are not going to make it easy for him at all, then questions will be asked whether he needs more time playing first-class cricket, give him a couple of years and bring him back, or give him more time to develop. Because Test cricket, there is no place to hide, right? You will get not just tested but exposed, and so it's difficult for someone like him to learn on the job. So there's that the scrutiny and the pressure. But he's already learned in 6 months that you can be the hero, the ultimate hero, where he was credited for having, and deservedly so, bringing people into Test cricket. People of all ages were just swarming into the SCG to see this young kid bat. I knew so many people who don't watch cricket who wanted to watch cricket because of young Sam Constance. So there's something magnetic about him. But now the narrative has changed. Now the question is like, hang on, why are they picking him and throwing him in there if he doesn't seem good enough at this level? So yeah, I mean, we'll have to stay patient with him. Australia will stay patient with him. I think in the long run this will all help him. But will he be the opener for the first Ashes Test in Perth? I can't say that with any guarantee right now.
No, and that's part of what this is about, this West Indian tour, is to find out whether he is ready. And at the moment, after 2 innings, you'd say he's not. Now, we've got to be patient. This is the rule for this series, is
Correct.
we have to be patient with all the players and that are getting, new opportunities. And I'm with you. He's such a magnetic personality. You want him to do well. But what has stood out to me already is he's 19 years of age. He's not even close to being ready. And I'm not sure he knows his own game yet. Probably doesn't even know himself quite yet.
Correct, yeah.
So for him to be working that out as a 19-year-old on the grand stage of international cricket, opening the batting, I'm not sure it's overly fair on him. That's the first part. And the second part is, I don't think it's overly fair on quite a few other top-order Australian batsmen around the country at first-class level that have got really good records that are watching that going, is this fair that we're seeing Sam get an opportunity to try to work it out on the job when there's others that have put in 8-10 years of a body of work to say, I kind of feel I could do a bit better than that, particularly if I'm watching him charge down the wicket or with almost no other answer, but I'm just going to charge and hope for the best and close my eyes. That's where I'm just, it sits a little bit uncomfortably with me watching it.
And what about Nathan McSweeney, right? I mean, he was thrown into the deep end. I mean, he's not 19, but he's 25. He was made to open when he's not even an opener. He had that one very important innings at the Adelaide Oval, and then he doesn't even get the contract. I mean, what is he thinking about that?
Or he's the first person that comes to mind, maybe Marcus Harris as well, but more Nathan McSweeney, who had a fresh opportunity and fought so hard against Jasprit Bumrah. If Jasprit Bumrah wasn't there, who knows what would have happened. But he'd be watching that going, not sure this sits overly comfortably with me.
And I think the thing is, people are jumping to conclusions in both ways about Sam Constance a bit too early. There's this romance around him, I understand. But some of the things I'm hearing about how, that innings he played against Jasprit Bumrah was just for the situation. But he's very technically sound. No, he's not. I mean, that's not what this is. Yes, he bats more conventionally in Shield cricket. Does not mean that he is Rahul Dravid.
Right. So we're talking about a guy that averages mid-30s in his Shield career to this point.
And what I want to say is we're not talking about an absolute prodigy here.
No.
It is not, I mean, not to make comparisons with, say, Indian cricket. This is not Yashasvi Jaiswal we're talking about, who at 18, he was made for he wasn't averaging 70 or was averaging 70 in first-class cricket. Not too many do in Australia, I agree, but this is not a prodigy. This is
I'd use another P. He's a project player.
Yeah, makes sense.
He's not a prodigy. He's a project player that has potential. So there's a few P's in there. But I'm just not sure you do that on the international stage. Things aren't that desperate. The cupboard's not that bare that we need to be doing this.
That's a very fair point. Very fair point. I mean, you're right. I mean, and this debate came up about during the summer as well when they picked Nathan McSweeney. But there was so much talk of why aren't we picking specialist openers, right? Why aren't we picking from... Marcus Harris, Matt Renshaw, and Cam Bancroft have been given a go. And whatever decision has been made on them, what about the others? What about a Henry Hunt, who was nearly there in 2021, went away, became a better player. He's come back and scored runs. Jake Weatherall, yes, I mean, just one season that he's done well. But there are others as well who have been scoring Shield runs. So, I think it's in a way, it just opened a can of worms here, and there'll be a lot of questions asked. And you feel for poor Sam Constance, he kind of, you don't want to see a 19-year-old lose his smile. No. However, Test cricket does that to you.
That's right. And then the whole question is around who's responsible for putting him out there, all these sorts of things, which I'm no doubt we'll be talking more about as we go along. All right, there's a couple of quick things we want to get to before a break. Mitch Stark, the interview you and Colo did, will play that as well. The Alex Carey catch, it was spectacular. It's probably one of the best catches I've ever seen him take. but did he take it?
Did he take it legally? It's a very good question. And look, we're getting more and more of these as we go around the world, where catches, whether the fielder or the keeper in this case was in control of the ball or his body when he completed the catch. And I can argue in both ways. The ball hitting the ground does not automatically cancel that impact. It depends on when the ball touches the ground and if that played any role in the completion of the catch. And I think that bit is what the umpires were looking for, whether, in the motion where the ball did touch the ground, whether it enabled him to then, if it had just bounced out of his hand and come back in, then that's clearly not out. And the comparison was made in the press box downstairs about the Mitchell Starc.
Yeah, and I use that as well.
Yeah, but there you could see that, yes, he was in control of his body and the ball did kind of drag through, and you can argue that that motion played a role in him still grabbing onto that ball. This almost felt like his glove just bounced, and the ball didn't bounce, but the ball bounced, touched the ground while his glove bounced off it, and that didn't impact the ball or him being in control of the ball. So that's my argument on the side of the umpire.
So I'll say, and we agree on most things, I'll say it was a spectacular catch, a clean catch, but as he has crashed to the ground, because it was an acrobatic catch, his arm turns and the ball hit the ground and he wasn't in full control of his body. Now, and it was fantastic from the square leg umpire to sense, well, I'm not sure about this, because everyone got excited, me included, because it was such a great catch. Not even to think to check, they check, and then look, at best it's inconclusive. And you go... So anyway, that was that one. Another thing we've got to talk about, I think this is ball 5, ball 6 going to be Mitch Starc, is just the third umpire full stop, because we've had a number of issues today, a number of them, with whether the ball has hit bat before pad, pad before bat, catches, all sorts of things going on from a third umpire point of view, where we seem to be getting more confused rather than less confused. And the video or technology was all about trying to make things easier and clearer. It's not happening in this test.
No, it really is not. And, Adrian Holstock has had I'm sure he's waiting for the next test when he can be out there in the middle. And you speak to umpires at times, it's obviously more difficult up there. Or not obviously, at times it is more difficult up there in these kind of situations where it feels, you say in cricket, when you're having a bad day in the field, the ball follows you.
Yeah.
And this feels like, I'm not saying he's having a bad day, but he's having a difficult day for sure, a difficult test match for sure. And he just seems to be brought into question. How many, for the fact that 3 times today there were LBW shouts where the bat and bat pad were right next to each other. Not just that, but both pads were involved. Did it hit the front pad first?
You might see that once or twice a year. We've seen it 3 times in the one test.
Exactly. And I think with those as well, he was consistent. So the 2 times it was given not out in the middle, the spike was closer to the edge than the middle, which is what the protocol that the umpires follow. And because it was given not out, he stuck with not out. And the one time it was given out, the spike was sort of in a similar position. He went without. And it all comes down to, conclusively, he could say that the umpire had made a mistake. His umpiring colleague in the middle had made a mistake, and he had to reverse it. And all 3 times he found that he couldn't.
It's a good point. It's more around the consistency of what he did. It felt like they went one way one time and then they went the other time. You could cop it if they were both kind of the same, but they weren't, and that's what made things a little bit of an issue. What we're going to do, we're going to take a break, come back and hear from Mitch Starc and get your overall thoughts going to day 3 as to what will happen. I know you're not Nostradamus. You probably need to be to determine what will happen from here. But it's it's very, very exciting, and it's very, very much in the balance. It is the new ball for Cobram Estate, premium Australian extra virgin olive oil and Australia made by local. Back with more after this. It is the new ball for Cobram Estate, premium Australian extra virgin olive oil, and for Australia made by local. Brad, I'll tell you someone else who loves the new ball. Mitchell Stark.
Oh, he does.
And you just chatted to him.
I mean, the show more than
well,
the
both.
ball.
Clearly, he just, as a podcast, listens to that as he gets on the bus and heads back to the team hotel. But here is Mitch Stark catching up with both Barat and Colo after play.
Mitch Stark, thanks for joining SEN Test Cricket as ever. Your assessment after 2 very, very busy days here at Barbados?
Yeah, it's moving along quickly. It's a bit of an indifferent wicket. Obviously, there's some bare patches and some, I'm not sure they're grassy patches, but there's some sort of root or leaf there. I don't know. But yeah, it's obviously we've seen across these 2 days there's been some balls shoot, there's been some balls jump up, and obviously enough sideways movement when that ball's got a bit of firmness in it. So it's not easy for batting, enough there for the bowlers, but there's been a couple of partnerships for both over these 2 days, and yeah, we'll see how tomorrow goes.
Tough situation you're in now in terms of having to do quite a lot of spade work in the second innings. I suppose from your perspective, all these runs in the lower order are going to be so crucial. Yeah, we've had a little bit of experience of that. So, if these two can... They had a little partnership there tonight with Bo and Hetty. Obviously, that's going to be important in the morning, and to see how long they can push that partnership along, and just continue to try and build this total as much as we can right through the order, and give us a total that we feel like we can make life difficult for.
I mean, last week or 10 days ago at Lords, it was a similar test match at this point, and you were the one who got the big target. But that pitch seemed to be different. Just looking at the pitch, what you said there, does it look like one where you'll back yourself regardless of what you have on the board?
I think you have to, or you have to anyway. But, I think listening to, I guess, some of the batters chat, they feel like it's a wicket you're never in on. Whether you've been batting for 100 balls or not, you never feel quite in. So, and I think that's been the case with the ball throughout these 2 days. You always feel like there's enough there to all of a sudden one might move sideways or jump up or shoot low. So it's certainly not easy to bat on, but I think whatever total's on the board, I think you bowl enough good balls in enough areas, there's going to be chances.
And just obviously a lot of talk about the batting match, and that's not your business. Just what is the mood like in the camp? It's been 2 difficult days, like from the batting perspective.
Yeah, they have. I think that's reflected in the fact there was only 10 runs difference between the first 2 innings. So, I think there's been some good bowling. It's not an easy wicket to bat on. And obviously guys that haven't played in the Caribbean before on these wickets. So, throw all those things together, and it's not been an easy 2 days for both batting units. So, it's likely to continue the next day or two. And for us as a bowling group, it's more of the same. A lot of balls in the right areas, and I'm sure there'll be enough chances created.
All right, Mitch Stark, you've got a press conference to get to. Thanks for joining us. We'll catch you soon.
Cheers. Thank you, guys.
Mitchell Stark with Adam Collins and also Brett Sanderson after the end of day 2. So just recapping things before we finish the new ball for day 2. Australia 4 for 92. An overall lead of 82, having dismissed the West Indies for 190. Barat Sanderson, where does it go next for the jackpot?
Well, when Travis said walked out to bat, I said it was head or bust. And I thought it was very clever. And I still stick with it. I think Bo Webster started really well. I thought he started well yesterday as well before he was knocked over by that beauty by Shamar Joseph. And Shamar Joseph will have a say. He's had a say on both days of this test match. Feels like he's had a say on every day of test cricket he's played against Australia with bat and ball. But yeah, Australia would just want Travis to have one of those days. But it's not easy starting out on this pitch. So somehow they need one big partnership, because wickets will come in a hurry. That's just been the trend of this game. And if they can get it past this innings lead past 200 to start with, then I think they'll feel comfortable. Just listening to Mitchell Stark there as well, the bowlers back themselves that there's enough in this pitch. And unlike Lords, which just became flatter and flatter and flatter, I think this will just get more and more difficult to bat on, balls beginning to keep low as well.
And if Travis Head and Bo Webster are the two that put together the partnership, they've only got to bat together for 90 minutes and it's 100 runs minimum, and the game's starting to get away from the West Indies. But I think the pitch is an interesting one, because the players thought it would flatten out day 3, day 4, and we've seen a lot of hot sun on the pitch, but it hasn't.
It hasn't.
There's still enough thatchy grass, enough uneven bounces Mitch Stark spoke about to suggest that it's just going to be a tough grind the whole way through. And we've seen a lot of Sheffield Shield wickets like that, where you just get 200 to 180 to 230 to 220. It's kind of the way that it pans out, and it's just a grind.
What I'm looking forward to is even more West Indian, Bajan fans filling up the Kensington Oval. There were a lot more today, a lot of school kids, but a lot of vocal Bajan fans, a couple who you weren't very happy with, obviously, Wadi, but I think they'll pack the stadium, and it'll just mean even more fun to be around. The conch shells were going today. I captured one guy, the Chinese doctor man, apparently.
With the shell? Is that the
conch shell? Yeah.
That was good, wasn't
it? So the party stand will be buzzing. So tomorrow will once again be a can't miss day of Test cricket. So for all of you listening, stay tuned. We have a night's sleep ahead of us, a few rum punches, and we'll be back tomorrow morning.
So when we do come back tomorrow morning, Australia will lead by 82. So for those listening this afternoon on SEN, not far away from day 3, Australia leading by 82 with 6 second innings wickets remaining. Make sure you listen throughout the night. It's fun. Stay up, show a bit of character, and listen to Australia and the West Indies live from Barbados. I'll catch you later on.